and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm your host, Brody Leaf Exmore, and we are about to get some Week 4 North American League play underway, but not after the pre-show where we talk about all the matches coming up. So let's take a look at those matches coming up as we take a look at the schedule for week number 4. There are a lot of cool storylines going on right now. Of course, our match today, we're looking to match number 5, Spacestation Gaming versus the Pittsburgh Knights. And another one I'm looking out for is our first match, Flight vs. Ghost Gaming. Flight still looking for their first win. But we got a lot to talk about, so let's head over to the desk with all our lovely friends. It's Wavepunk, Gibbs, and Achieves. You guys ready for some more exciting North American Rocket League?
It's week 4.
Week 4.
Go. We're starting to get into the crunch time for some of these teams. Flight's one of them, but I'm excited to watch all these matches today.
So third place through ninth place, 1 game difference. It is so close. A lot of these teams are battling 1 and 2s versus 2 and 1s.
Yeah.
Big games for this week.
Soniqs Ghost, that's mine. I'll just put that out there. I'm looking forward to that one. So Soniqs Ghost, that's the one I want today.
Before we talk about those, I want to talk about something else now.
All right.
We have to talk about the Intel World Open. This is an unprecedented event. We've never seen anything like this in person, country versus country, from all around the world in Rocket League. This is going to be exciting. There's honestly so much to talk about. I just want to get, what are you guys most excited about?
I'm so excited to see the players representing their home countries, see them playing not for an org, not for themselves, not for some gamer tag they made up, but for this place that they were born in, that they have lived in their whole time. Realize this guy from Japan who is so good, he's going to be playing in his home country if he qualifies. Like, I can't wait to see that guy play.
Same, because it's like, you know, when we got all of the South American teams coming in Season 7 last year at the World Championship, a lot of fun between the 3 Sins, low-key, putting on a big show, so excited to see Brazil and more of South America in general.
And that's the big deal. So there's going to be big underdogs for sure, but that's what South America was in 2019. Yeah. Now you got teams from Africa, teams from the Middle East, teams from China. Who knows what could happen? It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Well, that's the thing, is anybody can join in this. Anybody can do this, and signups do open up on March 2nd, so I'd better see every single one of you guys trying to get out there and represent your country. But we do have to talk, of course, about the Rocket League in North America. I want to take a step back and look at last week in case you guys missed it. NRG versus Spacestation Gaming. This was incredible. NRG is undoubtedly, whatever, the best team in the world. You know, they won the World Championship for Season 8. But Spacestation Gaming is coming in, and every season they get stronger and stronger, and they take out the champs.
They do. I agree with you, though. NRG is the best team in the world, and when you're the best team in the world, you don't get beat. You just
right. You're not supposed to, right?
Like they decided they didn't want to play Rocket League as good as they could play. Like, a Space Station played like an RLCS caliber team. They played well done to them. But to me, this was a testament of NRG kind of falling off a little bit.
But wait, we got to talk about your man AXB.
Okay, he's great. Love him.
That game for winner. Once again, another double tap, like off the corner of the ceiling. Then he has a huge game 5, and Space Station by the end of the series was just taking it to him. But AXB leading Space Station on offense throughout the season. That's not something that we expected.
It was overall a great series from Space Station Gaming, I thought. Early on, you know, the ability to box in the world champs, which is a tough thing to do, especially when you got a player like Justin, and that shows the development of teams and the defenses over time. It's just that ability to adapt and shut down more of those playmaker opportunities. So he's going to have to dip further into the bag of tricks.
Yeah,
they hand NRG a big loss.
I love SSG. They're playing well, but man, to me, this was so much about what is NRG doing? Like, the ball is to the corners all the time. Garrett G got beat in the midfield. That's the first time this has happened this season. So, like, it gives me some question marks. I'm wondering about this NRG team.
I don't know. I'd feel like a lot of the big change was, you know, AXB moving up on that offense, as mentioned before. Is like, you know, if they keep this up, the question is, can anybody beat them? Are they going to be able to beat every single team in their league?
So let's not forget that week 2 Space Station didn't look all that hot. So I think that's just the main thing, is just consistency. Normally that's always NRG, but it's so hard to win every single week.
Let's take a look at another match. There was a big battle that happened last week, and it was the battle of the rookies. First Killer versus Shock. And I think in this instant, it's fair to say Shock is generally looking like the rookie of the season right now with his performances.
You know, I was hoping for First Killer. I had him as my #1 rookie for the whole season, but he fell a little flat throughout the series. Shock again, though. just the playmaking ability from him on the offensive side of the field.
It's absolutely unquestionable. It's Shock. He's 2.08 saves per game in third place, behind Memory and Gyro. 0.85 goals per game in second place, only behind Gimmick, and that's because Gimmick had a nutty final game of his series last week. Shock is undoubtedly the rookie this season.
Yeah, it's not just about his matchup against First Killer. It's been that way since week number 1. They took on NRG in the very beginning, and remember, like we said, man, NRG's having to get creative to find ways to score and to get past Shock. His defensive performance was so strong. He backed it up with some great offense this week.
And Shock, he's been on the Player of the Day board every single week. Every single week he's performing, but
even in a losing effort on week number 1.
But on the flip side for Rogue, I felt like they could have won the series. Wonder, though, again, 2 wide open misses. I think it was game 2 plus game 4.
Yeah, right at the end,
That whole series was very close, so that could have turned it around.
Yeah, I feel like with Shock and with the Soniqs in general, we have a situation of like good players that maybe previously didn't have the right players around them, you know? Like there's plenty of situations, like I don't know if many people at home know this, season 1 of the RLCS, Turbo Pulsa was on the very first team out of LAN on Mocket when they got reverse swept by Genesis.
Yeah.
And it was you'd look at that player and be like, oh, he's not very good at Rocket League, but no, he's literally the best. You had to just put him on a different team here. And people like Dapper and stuff who have had previously not had a lot of success now with a new roster in the Soniqs, I'm loving the Soniqs this season.
But for now, like First Killer, is it First Killer that needs to start making adjustments here? Is it the team around him? You mentioned it's for Soniqs, maybe they just didn't have the people around them they needed. Is that happening with First Killer?
I think First Killer is probably the best on his team still. I think he's been relatively quiet in games, and I want to see him maybe make more of a statement throughout these series. Like, I think there is some room for improvement.
I like First Killer overall. I think it's a much-needed injection of potential in that Rogue offense, but it's just I think Shock has the players behind him to back him up and make that look like a better performance.
I mean, if there's any player that's going to be able to bring the best out of you in North America, I think it's Kronovi. So I'm
that's
hopeful
fair.
for First Killer.
Yeah. So there's another battle too that went on, and it was between AJ and Mist and Ghost and the Knights. So this was a big battle. The big question mark was was this the right roster move for the Knights? You know, and it turns out maybe it was. There were some questions at the beginning with AJ. You know, Mist is an incredible third man. The guy's a good solid foundation, and getting rid of that seemed detrimental to the team, but they proved it as they faced off against that.
So they did prove that the roster move worked in that one matchup. I still have question marks about this Pittsburgh Knights roster move, but one question mark I do not have. That boy Reynolds can play, and he is so consistently good. One of the best players, I think, in the RLCS, because every series he shows up.
It consistently surprises me. I don't know why I forget that he's amazing, but he's amazing.
I just want to know, are Reynolds' goals the most savage in RLCS, or do they just feel that way because you know it's Reynolds scoring?
I think it's the second one. It's definitely the second one. Reynolds is undoubtedly a quality player. I'm leaning on the Gibbs side of things, though. You know, today is a good day to, it's another step up the ladder. Yes, they got the win last week, but Ghost is another rung up, and AJ. Because I watched the tape, and it's here's what Pittsburgh's night looks like last week. Reynolds and Gyro do everything, and AJ is kind of just there, applying pressure wherever needed. So he needs to find his role on that team. Mist had a defined role, and that team was better for it. I just don't think AJ knows where he is.
What is the role? Like, what if you're looking from the outside, you studied the tape, right? You know, what's the role that you'd like to see AJ in that you know he's going to fit for that team? You know, he's filling the shoes of that third man, the solid midfielder. Where does he fit into this?
Well, he's already picking up the Knights' trademark trash talk game on Twitter.
Yeah, I've seen that.
He's fitting in really well.
I feel like that's a Knights training camp. It's like, okay, here's how you talk
social
to people
media
on Twitter.
management and trash talk.
So I'm just curious where we want him to be to get success for the team.
Well, that's part of the reason why I don't think it was the greatest move ever, because you have two players that are very similar in Gyro and AJ. They both like ball control. They both serve sort of the same function, and that's why I'm not really sure where AJ slots in, because you don't have place for two people to be that type of player. Like Spacestation Gaming, the player like that is Arsenal. He doesn't have two players. Sipical and AXB are two very different players from him, and the team is better for it. So that's why I don't know where AJ slots in.
Well, I guess we'll find out as they continue in their matches in league play. We have to move on now to In my notes, it just says Gibbs stats. I know they didn't give me anything else because they know I wouldn't understand it. But no, we're going to compare Season 9 and Season 8 trends and things that have changed between those two seasons now.
So we're through 3 matches at this point, so I wanted to look at like what is different between some of these teams or players. So I'm going to begin with the Pittsburgh Knights roster of what has changed now for these stats, and there's no demos. And I think we all seen this in Season 9. The demo game from them has been a lot worse. And then everything else kind of falls apart for them right now. Their offense is not clicking. 1.46 goals per game. That's 8th for all the teams in the RLCS, but their shooting percentage is down, and that makes perfect sense because when you demo, it's usually wide open net, so your shooting percentage will be down a bit. But you see those demos per game, 1 less demo per game plus change, and that's a big deal for them because that's what made them so great.
That was the shift they made. They made the whole meta shift towards demos, and if that's down, you know, what do they have?
Exactly. The lack of the core identity of that team, it has taken a bit of a sidestep. And that's why I actually liked last week, because you had Reddles and Gyro. It was just, all right, fine. Reddles is going to take the ball. Something's going to happen. Gyro's going to be right there to follow up. There's going to be the demo, and they're going to kick it out into the middle, and then someone is going to be there to pick it up. So it's just Reddles and Gyro fell back into what works, and AJ's just trying to figure out how to do
I think that so often, anytime you have a team that has 2 hyper aggro players, you need somebody who's cool with just cleaning up that back end, and Mist was so good at that. He said that he wants to move up on offense more, so I understand why he moves rosters there, but still, it was working, you know, like if it wasn't broke, why are we fixing it?
Well, that's the hard thing. It's like, it's so hard to give away a good thing like that just because you want to move up. If you get the wins, you get the wins.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of roster moves, we'll move on to another one, a Season 9 trend versus Season 8. We got First Killer versus AJ when he played on Rogue for Season 8. Now, this trend I don't think has really unfolded yet. We talked about it where, like, I like what First Killer is doing. As we see with those 2 bottom stats, his average speed much better than AJ, but his average boost is so much higher as well. He knows how to effectively boost. He's also taken a lot of boost away from First Killer, so that's or from the like opposing teams. So that's what I want to see from First Killer. But it hasn't resulted in a lot of offense yet. They are very comparable right now in terms of the offensive game with goals plus assists.
Well, that's okay. I think Kronovi is having a much better season this year, and I think overall he's got a little bit of support in terms of taking advantage of his mechanical capabilities, because I think First Killer does fill a very similar role to what AJ did on Rogue. So it's just, you know, it's a matter of, is he an upgrade? Maybe.
Yeah, but I think, like, while we go through the season, I think that trend will unfold where there will be better offense out of Rogue, just because
there's potential.
There's a lot of potential there.
They need time to really gel.
Yeah, exactly. We haven't seen it yet, but it's only 3 matches in.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. We have a long season here to get through. We'll see how they are at the end of the season.
And then my final stat. And we talk about the new meta versus the old meta, the demo game, and we're going to go back, like the Pittsburgh Knights, now to Spacestation Gaming, where they're also not going for a lot of demos. Like, these 2 teams led that new meta, but everyone's kind of fallen back a little bit. We see Arsenal. He plays in front of the ball so often. It was 30% last season, now only 28%. Not a big cut, but a lot less demos per game. And he's not taking as much boost away, and then their team goals are kind of suffering for it. They're down about 0.34 goals per game, and I think that's because Arsenal is not creating that chaos anymore.
Well, I want to say that one thing we kind of have highlighted with all these stats is that I think that the tournament meta has shifted a little bit away from the demos. We're seeing it across multiple teams, fewer demos per game, and maybe they're being a little bit less productive. Maybe it's Rocket League's a game that there doesn't have like patches and like character shifts or anything like that, right? So like, why does the meta shift? Is a great question, but like I think that right now we're seeing a more low-scoring season as players are playing more clean. Players are a little bit less aggro here as they're trying to hold onto these spots.
But in terms of Arsenal's specific performance decline, as you say, I think that's definitely due to AXB stepping up. Jorby said it last week. You said it at the start. I said it in the preseason telestrator. AXB. He's nailed it. So for me, that's the difference. Arsenal's gone back, but that's because AXB's gone
moving up. Yeah.
Well, let's find out more about Spacestation Gaming as I got to sit down with their coach, Chrome. Let's take a listen. And now joining me on the line, according to my notes, it says the best coach in Rocket League. It's Chrome. What's going on, man?
Doing good. How about you?
I'm good. I think he approved. I saw the nod. I mean, like, you're proving it, you guys. Let's just jump right into it. You guys are proving it. Let's look back at your previous matches. You guys took down NRG, which is thought to be one of the most impossible tasks. Did you guys see that happening? Like, was this an expected result for you guys?
I wouldn't say expected. Like, NRG is the best in the world, and they're the world champs for a reason.
Yep.
I mean, I felt like we all agreed upon that we could pretty much beat anyone. It's just we have to show up and play confident. And honestly, that series could have gone either way. We just happened to get the win.
Confidence is key. We've seen that with a lot of teams lately, especially with the Soniqs. I'll get to that in just a second, but I want to look back at the pro rankings as well at the beginning of the season. You know, the teams had you guys at number 2. Now that you've took down NRG, do you think maybe you should have been number 1, or do you still kind of agree, okay, number 2, we got some room for improvement still?
I think like top 3 is fair. I want to say we're number 1. Like honestly, number 2 is questionable too. Like G2 is looking really good right now. NRG obviously best in the world. We're up there. We're trying to keep it there, and we're trying to make it to the land as well. But I think other than that, the rankings are pretty spot on. Maybe Soniqs a little bit higher. That's about it.
Yeah, well, good thing you talked about that because we're going to mention them. Soniqs, you guys lost to them 1-3, I believe it was. You know, what's going on with the Soniqs right now? I mean, like, look, they're just taking a lot of teams by storm and a lot of teams by surprise. Are they going to keep this up, or is it something that eventually teams are going to figure out?
Well, the benefit with them is they're at a boot camp, or they're basically living together, so it's a lot easier to stay focused and stay motivated. And with us, when we lost them, it was just like really like an off day for us. Like a lot of uncharacteristic whiffs, and positioning was off. And I feel like if we were to play them again, we'd probably beat them personally. But I think they're definitely surprising everyone. They're impressing a lot of people, and I think they're doing a good job at least.
Well, talking about positioning that, let's talk about your play style. What is it that you guys are doing that is giving all these other teams confidence that you guys are at the top of the North American region?
I think with the playmaking ability from our players, like the mechanics are insane and they're really fast. And on top of that, Arsenal is a pain in the butt to deal with on the field.
Yeah,
he just annoys everyone. It makes it frustrating for everyone. So it's a lot easier for us to just like over-aggress and, you know, because we have fast recoveries. So I feel like we just have that mechanical ability.
So talk to me about your match coming up, and then I'll let you go. You guys are playing against Pittsburgh Knights. How do you think that's going to go?
I think it's going to be a close series. Like, they're a really good team. They could turn up whenever, especially when they're down in goals. I feel like we can out-pressure them, which is good. I feel like we're faster, but they could honestly keep up, and it could honestly go either way. They're a good team.
All right, I'm going to let you go. Get ready for your match, but good luck against the Knights.
Thank you.
I think the best thing about Chrome and you know why my script at the beginning said he's the best coach in Rocket League is that I think is realism to it. Also, is the experience behind it, but his realism. He's like, you know, NRG's still good. Maybe we're not even the second best. G2's up there too. They have realistic expectations.
Healthy respect.
Exactly, and that can allow you to approach your team's play style a lot more realistic.
Which, if there's ever a day when you should feel confident saying that, yeah, we're pretty good, is the day when you beat the team that you are currently labeling the best in the world, you know? So I don't know. We'll see how they do.
But we do want to talk about their match coming up here. So we'll just move on to match of the day. There's a lot to talk about here. The Knights versus Spacestation Gaming. This is a fun one because I feel like the Knights have that potential to overtake Spacestation Gaming, but Spacestation Gaming is powered up now, and there's a lot of history between these two teams as well.
Yeah, there's still a lot of roster drama with the Pittsburgh Knights, not only with AJ Miss, but back in the day when I think it was a good roster move for both was when Arsenal left the Peeps to join Space Station. Then both those teams catapulted to the top of North America, and then they both go to day 3 at Worlds, and both teams looked very successful. Arsenal made that call, though. He left the Peeps back then to join Space Station, and for a while, it looked like Space Station was a better team, but I think both these guys, very comparable teams, both teams fighting in that 2 through 4 range, and last week, fantastic for both squads.
Yeah.
So that is a good thing. Who will continue that momentum through to week 5?
You give far too much credit to the Knights, my friend. They are not in the 2 through 4 race currently.
Okay.
And
really?
No,
Why?
I don't think so. I don't think they're quite in the 2 through 4 race. Because one, I'm going to put top 3 NRG, Space Station, G2 currently.
Yeah.
So they're in the 4 through anywhere else race.
Fourth is still good.
Fourth is still in the 2 to 4 range.
The fourth one was the one I was most interested in you saying, and you left it off there.
All right.
Because
Maybe Knights.
Maybe Knights. Okay, that's
Maybe
2 to 4.
Knights. Maybe Knights, maybe Soniqs, but it's just that there's a thing about Space Station Gaming. They've been through the season together. They looked fantastic already. They are at the comfortable level of we understand how we approach the game as a team, and we know how to operate. The Knights are in this sort of we don't even really know what to do with one of our players. How can you expect them to beat Space Station Gaming when Space Station beat them last season when we all think they looked better last season?
I'm not saying they're going to beat them. I'm saying they are comparable because I think the Pittsburgh Knights,
Now, that's fair.
every single week they will get better. While Space Station, we already know what they bring to the table. And let's not forget, Spacestation, they had a bad week 2 weeks ago versus Soniqs, so it's very possible that could happen again.
I think this is the match that will determine whether, that will convince you whether Knights is up in that 2-4 conversation here. And this was so hard for me because this is such a juicy series here.
It's so close.
Like, man, AXB is getting smart. Reynolds is staying creative. Like, I can't wait. This is the battle of the new guns, of the new fresh blood here in Rocket League. Can't wait to watch how it goes.
And let's not forget the Knights, they just took down Ghost last week. Ghost is a very talented team that is also fighting for one of those top 4 spots.
It's so tough to pick who's going to take the series, but we had to, hence our predictions. So let's look at those right now. I feel like there are a couple things across the board there. We'll skip Flight. Flight's toast, apparently. NRG, of course, they're still good.
So I just want to say for the record, I really wanted to predict Rogue there. NRG left me so many question marks last week, and I still believe in Kronovi for some reason after 9 seasons.
It
but I can't. It's NRG's closing, but their ability to close out the series.
And maybe the only reason you think that is because NRG, the last time they lost to a North American team besides last week was when they randomly lost to Rogue last season.
Now, to be fair,
beyond that, it went all the way back to season 6.
Yeah.
They're real good against North American teams.
And that game didn't mean a whole lot for NRG because they clinched number 1
They'd already
anyway,
won.
so you got to expect that. But I'm going to go Ghost here versus the Soniqs because of that Ghost versus Flight matchup. That Ghost versus Flight matchup is going to be fantastic for Ghost. They're going to be so confident coming in versus Soniqs. And Ghost looked good last week.
This is a trap game.
Good.
This is so clear. You're literally describing a trap. They're going to go up against the team that is 0-4, the only team in the league that is 0-4 across all regions. They're going to clap them and then be like, we're good at this game. And then Soniqs is going to come in being like, this is the next step in our great challenge.
Yeah, exactly.
And they're going to absolutely body them.
I think it'll be a close series. I think it'll go to 5 because I like Soniqs, but I liked what Ghost brought to the table when they played Pittsburgh Knights. It was the Mist and Atomic show, and they were doing great passes. I think Atomic, one of the best players in North America, and I will agree with that.
I will agree with that. Atomic is a very good player.
The other interesting one, too, is the EUnited versus Rogue. I was initially going to pick Rogue as well on this, but it's so back and forth. You had EUnited as well.
Yeah.
And I just want you to explain that pick, too, because you did make me think about it more when I saw that.
Sure. It's mostly just because I still don't have a lot of faith in the Rogue team yet. Because, yes, Kronovi's having a much better season. First Killer, as I said earlier, a much needed injection of offensive potential, but it's not realized yet. And I feel like EUnited overall, I think they're just a stronger baseline team, and that's where that leads to.
That one felt like such a coin flip. Like, they're both 2-1. They both have, like, man, there's some clear mistakes, there's some clear errors, but they also have all shown over the course of a few seasons the ability to really light it up when they need to. We're getting into crunch time. Super hard to predict that.
Yeah, that's one of those, like, I have no faith in either team right now, but I'm going to go with Rogue. It's a big game, though, because if they want to be in that playoff race,
much needed.
Like, whoever wins this will then go to 2-2, and it'll be a great look for them for the momentum going throughout the season. But right now, both these teams don't look like playoff teams to me.
I mean, it's so hard to pick, too, because they both played C9. And obviously, most teams that play C9 right now are going to get a dub. But I feel like neither one of the teams have proven themselves. So, I mean, how do you really just coin flip?
Yeah.
Is that really? Anyways, to talk more actually about C9 in the first 2 weeks, we have Turtle standing by with your Get It Moment presented by CDW.
Much Leaf. Cloud9 are facing what some might call the brink of extinction. We've got week 1 and week 2 losses for them, but in week 3 they actually picked it up against Flight. And today I actually figured we could take a look at some of those obstacles and some of those issues that they faced in the first 2 weekends for Cloud9. So this is Cloud9 versus EUnited. We got Tolman's perspective in the backfield as a third man back. He pushes a little bit too far up, and then he hesitates now to go for the challenge. Instead, he goes directly into the net, which is just a huge mistake because he flipped, mistimed it, and Cloud9, I saw this so much with their defense, was hesitation in the backfield when that third man needs the challenge. We can see it again, all the space for Kronovi to just use and exploit in the Cloud9 defensive area. We'll take another look at this play from Gimmick's perspective. We can see he's been faced now with 2 options. You can see he has the space to go directly and challenge out Kronovi. He'll definitely meet him, if not touch the ball and force some kind of mistake. If we play this out, we can see he actually decides to hesitate, turn around, face his back to the ball, and that's what gives Kronovi so much space, so much time to just weave through the defensive area. We'll take another look at the same Game 5 versus Rowe. We've got Tolman's perspective in the backfield. This is that Game 5 OT winner that Kronovi had, and Torment, again, he's faced with the option to challenge out Kronovi in the backfield. He has a huge chance right now to get some kind of touch on the ball, but instead he decides to actually rotate out, and we'll see from his perspective here what he goes for. Kronovi gets the flick. He challenges way too late. He did actually bait out the flick, but at that point, it was far too late. He hesitated too much in the backfield, and this is something that we saw so much from Cloud9. But against Flight, this is where everything turned around for Cloud9, because you can see Squishy's perspective in the backfield. He's going to get beat out to this challenge no matter what. Rapid, for sure, is going to win out and touch the ball first, but Squishy, he doesn't hesitate. He doesn't care, and that ultimately leads to a huge dunk. And he actually has space now, again, after the dunk, to go for the demo. He gets the bump, and a beautiful play here from Cloud9 fixes everything. Let's go ahead and take another look. This is a team pass play. We can run this one through here. You can see Squishy, another air dribble, all the rotations looking so clean. Nobody hesitating whatsoever. Gimmick gets the bump, and we'll see if we continue to play out this clip again. A team pass play, something so routine for Cloud9 with Torment in the backfield, cleaning up, everything looking great for Cloud9 against Flight. We'll see if they can actually pick it up this weekend. Leaf, what do you think?
Get a moment.
Thank you for that Get a Moment presented by CDW, but I do have to mention there, we were praising him for a second about his arrows. They were brilliant. And then
Perfect.
something fell apart on one.
Drew like a man.
We need highlights and lowlights from Telestration.
Do a telestration on the telestration.
Yes. There we go.
Brilliant. But right
Let's
now,
talk about the stance.
It was basically it was an analogy for Cloud9's success in Rocket League. Like great arrows all the way moving up, and then what happened over here, man?
But let's actually talk about Rocket League. We're going to talk about our first match of the day, Flight versus GhostaGamang. That's coming up in just a few minutes. Kickoff is almost here. Let's break down this match. Flight has had a rough season so far, 0 wins so far, and almost zero semblance on the field.
Yes, Leaf,
something has to change.
That's exactly it. They're playing solo standard right now. They've scored 23 goals, one of the worst offenses. They have 5 goals that are passes, out of those 23 goals. All the other ones are just solo plays. That's all it is, and then they get a bad rebound and they score, which is great. I need to see more passing plays from Flight.
They're not just playing solo queue, they're playing solo queue 2v3. Seabass has never won more than 1 game in a season of Rocket League, and he's already 0-4. I'm telling you, that man is burned. They literally are gonna have to carry that anchor for the next 5 weeks.
So the worst part is, those 23 goals, one of those was a goal steal. The player just shot it and the other guy took it. No infield passing whatsoever. 3 off their own back wall passes, and that's it. That's all they have.
But at the same time, Flight, they did have a pretty tough series last week versus Cloud9. They're used to the aggression.
Did you hear the sentence you just said?
I know. That's the funny thing. They lost.
They lost to
versus
Cloud9.
Cloud9. But Cloud9 plays very aggressive, very in your face, and that will be very similar here versus Ghost. So they do understand at least how to play a series like that. Maybe it helps them.
The one thing I like, obviously not a lot of their goals are passing, but those solo plays are fantastic. A lot of these solo plays coming out from Seabass and Rapid look great.
They're good players.
Big goals.
They're good players. Yeah, they all know how to play Rocket League. It's wonderful. They got to play as a team, and I'm telling you, this Seabass is not going to win a game. And he's going to maybe the final week they'll have an opportunity here. I don't know. I'm struggling to find anything to hang my hat on with Flight right now.
I would say individually, I guess you kind of hit that. Individually, though, Seabass has actually been impressing me.
He's wonderful.
Good player. He's looking great, but you're right. It's that cohesiveness. What is it? Is it just comms? Is it just pass the ball?
Dude, I'm still waiting for the rapid reset.
That was my bold
Come on, I know he can do it. I know he can make it happen. Let's just see. I want to see it.
I am worried about their trust on the field because, again, they're not going for infield passes. They have 1 pass off the backboard, and that's it for the offensive side. They're not looking for passes. They always shoot first. So I am pretty concerned for them going into this. But on the other side, Ghost is looking great.
Oh, yeah.
Ghost, sure, they lost to Pittsburgh Knights, but the team plays coming out for them are fantastic.
And that's kind of the thing for me about Ghost last week, because when they played Knights last week, the games 1 and 2, very winnable. It all came down to a couple of excellent offensive sequences from Ghost, great pressure near the 0-second time, and it came down to a shot from Aleutian. He missed them in both game 1 and 2. So tough break for Ghost. I think that they look back at that series last week and they're like, man, that that was so winnable, and they're just gonna be angry. So they come out here and they kind of clap Flight because they're just mad.
I think Flight has like a lot of work to do, and I'm mostly worried. It's not about the way they're playing, or the individual mechanics of the players. I'm just worried about the mentality of this team. Starting 0-4 is so rough.
Brutal.
They've got to have a sincere mental strength to bounce back.
And that's the hard part, the pressure on them. Every win is so important now.
Yeah.
Well, our match is just about ready, but not before you guys join us online on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But it's time to get over to the commentator booth for our first match.
Hello everyone and welcome to week 4 of the North American RLCS. We've got Flight and Ghost to kick us off here, Corelli and Turtle. And you know, the desk was giving you flack about what you were
My drawings.
For,
that's that's unfair. It's harder than it looks, okay? I had the first arrows there though.
No, it was good. And what do you got for us here for this match?
Oh man, this is a tough one. I mean, memory against this former team, and I feel like if you look back for Flight's total record, they're 0-4. But that first weekend against the Knights for the Flights, they went to Game 5. I think that was the deciding moment for how their season was going to go, because now they failed to close out games, and I think they're really in a mental minefield for finishing out any series.
I think for Flight as well, they've had a lot of big kind of, I would call them tentpole plays, where big double taps. Rapid had a couple pinches in the double tap against G2, and Flight actually looked pretty darn good against G2. It was 2 overtimes there, but G2 I think was just the better team, and were able to stick it out against Flight. And so when we talk about Flight now going into Ghost, I absolutely agree with what Achieve said. Ghost, a very similar team to Cloud9, and they do kind of seem like a very middle of the pack team at the moment. I think for me, when I look at Ghost, how do you unlock Atomic even more than what you've had? Because so far, he's looked pretty good, but I think there's a lot of expectation for this player.
Right. I think a lot of that does come down to Illusion, really, in the backfield. I think because Mist is always so good as the third man, but I think if you want to see Ghost ascend to the top, you're going to need better passing plays and more chemistry between Atomic and Illusion while Mist cleans up, because that's what he's so good at doing. So if Illusion can kind of fit in a little bit better, get better passes out to Atomic for that crazy shooting that we know he has the ability to make, I think we're going to see a much better game for them.
Yeah, and both of them have been weapons for the Ghost offense. Mist at the top of the leaderboard for the team, scoring the most goals.
Yeah.
And he has, at times, found himself in that third-man position, but Atomic has really been the gatekeeper for Ghost to become to get to a goal, because 88% goal participation for Atomic, 15 out of 17 here for Ghost. He is certainly involved in the offense and has been a key to success for Ghost. And we'll get things kicked off in a best-of-5 and see if Flight can find their first win or if Ghost can come back to even, currently sitting at 1-2.
But that's the thing about Flight. I mean, they can always have these crazy 1v1 plays. You know, Seabass has been so crucial with his double touches. Even we've seen Rapid, like you mentioned, Corelli. But when it comes down to team passes and using everybody, building that synergy, having chemistry on the field, we don't see too much of it.
And Gibbs mentioned it on the desk as well. It feels like the Flight offense a little one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Shoot first seems to always be the only option that they consider. As Ghosts do get some control here right off the bat as they're trying to find their way down the field. They do find Illusion, though, and Rapid to play it along. Seabass actually bid on this, and now an open net for Atomic downfield, and he's going to tap it in, and Ghost on the board first.
And you can see the aggression from Seabass. Like you said, he did bite on that challenge. Atomic, an instant win in the defensive side. And that speed coming out directly with the transition game is something that we look for when it comes to punishing mistakes. And I guess against Flight, you know, that might be a game plan for Ghost. They just maybe assume, you know, Flight's going to make these mistakes anyway on the defensive end. Let's just wait for those to come out.
Well, it was a huge mistake there from Flight. And certainly Ghost will hop all over it.
Yeah.
So we go back to the kickoff, and Atomic in Ghost trying to find a second goal. That one actually pinched on target. Illusion for the back wall. Mist is waiting for it to come down. Shot and put away, and 2-0 quickly for Ghost.
More defensive mistakes, especially by Memory. You can see him in net just hesitating, waiting. He had to jump over Atomic, who might have been going for the bump, and Illusion also crashes the net. Two players trying to find some kind of aggressive play. Memory forced in an awkward position, and Ghost go up 2-0.
A lot of space there for Ghost to work with, and they certainly take advantage. Here's Mist, and this one's going to be on target. Seabass has to clear it off his own post. 2 up for Flight. It was Rapid and Memory.
While Seabass up for the backboard.
Atomic there to clear it away. Mist trying to get a second touch off the ceiling. Illusion there to help him out. Atomic to the midfield. Flight able to intercept, but immediately thrown back downfield by Mist. Back and forth right now. Nobody keeping solid possession after the second goal here.
Well, good speed in the midfield. You can see, and the demo play.
Off the crossbar, though, for Atomic. Couldn't put it away. That demo opened up the net.
Such a good setup, though. I mean, we saw the speed beating out the clear. Demo comes out, just comes down to that finishing shot. They're still up 2-0. Good look so far from Ghost.
Atomic, his chance off the ceiling. Here's a shot from him, and it was saved away by Memory. Very dangerous, threatening-looking attack from Atomic. And Flight able to hang on. Here's Atomic again. He's just trying to keep this one close to him, and it gets away from him, and Seabass. Flight haven't shown much control here. Here's a bad touch from Memory. Leaves Mist a shot on target. Illusion trying to wrangle it in the corner. It comes out to Rapid over one. Mist in the backfield finds Illusion. The attack on now for Ghost as Atomic gets a demo on Rapid. It is stopped up by Flight. Here's Memory. Rapid clear this one away for Flight, and we're past halftime here at this point. And while the scoring has slowed down for Ghost, the control has been in their favor.
It just feels like everything Flight are trying to do with the ball is so predictable. You know, every clear so straightforward, not really trying to use the field and expand it. Even here you can see Rapid, he's just kind of taking control, but nobody's up here to support him. And it makes an easy carry away for Illusion to have possession, take it out of their defensive half.
And there's a shot from Memory, saved away opportunity here for Seabass, and denied by Atomic. And to your point, Turtle, it feels like Flight have struggled to really beat the first defender. Every time they get the ball, they can't get by that first man to challenge.
And a big thing from that comes from panicking to try and alleviate pressure. You're not focusing on the next step, who to find in this clear. You're just focusing on booming it as hard as you can. But what that's doing is just giving away possession.
And Flight have really struggled to keep possession here as that shot did go off the crossbar for Illusion. The attack back on, long-range shot. That one's wide from Atomic. Opportunity here for Illusion, put away, and Ghost with the demolition from Atomic as well, give themselves a 3-goal lead.
I don't know if you saw it, but that initial touch from Illusion off the midfield wall to clear it out into the center is what set up this whole play. A beautiful clear out as well from Atomic, but that initial start, keeping possession, Ghost so much better, really looking like the veterans on the field, which they rightfully so. I mean, you can see Memory, he's not really taking control of the pitch either.
Space.
And another one, ooh.
Space for Ghost to work with here as Flight, again, really can't hang on to the ball. Seabass, not a lot of boost. He does get the pass off the corner. Rapid was there, but I don't think we've seen the Ghost defense tested too much in game one here as time slowly coming down to 0. Rapid, here's a chance off the edge of the top of the ceiling. It's Memory trying to keep control, and a pass across. It was more a shot rather, as Atomic does get the clear, and time has now hit 1. And for Ghost, very clean.
Yeah.
Game number 1, they were in full control, and they were really never threatened by Flight.
Definitely, and even whenever there were small opportunities for mistakes, it felt like the rotations from Ghost were on point. There were a couple hits that were really in risky situations that gave Ghost the opportunity to panic, kind of force a clear out, but they never did. They remained calm, and they dribbled the ball out of their own defensive half with ease, and I think that is a great sign for them going into this next game. We'll take another look here. You can see the demo play kind of got a little touch on Memory whenever he went up for the ball, and they're using that aggressive crash the net play style a lot.
And you can see there's been a lot of opportunity here from Ghost coming off the back wall.
Yeah.
Flight have not defended it very well. We're at that point here in Rocket League where we have seen that backboard offense for so long where it's almost really extinct because it feels like a lot of defense have figured out how to stop the ball from coming off the back wall and preventing any follow-up from coming through it from the box. And Flight certainly did not have control of the box or the back wall.
And control with the back wall really can sometimes just come down to boost. You know, if you can't take your own corner boost, you're not going to go on the back wall because you can't even aerial off of it in the first place. So I think when it comes to boost management, keeping calm, Ghost completely had them beaten every single box.
Well, in Memory in that game spent 46% of the time less than 25 boosts.
Crazy.
So, and he picked up quite a few small pads. He had the second most, I believe, in that game at 90. So, I mean, he was picking up boost, but it just wasn't enough to stay above a healthy level to defend your back wall.
And that's because Ghost, they have possession the whole time. Like I said, Flight just kind of tossing it to him. So if you can keep possession more, focus on getting the ball out with your teammates, you might have a chance to get one on net.
So we go into game 2. Missed. Tried to get by Seabass. And I said it in the beginning of the series, we have seen a lot of big pop-off plays from Flight, Rapid in particular. Seabass has also been able to put away some spectacular shots. But the defense from Ghost has held extremely strong so far. And really, like I said a couple times now, haven't really been tested.
And this matchup, a huge one for Memory. Again, the player who was dropped from Ghost, now on Flight, trying to get revenge and prove something that, you know, they obviously shouldn't have dropped him, but so far it's been a struggle.
And back on the attack here for Ghost. Illusion tried to get a second touch from the corner. Here's Rapid, a shot to the left side, and he does find it for Flight, and they go up first.
This is everything I wanted to see out of Flight. Seabass on this clear, you can see he snipes his own teammate Rapid with the ball, a beautiful pass out. Rapid, his mechanics are on point. We've seen this from everybody on Flight. They can shoot, they know how to put the ball in the net. It just comes down to that setup, and this time they nailed it.
Well, and for this play in particular, that is very Flight-esque. They want to get out of their end very quickly.
That's right.
And down the field, they had options in Rapid, and I think that's the key for Flight is give yourself options. Here's one off the back wall for Ghost, as everyone from Flight on their goal line to save it away, and now they go on to the attack. Rapid, weak shot towards net, easily saved away by Illusion. Flight not willing to give it up quite yet, as Atomic does find Illusion downfield.
What a touch.
Drop it to the back wall. Atomic there, met by Rapid. And missed here to try and clean it up, but it comes out to Seabass. And there's that big long clear from Flight. But a great clear from Illusion. And the pass down, here's missed. And Illusion again, so quick to the ball. Ghost controlling that midfield and not letting Flight have any possession.
Even after that first goal, Ghost still asserting themselves in the midfield, and you can see Illusion, he's been a player who's been so speedy so far, and I'm just looking at the comparison in speed to these counterattacks. It feels like Ghost, oh no, here's Illusion off the backboard, almost getting the double. The player I wanted to see and I've been talking about, he's been doing exceptionally well, not only with speed, but also his mechanics popping off this game.
And those threatening shots make Flight use boost to defend, and Ghost are slowly chipping away at the resources here and looking for a hole in the defense. Flight do break out. You can see Rapid here with no boost, though. He just had an option to throw it downfield. Memory does find it off the back wall. Seabass is there, back post shot, and Atomic to clear it away. Now Illusion tried to quickly move down the field. A poor touch from Memory. This one comes off the back wall, but Seabass there to clear it away for Flight. He does get the demo on Atomic. Memory struggled to get around that one. Here's Illusion from the ceiling. Another touch past the defender. No one there to help out for Ghost, missing Atomic. Back past half field. Low boost for Illusion, finds Atomic in the corner. Flight feeling a lot of pressure here right now.
Ghost knocking on the door, waiting for a mistake to come out. Flight, they haven't been known to be great at holding these wins and leads.
Oh, second touch from Mist off the crossbar, follow up from Atomic. That one's high, and Illusion shot saved. Memory comes through, and Flight are holding on to this lead.
Building a wall on the defensive side. Flight, the best defense we've seen so far, I feel like, this season. They've struggled to maintain a lead, but right now they're doing it with fashion.
A couple missed shots there on the Ghost side. You have to say that you feel like they should have gotten over it a little bit and put it on target. Rapid trying to get around this ball. It goes out to Mist. Pass over to Atomic, and Ghost passing has only gotten better. Here's a pass over to Illusion, but can't get the shot on target. And still scoreless for Ghost. Here's Rapid.
And a huge opportunity. You saw the miss from Illusion right in front of the net. He side flipped. Ghost, probably their perfect opportunity. They've been waiting this entire game in Illusion, even though he's been getting some great double touch backboard reads. When it comes down to those basic shots, you gotta find him.
And then Memory, a great block. Can Mist get back? He can, and puts it to his own corner. And you forget that with all the pressure from Ghost, Flight are still in the lead here. 30 seconds left. There's a big miss. Seabass has to make the save. 30 seconds left. Can Ghost finally put one away? Or does the defense stand tall for Flight? Atomic trying to force it through. That shot's blocked. Atomic, again, trying to keep this ball. Memory slowly pushing this one towards midfield. Here's Mist, just picked up full boost, has options in Atomic. Goes over one off the back wall.
10 seconds.
Seabass does clear it away. Ghost hunting for this goal. Another one goes off the back wall. Memory does get the touch, and Atomic's up for it. Can't get it. And Mist, can he play it off the corner? There's Illusion, blocked by Rapid, and that's going to be it. Flight are going to tie up the series.
Flight, they barely hold on towards the end. Literally just an onslaught of shots from Ghost. They managed to find a save, and the rotations didn't break. There was always somebody to challenge a shot. And I'm still thinking back to that one miss from Illusion. He had a side flip. Could have been their chance, their moment to get themselves back into this game.
That's one of many chances.
Exactly.
That Ghost had 13 shots for Ghost in this game, and they couldn't put away. This is the shot, though, that gave Flight the eventual win.
The quick counterattack.
And that was 1 minute, 58 seconds, really, into the game. And then Flight basically played defense for the rest of it. And so while, yes, you're happy if you're Flight, you come out with a win here, it was not pretty. It was a very rough game.
It's a good start, because I'm thinking back again still to that week 1 game against the Knights for Flight. They, in game 5, they had 2 goals up against the Knights, and with about a minute and a half left, they just threw it. They let in 3 goals. They got completely destroyed towards the end of that game 5, and they just couldn't hold on. So now maybe we're starting to see them kind of build that mental game up a little bit. Seabass and Rapid being back into the RLCS, this could be a huge step up for them. And against Ghost right now, this is when you need to close things out. They're 0-4. Huge plays right now from them.
Yeah, and I think for Ghost as well, one of the things that I wanted to talk about with this team was finding more and more organization on offense and involving Mist into the offense and using him as a weapon. And while they didn't score here, they looked highly organized. They had a lot of time to find each other, and they were constantly looking for the passes.
But at the end of the day, if you can't find that finishing shot, what is it for? What's the worth?
So we go on to game 3. Flight do come out with a game 2 victory, and here's Rapid, a quick shot saved by Illusion. Flight immediately finding some offense here. Remember, just looking for the block. Now Seabass. And really the entirety of Flight has been pretty quiet throughout this game. It's really just been Rapid's 1 goal. And then them just trying to stay afloat. Big clear from Mist, over to Illusion, free ball, doesn't get a touch, it goes off the crossbar, and Atomics there has to bail out.
Illusion, another opportunity right in front of the net. Could have just needed just one little slight touch to re-angle that ball. And a big miss. Another one from Mist. Mechanics looking a little shaky from Ghost.
Yeah, Mist was trying to just get the slightest touch on that ball and doesn't do so. Illusion misses it in the corner, gives Flight a second chance. Illusion makes up for it as he gets the clear. For Flight racing back, Illusion gets
Big
the bump.
bump.
This ball comes across, a miss from Miss, and a follow-up from Atomic. He'll put it away, and Ghost on the board first.
I love Illusion on the backboard. You could see him hunting down the bump and then missed. I'm not sure if that was a little bit of a calculated fake or if he just knew that somehow the save would have came out. So Atomic, he got an easy cleanup, forcing the defender to jump after miss. A little bit of a tongue twister there.
And a quick counterattack for Ghost as well. It was Illusion that had that ball cleared downfield and got the bump on the back wall. It's either way, set up everything for Ghost.
That's a frustrating goal to concede, though. Off of just a whiff. Oh, another fake. This man is mind gaming. Everybody on the field missed. Popping off.
And tried to get over Memory, couldn't do so. Atomic. Bit of a hard touch, but with no boost, Rapid can't follow it up. Everyone missing in the midfield. And Memory blocked by Atomic, still a stalemate.
Double.
Miss doesn't have a lot of boost here and does get a piece of it to slow down the clear from Rapid. Memory gets by one, and Memory trying to set up the back wall. Atomic's there to clear it away.
A little bit more of a rushed hit from Memory. I'd like to see him control it a bit. He had space at the top of the box. Maybe take it on his hood, go for a little flick. Instead, he just kind of forces it out. And that's something Flight have been kind of doing on the offensive side, just rushing that hit, tossing it to the backboard instead of really looking and analyzing the field and that space that they're given.
Memory, this ball comes out to him, off the crossbar, comes down. Still an opportunity. Seabass trying to get the block to go. Here it's dangerous for the Ghost side. Memory's light touch will slow down the attack. Rapid, maybe one more. Cleared away by Atomic. And a long clear comes out for Illusion. Seabass, though, does a great job to get control of that midfield. It's something that Flight has been missing so much here in this series. They've left a lot of space for Ghost to really use to think about what they want to do with the ball. Illusion was trying to give it over to Miss, couldn't do so. Memory passed over to Rapid. Coming up on 2 minutes left in game 3. Ghost have not had the same control that they've had in the previous 2 games. Flight looking better here in game 3.
Oh, and the speed though, Ghost. Always so much faster with those initial aerial challenges. And I think that's really what's been hurting all out of Flight when it comes to possession is right there. You see Mist instantly beating out in the air.
Oh, big miss there as well for the defensive side of Flight, and Illusion's gonna land on this dangerous ball as Atomic's there. The shot's high off the back wall. Memory's backwards here to challenge. And the defense, or excuse me, the offense from Ghost too far back.
Missed on the backboard.
Drop it down on the box. Right down to Illusion. A beautiful second goal for Ghost.
Missed the setup off the backboard. Look at that. He loses the challenge, but keeps going forward. He has confidence in his teammates. And a beautiful touchdown to set up Illusion. That was an amazing 3-man passing play. You love to see it.
Beautifully done by Mist. Spot on, and on the kickoff, Seabass left corner, couldn't get enough of it. As soon as you start singing Ghost praises, Flight looked dangerous.
They answered your call, Corelli. You said you were waiting for them to involve Mist more on that offensive side, and we just saw the result of what happens when you feed him the ball.
Well, and he's been involved, I think, more and more throughout the season.
Yeah.
I think he really is a big success, or a key to success for Ghost, is having him be involved, and you can see why.
Can't just throw him as the 3rd man back. You got to force him up, and that's something that he mentioned even in the interview. He wanted to be more aggressive. Early on in the season, we talked to him. He said, I want to play more aggressive. I'm excited to get more opportunities to shoot the ball.
Yeah, and he has. I mean, coming into this game, he was the goal leader for the team. He had 7 goals. Atomic and Illusion both had 5. So to see him find success and be more and more comfortable on this Ghost squad only makes it better. Here he is again. Tried to angle that one onto the net.
He loves that backboard.
It's something that we've seen season over season from Mist. He did it in the rival series as well. Had a couple highlight plays way back when. As Flight struggling to keep this ball out. Illusion with time ticking down, looking for a second touch off the ceiling. And Atomic looking to waste time back towards the midfield, and that'll take game 3 to a close here as Ghosts go up 2-1 in the series, and Flight now really have to fight back.
It started out solid for Flight, though. I mean, we talked about it, the possession a little bit more, 50-50, kind of back and forth. They managed to keep the aggression up, but still, I am more impressed right now with Ghost's speed in the midfield, the way they're able to beat out the challenges, And even whenever they can't keep possession fully, it feels so much more threatening on offense. Flight, multiple times I even saw Memory where he was trying to go for a dribble. He just kind of hit it forward, super predictable. And another look at Mist. Look at that little touch directly down.
And what's so good about it is it comes straight down. It is not angled in any way. It is straight down on that line. And it's so easy for your second man to come through and put that shot away, especially when the defense is so spread. Because a lot of times the ball is very predictable when it comes off the back wall. But when an attacker like Mist is able to drop it down earlier than the defense is expecting, perfectly in front of your second man, it's just so important.
And you also love to see him go for a pass there instead, because some players actually off the backboard will initially just shoot it, trying to get that crazy angle, because like you said, it's a lot harder to have that just direct drop downwards, because passes like those can sometimes be harder than shots itself, because you have to change the direction of the ball completely instead of just trying to adjust it a tiny bit. So Mist, a great job of not only seeing the field, but also going for the pass.
So let's talk about Flight here, because I feel like that they did improve in the last game. But again, it still felt like Ghost had most.
They can't connect the pieces. It's like when we see them have crazy offensive plays, they're stuck on defense the whole time. And then now they're kind of breaking out of their own half a little bit, but those plays are gone. Maybe it's because they're wasting all their boost to win those challenges, and it leaves them just completely dry on the offensive side to go for any creative passes.
And it has been very dry on the offense for Flight. They have not found a lot of opportunity, and they're right back on the defense here off the kickoff. Ghost looking to close out this series. And Flight have made it work for it, but they haven't shown much of their teeth here in this game.
Yeah.
You think about the highlights that you've seen from when Flight played G2, when they played C9, there were some highlight plays.
Exactly. They can make impressive plays. They can show us, really what they're capable of. And even against Cloud9, I felt like that was a huge opportunity just missed to try and take a series away from them. Because Cloud9, everybody's been beaten up on them, really. And even then, it's not like Cloud9 were completely back to top form. So Flight, they had a chance. They've been taking a couple rough losses. And overall, this is such an important game because they got to get back into this.
See if they can, but that shot might be over the back of Seabass, and it is Mist finding a great shot.
Mist, again, being the highlight player on Ghost. Look at this dunk. The timing on that hit was so difficult to read because you had to wait for the defender to make his last hit and time when you're going to flip into the ball. He does it perfectly, and that's a banger.
And that's an easy one to put off just the back of your car. And it just goes straight down. So to get that power and put it on target was so crucial. Here's Memory with the shot, and Flight able to answer back off the kickoff.
A solid kickoff here. You can see it get squeezed in Atomic. It all came down to his rotation. He was waiting for maybe a bigger pop out, so he pushed back a little bit instead of going forward, and that's how he got beat out by Memory, who got that initial shot. Should have just pushed himself way forward and not hesitated.
And Memory coming into this series with only 5 goals, and Atomic's going to get one again. Another answer, this time by Ghost.
Now we're getting a little bit scrappy here. The kickoff's a little bit back and forth. Atomic, he kind of just slowed himself down and really aimed that shot in. He didn't rush towards the ball. He knew he had space. Really good patient play from him.
So back-to-back kickoff goals, as this one not looking like it's going to end up in a goal in a few seconds. Seabass tries to clear it out for Flight. Memory tries to do the same, and he does get it to midfield. Here's an opportunity as Rapid and Seabass both go up, and you can see Seabass immediately dive back down. He recognized the double commit.
Oh, good dribble out.
Flight looking to put something together here. They're definitely in this game. Here's a tough ball to deal with. It does come out to Rapid, but a light shot, and Seabass tried to force it through, but that was the chance. Ghost were definitely caught out. Atomic didn't have boost.
And not the best touch from Rapid, though. He went for that right-away shot, but we were waiting for a pass. He could have dropped it down to his teammate. Here's Mist waiting with the flip.
This is beautifully done by Mist. You can see the space in front of him and how much time he has.
He took off ball cam there as well, which is beautiful.
Flip to scoop it up over Rapid off the crossbar. This is what we were talking about in the last game. Mist wanting to be involved in the offense, want to show his prowess, and he does so here in this game.
Saving that flip to get that explosive shot where the defender can't do anything about it because there's no way you can react in time if you save your flip like that.
And with Rapid being so far back there, he was really caught in no man's land because it gives time for Mist to really collect and then figure out what he wants to do with that ball. And here's one. It's just tapped in for Illusion. Nobody back for Flight. And Ghost now a 3-goal lead.
And it was this challenge right there from Atomic. He managed to get a pass and a challenge all in the same play, which is crazy because you're looking for just a win if you're Atomic trying to challenge, but he actually managed to force the ball forward. A crazy play.
So Ghost looking to carry on to their previous game successes here against Flight.
Yeah.
Memory tried to pick it up. It does come out to Seabass. Dangerous ball here as Atomic forced to clear it laterally. It comes right into the hands of Rapid. And here he comes with 40 boost. Can't get by the first defender. Memory off the corner looking for Seabass. He is there, but Atomic quick to the ball. Now it's a race down the field. Can miss to get there with no boost. He backs up and takes the corner. This ball rolling to the sideline. Illusion over to
good dribble.
And he can't get the touch on it. Atomic looking to add a 5th goal.
Nice demo as well. I mean, time is running out for Flight, though. They need to throw everything they have right now at Ghost because things are too slow for them. Memory being a little bit safe as well, rotating out.
Memory a little late to this one as it's dropped down by Atomic. Seabass to at least try and relieve some pressure. Illusion pops that one up for Mist. Mist will take it into the corner, but it's Memory there again who's trying to keep it away. Seabass with some boost to work with here. Gets the demo, tries to stay with this ball, and it comes across, and Rapid's there to put it away, and there's life in Flight.
Rapid wraps it just barely around Mist, who was crashing the net. Illusion, he was left alone. That demo as well shook things up. Mist, I thought he was going to get a touch there. I thought maybe he had the timing right, and Rapid was too slow, but he actually delayed the shot just a tiny bit, and that's what allowed Mist to not get any contact. So maybe there's a chance. They got a minute left.
There is a chance here for Flight. They can find another couple chances here and put him away. Ghosts have given him space. Here's one from Seabass. Whew. Rapid on the other side. Flight looking more and more threatening here as time ticks down. Missed. A pass over to Illusion. That shot on target, top shelf, and Illusion shuts down Flight.
I was looking at Mist and seeing what he was going to do with the ball because if he panicked, he could have just tried to get a booming clear because he knows there's a minute left. But what does he do instead? He goes for the pass to Illusion, who nails an incredible shot into the top crossbar corner section. Huge play.
Great shot there from Illusion and almost answered back from Memory. 40 seconds left. Mist now looking for Atomic. Atomic was already up. And the third man goes for Illusion. Seabass trying to get around this one, but Illusion gets bumped into the ball, which slows down the clear. Here's Mist.
Flip reset.
Flip, he can't get it.
Oh, that last goal had to have been the dagger, though, to finish it off.
Illusion has a flip here, and it does go wide. Gets his flip off the ceiling there. Even with no boost, had enough momentum to carry it up. Mist gets knocked backwards.
You could see him turtling up a little bit on his back. And look at how fast Ghost have been to every single challenge on defense. This is really a much better performance from them. They've been looking for more momentum as they've come to close series against all their teams they've lost to. Ghost, a strong showing for them.
And it's another series for Flight where they are able to take a game off the opposition, and they just couldn't get things going on offense. And this, I don't think this is one of the best series that we've seen from Flight. Again, didn't really have any big plays, and the defense, and it could be the defense, I think it was the midfield control especially.
Oh, definitely.
From Ghost, they felt like, or I felt like Ghost certainly had more midfield control that didn't let Flight out and ultimately led to more chances for Ghost to put away.
And we didn't even see those mechanical glimpses of highlight reels.
Right.
You know, we see sometimes Seabass can get to some crazy double touches. He can go for some mechanical touches off the backboard. He's doing so much better as the season has gone up. But then this game, everything was so flat for Flight. And I'm actually kind of surprised because I thought they were going to keep it close. I thought it was going to be a better series from them.
Yeah, after seeing them against G2, I had some confidence in Flight here, but kudos to Ghost. This is the most organized I've seen them look. Mist looked fantastic. Illusion and Atomic looked fantastic
and
as well.
Illusion was so fast. I think I got to give him credit for this entire series because it felt he was a big key to their possession game because I saw him every time he would go for a challenge in the air. He was so fast, always keeping possession, always winning out that challenge. And I think that's what led them to continue to move forward, get those crazy passes off the backboard. And he was a big part of the success for Ghost.
Yeah, I think if there were things to improve on for Ghost, it just felt like a few times when they had the defense on the ropes, a few errant shots coming off the back wall, off the crossbar, trying to get over those. I think otherwise, this was a great series for Ghost. And I mentioned it before we got into the series. They kind of felt like a middle-of-the-pack team. It's not that they were bad, but they didn't look amazing.
Right.
This was certainly one of the better series that I've seen from Ghost.
If they can start to build on this momentum a little bit, and even watching back the series that they did lose, I still think they had a chance against the Knights. It felt just a little bit off. They had the win in the bag, in my opinion, because I feel like the passing that they can actually produce when they're on the offensive side is some of the best in the league.
Yeah, and Ghost will go on to play Soniqs later, and their schedule gets pretty tough at the end of the season. They play G2 and NRG to close out, so you want to collect those wins against teams where they feel like they should be beating, and they do take down Flight here in a 3-1 win. And for Flight, again, I just think that there are some things to work on here as far as offense. The defense looked fine, but in the end couldn't hang off of Ghost or couldn't get Ghost out of there. So we have more North American RLCS action coming up. It's going to be Rogue taking on NRG. Stay with us.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
All flights are grounded as GhostaGamang take the series 3-1 and move themselves up in the rankings for the North American Rocket League play. Welcome back to the desk. I am Leaf alongside James Spot and Gibbs, and I guess that's what we expected out of Flight. Also, I got to give credit. That was James' quip.
I was going to let you roll with it.
I know. I just couldn't. I took it, and I'm like, I can't.
Now the problem is you probably use that week 1 or week 2.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what I'm thinking, because we're going to run out of Flight punts.
I was going to say, for me, fight or flight has a whole new meaning.
Oh, all right. I like it.
Because everybody just
save them for the last 3 weeks of the season. We're going to see more losses from this team.
All right.
So
let us know.
Oh, my God. Sam.
On Twitter, guys. We need as many Flight puns as possible. Well, I mean, honestly, I hope that they can start making some changes. I really do, because they have to at this point.
And that's the problem. Like I talked about, there's no team passing going on. It's all solo, and it was exactly the same story here, but their defense fell apart even worse than previous series. But I think that was a lot of credit to Ghost and Mist, who played out of his mind.
Ghost is just a different tier team. You can see that Flight, their struggles continue. We've seen this before, even with teams that Memory has been on in the past, Set to Destroy. Yeah. This is a team comprised of players who have not really had a lot of success in the RLCS. Rapid first time go. And honestly, there were some touches from Rapid a couple times where he was just going for a touch on the ball. I didn't think there was much thought behind where it was going to go. There was one where he touched up near the ceiling that Mist dunked on him, and it was a goal. There was another one where he was trying to make a slow play all the way downfield in the enemy zone, and he got dunked on there, and it was a pass up to Illusion, and Illusion scored a full field counterattack. Flight, there's no synergy on this team.
And it's rough for Memory, too, because I feel like he's having one of his worst seasons. But on top of that, the player that replaced you, Mist, just popped off against you. So that kind of quieted down all those roster talks of Mist versus Memory, which we expected like at this point in the season. But Mist played wonderful, and Flight, they're still searching for that first win.
This is the weird thing, is that Memory at one point looked like one of the best players on Ghost, right?
On Ghost, yeah.
And something's happened. Do we think this is just like he's not gelling with the team, or is Memory starting to fall off at this point?
I think it's hard to tell, because I think it is a mixture of two, right? That's how it always works, where Wave said it during the pre-show. It depends on who your teammates are sometimes, where you'll be a great player versus a mediocre player. And Memory, he didn't get picked up by anyone throughout this offseason. He had to go to Flight. That had to be his last roster move, so didn't work out so far.
Well, let's move on to our next match. We have a lot of Rocket League coming your way. The next one is going to be NRG versus Rogue. NRG, of course, the powerhouse of North America, your reigning world champs. Rogue trying to fit First Killer into the rotations. Of course, they have Kronovi on the team. It's a good guy to mentor you, but they're still trying to find their footing. NRG did drop a series last week unexpectedly to SSG. Will that happen again against Rogue?
So both these teams, they lost last week, but for NRG, there's no pressure on them still. I think they still know they're a top 2 team. Sure, they want to keep up with G2 to make sure they get an automatic spot. On the other side for Rogue, though, I think we still have to worry now about Wonder, where every series that they lose, if he makes a mistake, there's going to be more and more talk about that roster.
And last week, there was some shots. He had some really good looks on net that he didn't hit. He struggled to hit the shots when Rogue really needed him to. So the target's on his back. And we talked about it before. When you're playing with a high-profile, popular player like Kronovi and someone with as much hype as First Killer, the target's already on your back if you're Wonder. People are looking for you to make mistakes, so you have to step up and play that much better. And it hasn't really been the case for Wonder so far.
Yeah.
But a win here could completely change things for Rogue.
And that's it. It's going to be a tough win, obviously. This is NRG, but they have to play them at least close, because they played twice today. So you want that morale. If we played the world champs incredibly close, then we play later and have some momentum going in. So, like, at the very least, like, take a game or two off NRG, and obviously, like, if you win it, it's fantastic. But whenever you play NRG, you go into those series thinking that it's going to be tough.
Yeah, given that the Rogue players are on point, Wonder's playing a good game, First Killer's popping off, and Kronovi's that solid backbone to them. Is this a team that has really a chance to take on NRG, or is the best hopes, as you just said, to get a few wins and walk away with your chin high?
Well, we saw it last week where Spacestation did beat NRG, but NRG kind of beat themselves at times. A lot of defensive mistakes coming out from them. So if you have First Killer making some plays to make that defense uncomfortable, I think they have a shot here versus NRG.
They have a shot, but I think it's slim. Yeah, certainly. I think of that loss last week versus SSG can serve as a wake-up call to an NRG that maybe thinks there's no one really on their level. So I expect them to have put their nose back to the grindstone this week, get a lot of practice in, and come in incredibly serious, approaching every game with their best foot forward. So I'm expecting NRG to honestly take this one comfortably. And if Rogue gets the win, to me, it's a big upset personally.
Well, Kronovi fans, get online and join us on Twitter. Give us the hype. Give Rogue your support at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. NRG versus Rogue, it's coming up right now.
Our world champions take to the field once again, and today they are taking on Rogue. And for me, when I look at Rogue, we've casted them a few times now, Turtle, and they have glimpses of looking fantastic. They definitely look like a different team this season with First Killer, a better team, I might even say. Kronovi is playing one of the best that I've seen him almost ever. I mean, I think he's playing phenomenally here. I think First Killer is slowly trying to find his footing. One of the things about First Killer is while he's a great player, and sure he has a lot of mentorship, there is no experience like the real thing. When you get onto the field on game day and you play against these teams for the very first time, because this is his first time playing against them on game day. You could scrim them all you want, but on game day, it's different. And so it's his first impressions for all these teams, and I think he's actually really up to it right now. I think he's looked great. And I think a lot of people look at Wonder and look at his game last week and go, you know, that's why they lost, because he missed a lot of shots. And he did. There's no two ways around that. He did miss a lot of shots, but that was probably the worst that we're probably going to see from him. And I think if he just cleans up the shooting, I think that he's fit in quite well. He's created a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, this Rogue roster reminds me a lot of Dignitas last season, where they pick up that new guy that had Astral, and now instead of Astral, this is First Killer for Rogue. And I think that Kronovi fits that spot of the team captain, where he can take a player and mold them into something amazing, into the star player that they're looking for. And First Killer, he steps up to the plate every single time when he's given the option. He has had great aggression. I love how confident he is on the field. He doesn't back down from challenges. He can go for exactly. There's nothing about him that is saying, "Oh, I'm the new guy here." He doesn't scream rookie at all to me. And like you said, it can come down to Wonder, because even against Soniqs last weekend, it felt like he had multiple chances where there was an open net where he could have clutched for his team, and he just failed to do so.
And it's a bad game, and I think for Rogue, they know where they lost that game, and I think that this is going to be a great test for Rogue here against the reigning world champions in NRG. And I agree with the desk. I'm not really too worried about NRG losing to Spacestation Gaming. They're a fantastic team in their own right, but it could serve as a wake-up call in Wonder already almost having a kickoff goal there.
I mean, I think JamesBot had a great point about the fact that, you know, if this was a slap in the face, NRG are going to get back, you know, on the grind this week, focus a lot more on their mechanical ability off the backboard, because I thought I saw Turbo miss a lot of defensive hits, a couple from Justin and Garrett, but mostly it felt like Turbo on the backboard is a little bit shaky. We've seen it in the past. Maybe he's picked it up, you know, he got into the training packs a little bit and picked it up.
And Turbo sitting at the most goals for NRG right now at 13.
He's such a crucial part to NRG when it comes to cleaning up on the offensive side, and as well as finding the clears and starting that process to open up an opportunity to clean up.
Yeah, and he's great at managing the game as well. I mean, that's really what makes Turbo such a strong player on any team, and that's why he's been able to slot into so many teams and look so good. And of course, having someone like Justin would help, as a scary situation with him going off the back wall there for Rogue. And they are able to clear it away. But Rogue doing a good job. And this is something that we've seen from Rogue a couple times, where they bend a little bit on defense, but they do control the midfield quite well.
Oh, no.
That is the most Turbo goal you'll ever see. He gets the flip reset, but then he comes through and just bops the two defenders out of the way.
How does he do this? What even is that? Turbo, does he plan this? At this point, we've seen so many of those goals.
Often.
He has to have a notebook of just ideas to get the craziest goals you can score, and he just writes them down. And he just pulled one off there.
And that'll be his 14th goal for the season.
My goodness.
Just unbelievable the way this man scores goals.
I can't believe the odds of hitting a player, first of all, after the flip reset is unlikely, but then he hit the player into the other one.
Oh my goodness, and he's still fighting through the defense here. Just a tank right now for NRG, and there's a tough shot from Kronovi, forces Garrett to go up. Rogue looking to put on their first attack. Here's Wonder, shot on target. Turbo forced to make a tough save. Crow dropping it down to First Killer. He's there. Couldn't get around it.
Oh,
Wonder,
no.
A big miss there, and Turbo's going to get a second one for NRG.
Wonder in the backfield. I thought this was a great setup from Kronovi to First Killer. We've seen it. many times before, but Wonder, he side flips out of the way.
Yep.
On the challenge as the third man, the last man back. You have to at least find some touch. That's got to hurt.
And then, yep, just a side flip out of the way there, and like you said, as last man back, that one hurts.
Yeah, and it's almost worse than the pool bump goal that we saw from Turbo.
And after a good attack as well from Rogue. So NRG looking to go back on offense. First killer, it was given up to Crow, and Crow tries to put a shot on target. He does so, and Rogue able to get there first on the board.
And you can see hunting for the demo. First killer, he chases down the goalkeeper, forcing a jump, or at least to, Garrett to go into the back of the net. And the pressure gets applied directly off of the other goal. I mean, this is a closer series than we would have expected, because NRG, I feel like every time in game one, they really feel out their opponents way more. They're kind of taking it a little bit slow, understand the play styles that they're going up against. And typically, we will see NRG lose that first game and continue to dominate the rest of the series.
Dangerous ball here from Garrett. Tries to go near post. Wonder does make the save. Follow-up from Justin, and NRG in the end will put it away.
And this shot from Garrett was just too good. Forced a solid save from Wonder to get the backflip, but First Killer's not in position to rotate in and get that momentum to clear it. Justin, another cleanup goal.
So a 2-goal lead opens up for NRG. But for Rogue, a couple of miscues on defense, but there has been opportunity on the offensive side. Great touch there from Turbo. And that one forces Crow to go up, and a slow break here for Rogue to come out from their own end. And it was because of Turbo, that power he got on it. Rogue had to react quickly to put it to their own corner. Turbo, great pass to Garrett off the back wall. First killer there. Garrett still keeping the attack on. Dangerous here. As the demo comes out onto Justin from First Killer.
An aggressive play with demos and running around in the opponent's goalkeeper was something I found from NRG a lot against their EUnited series. It felt like they were just dominant with demos, forcing them into panic situations. Here's more shots.
Oh, look at the placement. What a shot from Turbo to clean it all up. You could see Justin was trying to put that one away, but it comes off the crossbar. I think it came off a Rogue player as well, but look at that shot from Turbo. And you could see Wonder backing up. He just was not expecting that back post shot up and over his head.
And that's what I mean when I say Turbo is so crucial, because he comes in, crashes the net, much similar to maybe a style of Rizzo, where he's kind of waiting in the backfield for that golden opportunity to get the final shot, but First Killer takes it off the hood.
And this one was served on a silver platter from Justin. Turbo was trying to deal with this ball, and Justin, it was a good pickup, but then doesn't get the flick, and it comes straight out to First Killer.
And I like that idea from Turbo to kind of slow the ball down, give it to your teammate to dribble it back out, but you need to get the flick there, because you're literally, like you said, just serving it to the other team.
A little dangerous to take it across the net. Justin trying to make amends, and he does off the kickoff, off the crossbar, and NRG back up by 3.
Now we've just got a shootout between both teams. Justin, he doesn't miss these that often at all. A huge banger, and the placement from NRG for all these shots have been on point. We saw Turbo just recently getting that upper 90 shot. Now Justin. It's one thing to have an open net, but you know, there's a goalkeeper that you really got to wrap the ball around, and NRG always seem to find the perfect spot to shoot at.
And there's a lot to judge there for Justin as well, because First Killer went for the demo right off the kickoff, and Justin had to account for that. Minute remaining. NRG in full control.
Good speed.
This one coming off the back wall. Cleared away, and Turbo looking for options. Justin and Garrett opt to just rotate back, and Justin quickly up for this one to meet Crow. Wonder, tough shot, and it goes in. What a shot from Wonder.
Wonder making up for his big miss on defense earlier. This is a huge shot, maybe giving them a chance. They got 43 seconds left. Rogue, they can fight their way back into this game. With shots like that, it's possible.
Great shot there from Wonder, and it's tough for that defense to react. Coming across, right, he was coming right to left on the ball, and then shot it to the right. So this ball cleared down for NRG. First Killer and Rogue. Time's ticking. Opportunity here as it comes across the box. Turbo gives it up to First Killer, and Garrett, not the best clear, and here's a chance now for Rogue, and they get a piece of it. Crow gets the bump on Turbo, but Garrett able to take it away. Big clear from Crow, it hits the ceiling. And it comes out, Crow near post shot, cleared by Turbo, goes over Wonder, time ticking away.
Gotta get one.
Crow, another shot, didn't get a whole lot of it there, and that one will end it. The last attack for Rogue, not fruitful, and NRG, game 1 victory.
A little bit sloppy from both teams, a high-scoring game. Very fun to see, and I keep thinking back, wow, I'm too focused on that initial goal from Turbo. That was ridiculous. The way he starts out these series is always insane. But look at the shooting.
Yeah, 18 shots for NRG here in this game, and that is a lot of shooting coming out from the world champions, and that's something that Rogue will definitely have to keep in mind going into the next game. Here's Turbo's goal, though. Gets the flip reset, bumps Kronovi into the last defender. That is just how you do it if you're Turbo.
Oh my goodness. This is... Can you call it a montage shot? Like, would you put this in a montage?
Well, you know, he's got so many of these shots, he can make a montage.
It's his own separate style of montage.
Yeah, there's no one that can make a montage like Turbo.
And you have to put in the own goals he's gotten as well in the montage. Without a doubt, those have got to go in.
And the Turbo flick that we saw at the World Championship, that's another one that goes into
goodness.
it. So Turbo collecting some of the most interesting goals at the highest level of Rocket League play.
But it's crazy because he's battling. This is a game between probably the most unique shooters, because Kronovi, if you saw it in the Soniqs game, I'm reminded back to the point where he carried the ball after the touch from Sathu in the air. You remember casting that?
Yeah.
Sathu was
you.
Exactly. Sathu literally just popped it up, and Kronovi kept going as well. He air dribbled off the defender. Both these players, where do they get these goals from?
Yeah, you know, I don't know. It's just what happens, I guess. And for Turbo and NRG, they'll definitely take more of those goals.
Yeah.
Maybe not how you draw it up, but in the end, it does lead to an NRG victory here. And Rogue do have a lot of things to work or to think about here and to work on.
And they've got a long day today. I mean, later on they play up against EUnited, and this could be potentially a warm-up game, but against NRG, and in the middle of the season now, Rogue, they want to have a chance at making top 4. Oh, Turbo with a bump as well. All over the defenders. NRG making it look easy.
And you can see the defense a little confused. First Killer is trying to track this ball, ran into Kronovi, and then Wonder gets launched.
You can see in the replay, all of the defenders on Rogue were in like a line, just waiting. Single file, prepared for the bumps. They were just ready to get scored on, it felt like. All over the place.
Not a lot of boosts to work with as well. And it does get a little squirrely on the defense when that happens. People start to panic. And of course, when you have Turbo barreling down to bump you out of the way, Wonder tried to return the favor there.
And one thing Spacestation did so well was, like you said, Khalil, they forced NRG into weird situations. A good pass out there that we just saw with a flip. But Spacestation, they forced NRG into defensive confusion, just like we saw them do to Rogue right there. And I haven't seen too much threatening passing, any demos, nothing from Rogue.
Wonder tried to get it past the last defender from First Killer. Here's Garrett. Rogue do want to bring the ball down. They want to get the passing going. We've seen it in a lot of their series, and especially against Cloud9. There's Turbo with the dunk, and NRG get their second goal.
Turbo, a great showing from him this entire series. Garrett, that dunk was crazy because it just popped out subtly into the midfield, didn't pinch. Turbo tosses it up and almost catches a pass off the defender.
Turbo gets the second goal for NRG, and for Rogue now, you know, you're just over a minute here into this game, and you're already down by 2, maybe 3 if Turbo gets a second touch off the back wall.
Oh,
and
no.
Justin to come through, everyone out from Rogue, and NRG get their third.
At this point, if you're Rogue, you just have to completely reset your mind. I mean, after Wonder, the weird confusion with him and First Kill on the defensive side, everything in shambles right now.
Yeah, all of a sudden the defense for Rogue, it does seem pretty suspect here, and maybe it's credit to NRG and just some very unorthodox attack here, especially from Turbo, but Wonder, big miss there, definitely leaves a hole in the defense for Rogue. And the follow-up from Garrett blocked by First Killer. Rogue just trying to breathe at this moment to try and get this out from their own end. They have struggled here in game 2.
And it's back passes like that from Justin to Turbo that make NRG so threatening. Keeping the possession, keeping the starvation on. allowing Rogue to do nothing with the ball. They have to force clear. First killer, even with an air dribble like that, doesn't have anything else to do with it.
Oh, great shot from Wonder to keep it in for Rogue, and what looked like a broken down attack leads to a goal.
Yeah, somehow this popped out right to the mid. Garrett looking for a pass out to Justin, but he kind of just handed it off to Wonder.
And a great shot again from Wonder. He's hitting the tight angles.
Yeah, his shooting is way better this series.
Absolutely, and you've seen it a couple times now. Him finding the shot when you don't feel like he has one. And he definitely keeps Rogue here in game 2. That was a goal that they desperately needed. And not only for Rogue, but maybe for Wonder's confidence as well. First killer and Rogue looking for another. Is this ball left and right? A little too hard there as Rogue had to finally give it up. Crow couldn't get a second touch. Turbo over to Garrett and doesn't get the touch, but a follow-up from Turbo Pulso puts it away, and NRG back up by 3.
Garrett G, we saw it last week, and he got a little bit of a phantom touch. Another sneeze hit. Didn't get a piece of it this time, but it kind of faked out the defenders. And cleaning up still for Turbo.
Well, Garrett being so close to that ball would definitely...
Oh, you have to assume he's going to hit a touch, yeah.
Of course, of course. So a 4-1 scoreline opens up for NRG. Just past halftime here. Rogue desperately in need of a strong attack. And this could be it. It comes out to Crow. Still fighting for this ball in the NRG corner. Looking for help from First Killer. He does get it. Crow again called upon to put it away downfield for Rogue. Drops it off the First Killer. Comes down to Wonder. Can he put it on target? He gets a second touch for Wonder, and he puts it home for Rogue. A second goal for them.
Wonder just putting on a show this entire series, keeping Rogue alive right now in this game. It looked so rough at the beginning. Their defense all around the play, they just struggled to find order. They finally organized themselves a little bit. They've gotten some offensive pressure, and that's thanks to Wonder and his incredible shooting so far. Yeah,
getting Wonder involved in the offense, I think, is so strong. And First Killer almost getting beat there by Justin. But for Rogue, if you can get Wonder going, especially when he came into this week with a 10% shooting, I mean, that's rough for any player. And he is finding the mark here today. And Wonder tried to get a bump on Turbo. Turbo still makes the save. Rogue do have a chance to come back into it. Minute and a half left. Crow plays this one, looking for the back wall. Wonder comes out to First Killer, gives it back to Wonder. It was actually slapped down by Garrett as he landed.
Good control.
Justin, look at the space he's got and rips a shot to the corner. Garrett to turn around, trying to beat all of Rogue here. Comes out to Justin again. And this attack slowly broken up.
And NRG going for a little bit more of that decoy, play style where you kind of throw a shot at net and have somebody instantly crashing up. And then now Justin, good bump and physical play from him.
Good fake there from Wonder as well to help Rogue break out. Time and space, Rogue, not a lot of boost to work with.
And look at the time they're wasting, the bumps. Garrett forcing Crow out of position. Turbo winning every 50-50 when there's 3 people in front of him. And now there's open space for Garrett.
And Wonder there to clear it away. 30 seconds left now. Are coming up on it for Rogue, and NRG have kicked it up a notch. This one might find the hole. No, it goes through, or it comes out from Wonder. And he's just throwing it downfield in hopes that they can win it back.
Right.
Wonder over to Crow. Popped up by Justin. He's got 56 boost here. Looks for the back wall. Second touch from Justin. Ooh. Goes in for the 5th goal for NRG. And that's going to be a highlight play for Justin.
And Justin, he mixed it up a little bit here. I thought he was going to go for an infield pass. Even Wonder was pre-jumping a little bit for maybe a pass off the backboard or somewhere into the middle. But it was just too powerful. And he still managed to wrap around after the backboard touch. Phenomenal shooting from him.
And that's just what Justin does. You have to expect that he's going to at least attempt one of those during your game and during your series. And he hit it there. Maybe one more for the road. As First Killer looking to kill this one, he does so. NRG put Rogue on match point here. And they look good doing it.
Oh, they're not sweating at all. I feel like there's been rare moments where Rogue have really put the pressure on NRG's defense and tested their rotation, and it's because of the shots, the difference. I mean, you can see every single shot from NRG is just shattering the defense completely on Rogue, and there's not even a chance for them to get back into this game, it feels like, unless they can maybe pick up a little bit of speed, meet these challenges, and the crashing on the net.
Yeah, and that's what NRG does so well a lot of times, is they are able to find the holes in the defense, and they definitely smell blood in the water when a defense starts to break down, and they actually play it very patiently. They don't just all fly at the ball. They kind of wait for the ball to squeak out, and then they make their play. And you could see even in that replay there on the highlight, that ball just all of a sudden was slowly rolling across the goal line. NRG welcomes themselves in to put the shot in.
Exactly. And NRG, I'm always impressed with how many different lanes they have to go on attack. You know, Justin, we haven't really seen too much of his incredible shooting like that off the backboard, but he's still there and he can still hit it all the time. And random series, we'll see him go for crazy solo plays like that. And the great thing about NRG is that they have that outlet for him to go for crazy shots. And then they have Turbo to get his unique creative pool bump shots as well. And then Garrett G, who's being consistent. So there's multiple lanes that they can choose to attack the net. So if one game plan doesn't work out, they can just switch it up and have Justin go for more solo plays. So if you're a rogue, you can't even leave it to that. You have to meet them in the midfield.
Well, Turbo Pulsa looking more like a sledgehammer as of late. Either bumping defenders out of the way or bumping them into each other. And so far, NRG have looked strong here against Rogue. Rogue have had, again, some glimpses of what this team can be.
Yeah.
They like to find the passing play. They like to keep control of the ball. It's very hard to do it against a team like NRG, where it does feel like NRG, they're going to control the pace of the game no matter who they're playing. That's just who they are.
And I would have normally been a little bit more concerned for NRG had they not taken such a dominant, clean sweep against Flight earlier in the season. A missed touch from Justin, almost puts it in, he missed the save at Turbo. What is going on right now?
And Wonder tried to cut it back as well, and I didn't even expect that to happen for NRG. A little bit of a miscue, but it almost pays off for a goal in the end. NRG back on the attack.
NRG turned pale after that one. That was getting really risky. Justin, he needed to find a better touch. He almost just completely own goaled. Millimeters away from rolling in. They get away with it.
First killer looking for time and tried to find space. Garrett does get the touch. Crow pushing this one across, tried to get a piece of Justin as well. Here's some chances now for Rogue. Wonder pass Justin. And Garrett there to slow it all down for Rogue. Tough ball here for Crow. So he does get in front of, or I guess behind, Turbo Pulsa here, Justin. Now Garrett. Crow has some boost to work with. Has options in front of him with First Killer, and that ball got away from him from the ceiling.
Oh, and First Killer shadowing up a little bit too close. I have noticed in most of these games, I feel like he's always inching behind his player that's in front of him, his teammate, waiting for that initial challenge so he can keep following up. But sometimes he gets a little bit too close and forces the rotations to be too tight when he wants to spread the field.
There's a shot coming down from Garrett. And you're right. I mean, and that is the learning curve as well for this Rogue team, especially with First Killer on it.
And it's definitely a good tactic to shadow all the time on defense, but if you do it too much, it's too predictable. Justin, what is this angle?
He just lands on it, gets him off the ceiling, gets his flip back.
He didn't have any boost, though.
First Killer invited Justin in, and Justin just lands on it and puts it away for NRG.
These goals so far this series have been ridiculous from NRG. To land on it, and like you said, First Killer kind of just gave him that goal. He assumed he wouldn't get the angle. Even if he was going to get a challenge, there was no way he was going to score, but somehow Justin managed to run away with it.
So Rogue find themselves in the hole once again, only down by 1 at this point. And with 2 minutes to play, Rogue certainly have a chance to come back into it, but NRG threatening once again. Rogue really need to find some offensive footing here. This ball played across. First Killer is gonna, no, he's gonna let Crow take it in the end. Wonder looking to intercept. He does with no boost. Can't really follow it up from there. Justin and Turbo Pulsa to play it out for NRG. Now first killer, what does Rogue have in store for us? And they go for the pinch off of Wonder. Wonder to chase it downfield. The pinch comes across the box, but nobody from Rogue could have expected that. And now the passing play coming out from NRG. It was cut out by Crow. And Kronovi was looking for an option to the left there.
And even if you compare playstyles, Rogue, they're never infiltrating the corners of NRG. But that's a bad touch.
Wonder, he's just got to put it away, up and over. Turbo Pulsa and Rogue tie it up.
Finally, life for Rogue. Kronovi doesn't decide to go off the backboard, which I assumed he might go for a double touch. Again, it's left to Wonder to clean up. He's been shooting so on point all today. It's been fantastic because he's completely taken a 180 from last weekend.
Yeah, this has been a great game, or a great series for Wonder as far as shooting. The team as a whole has struggled to break out, but he's definitely turned it around, especially from last week's performance. Here's first killer, does have a flip, can't get back to it. Gets the demo on Garrett. First killer picks it up, great vision to keep that ball.
Whew. You can see him going for the demo as well.
Shot from Wonder, and that one comes off the crossbar, forced the defense to react. And Wonder Rogue knocking on the door. It has been Wonder multiple times. Crow looking for that demo on Garrett as well. First killer out of boost, and I don't think everyone has much here. First killer off the crossbar, and Wonder is gonna let it go for Crow. He's looking for that top down off the crossbar again, and the post. Can Wonder put it away? Rogue take a late 1-goal lead.
Justin stood in net this entire time with 1 pad, 10 boost. He couldn't get the touch there. Turbo thought that maybe it was just gonna bounce in. He backflipped because he didn't want to own goal. An onslaught of shots back and forth, each side taking part in shooting across the net. And finally, it rolls in. NRG trailing by 1, 15 seconds left.
And we've talked about glimpses for Rogue, and that's a great glimpse of what the offense has to offer. Here's NRG looking to tie it up with 10 seconds left. Crow fighting for every inch in his own corner. Garrett off the back wall.
No,
Turbo Pulsa's there, but he can't get over it. And with time expiring, that's going to do it. Rogue going to stay alive in the series.
Turbo Pulsa a chance after that initial touch out off the backboard. Good lob into the middle. Almost kept themselves in the game, but Rogue, they fought back. They did it with Wonder, still the shooter of this team. Everybody really expected first killer when he came on to this roster to be that guy who's making crazy shots in these angles. But this series, it's really been Wonder stepping up to the plate.
Well, and first killer is the guy you want to just create opportunity, and of course he can take care of the job when it presents itself. But this all starts from first killer's initial touch, and you can see it from his perspective. Once he played it off the crossbar, it was pandemonium inside the box for NRG.
And Turbo, he backflipped right in that instance to try and prevent himself from own goaling. Maybe if he just drove directly under it's a risky play to go for. He was hoping nobody was there for the follow-up. And that was the first time, I'm telling you, that NRG has really been in a situation where I've seen a lot of danger and threatening shots out from Rogue. Because while, yes, they have had these crazy angles back and forth, it doesn't come off of a lot of possession. So that literally came from just having possession, starving out the opponent. Justin didn't have any boost in net, and that's the result of forcing the mistake.
Yeah. And that's when you know a team is getting smarter on offense, because
they're adapting.
They were adapting to kind of what NRG was showing, and they were showing we don't have a lot of boost, and we are in serious trouble here. And you could see everyone on Rogue kind of wrap back around and say, okay, hold on a second. They're in trouble. We can still make this attack happen.
And I think the next step is pushing forward into the corners. I was trying to talk about this earlier, is whenever you can infiltrate NRG's corners, control their boost, that's when you can start forcing out these mistakes. That's when you can control a little bit more of the pace, because you're not going to win in the midfield against NRG. They're too fast. So you have to go and snipe their corners. Focus on keeping possession on their side right in that pocket.
And so now NRG looking to answer back here in Game 4 and to try and close out the series, but maybe some new life here in Rogue. And first killer does get a demo on Garrett that let Rogue move down the field. In the end, Garrett spawns on the side the ball comes to, and he's able to clear it out. Crow, he's been looking stronger and stronger on this Rogue roster. It's the most confident I've seen him in a few seasons. He's been playing exceptionally well. Great passing from Rogue here, and here's Wonder going to take it himself, tries to go down, and Crow, the follow-up shot, light, turned away by Turbo Pulsa.
Love the idea, though. Rogue, 3-man passing plays, opening up opportunities. So much more dangerous looking.
This ball does slip into the defensive side of NRG. Great pinch there from Wonder. That's tough to read. Garrett does get the touch. First Killer
we go.
Sets himself up, looking for the flip. Dunked away by Justin. But Rogue are looking stronger on offense here, at least right out the gate. Now looking to convert. Turbo come high flying from the other side. First Killer to take it himself. Up and over Justin, and he does get it to the back wall. Tough clear for Garrett. Wander tried to put it away himself, and a big clear for Turbo. Lets NRG out. Great control from First Killer. That last touch does get away a little bit. Justin for NRG. Shot goes back post. And a big clear now for First Killer, and tough touch there for Turbo. 2 minutes come and gone, and it's a very even game here in game 4.
But you can see the confidence so much higher for everybody on Rogue. I like to spotlight First Killer because his control, I've seen him go for a lot of air dribbles, letting his teammates get boost, stalling and wasting a lot of time, allowing people to rotate in, get a little bit more forward, and keep the possession on.
In the midfield here, both teams still fighting for full control. Wonder knocked it down. Here's Justin. Opportunity now for NRG. Wonder doesn't have a lot of boost to work with here, but the ball does find its way out, but it's coming right back.
Oh, and Turbo left there. He was pushed up forward to receive the clear, but he decided just to leave playing more safe. Bit surprised at that.
Big clear from Wonder. Justin picks this one up into the air dribble. He's going to take it himself. Pass First Killer, and First Killer just barely gets a touch. Here's Wonder, his turn now. Gets a cut by Garrett. First Killer was trying to loft that one up for Wonder, was too far ahead of him. Justin doing such a good job of controlling Rogue and not letting them out. Justin, that one's gonna go straight to Kronovi.
Turbo's there. Oh, big miss. A battle of clears so far. Both teams struggling to find possession, playing safe. You can tell they're pushed up a lot more passive. And Rogue are really trying to repeat what they were able to do last season. You heard him talking on the desk. Oh, but there's a great opening. Turbo off the pass. Justin sweeps it across.
And it's that small opening on the defensive side for Rogue. You can see First Killer was trying to beat that first defender, but the support from NRG was there to keep the attack on.
On the rotation, Wonder has to go up for that and get a hit. A little bit of a backflip, but you need to find something there. He had the easy save and easy clear to get a touch out. It didn't even feel like First Killer let the ball get too far away from him. Wonder had the rotation in sight, but didn't find a touch.
Here's Wonder again, off the ceiling. First Killer's there. First Killer tried to drop it to help Wonder out. Kronovi with no boost here, forced to just throw it up and delay for his teammates to get back. Big clear from First Killer. Wonder shot is on target. Garrett,
Good
First
speed.
Killer to pick it up. Looked for the back post, but not high enough and not enough power. Garrett shot on target, put away, and NRG a 2-goal lead.
Explosive play from Garrett G as well. You can see him. He didn't hesitate at all. I thought he was actually going to take a little dribble here, but instead he just skyrockets the ball forward, knowing there's an opening, and he puts it in the perfect spot. NRG gets some security.
And that control from Rogue is shown to be so fragile for them. The second it's broken, NRG are just able to take advantage twice in a row now. And they spent most of this game really matching NRG throughout it. It's not over yet, 30 seconds left.
They've got a chance.
Wonder
they got to get one here.
Disrupting in the net, and that one shot's high from Kronovi. And that ball actually goes off Justin, sets up Garrett. Can't get the second touch, no boost here for Justin. As that ball goes high. Turbo trying to fight his way through. Can he get around it? No, it's First Killer to pick it up. 10 seconds left, Rogue trying to stay alive. They need one with time left on the clock. And I don't think it's gonna come. Garrett is gonna take it all the way down to the other side and play it across for NRG, and they will take the series in 4 games. Rogue put up a darn good fight here, especially through the last couple games, but in the end, NRG stand tall.
Clean performance from them. It got a little bit shaky last game, but I think that's really up to Rogue and their ability to push out of their defensive half. It seemed much more confident. And you could see, even at the beginning of this game, I thought they played a lot better. but still, NRG, they kind of pushed it back a little bit. More passive play from them, safer on defense. I saw Turbo in the midfield. He wasn't actually pushing up as much. Even a couple times he decided not to receive a clear, instead go all the way back, keep that rotation in, keep it tight, and I think that's what let them get the win here.
And on the other side now for Rogue, they do have their doubleheader again. Like you said, they play EUnited, and
huge day for
now
them.
that they've lost their first game, you really don't want to lose your doubleheader. And EUnited is certainly a beatable team for Rogue, and I'm interested to see how they fare in that matchup.
That'll be a close game for sure, and you got to take away whatever you can right now against NRG. It's going to be a tough showing, but what I've been impressed with so far is even whenever they look shakier, NRG, they're getting these clean wins against the lower level teams that they need to be fighting for. Because against Spacestation, some people might have thought, oh, NRG, it might be done for. You know, we could be seeing a little bit more or more losses from them. But that definitely has not lived up.
And NRG, they've showed to bleed a little bit. They lost 2 games to the Soniqs. They lost the game to EUnited. And, of course, they lost the series to Spacestation Gaming. So, I mean, NRG are giving up games, and they give up a game to Rogue here. So they are giving up games. Again, I'm not too concerned. I agree with what the Death said. I'm not too concerned here for the World Champs, and they do take down Rogue in 4 games. We got more action coming up. It's going to be the Soniqs and Ghost. Stay with us.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
It's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free.
NRG with the victory as expected over Rogue, a 3-1 win. Our second game of Week 4 of the North American Rocket League Championship Series. Welcome back to the NA League Play. I'm your host, Leaf, alongside Gibbs and Jorby. To join us for that match, I don't know where to start breaking that one down. NRG got it, Rogue.
Here's how you break it down. NRG smacked Rogue. Period. End of sentence.
I mean, those first two games were rough. 5 goals for energy in both of those games. It's not great. I will give credit to Wonder on the offensive side. He put on a show. He was like a magician on the offensive side, scoring a lot of goals. The problem was he was a clown on defense. And there was a lot of terrible, not even like, oh, it was a bad play. Terrible, unacceptable plays on defense for Wonder. Like the first one with that side flip in game 1, and then he bumps out first killer on a different one, then another complete miss on defense in game 3.
What's going on with communication with this team? Like with Wonder specifically, I really don't understand. Like, we've seen Wonder play well, but we've also seen this seesaw where it's like at one point it looks, oh man, Wonder's really starting to figure it out, and then you have this on defense, Gibbs, like you said, where it's like, Wonder, why are you in the RLCS? He has to figure it out, or Rogue will end up in the promotion tournament.
Now on the other side, Turbo Pulso. What a series from him. Pulling off just monster play after monster play through those first 2 games.
I'm so surprised by it. Well, first off, because he gets the weirdest goals. Like, we need help, by the way. Get on Twitter too. There's a poll at RL Esports. There's a poll going on right now to name that one. I'm in favor of Turbo Set, but apparently no one else is. Turbo's winning right now, but he gets the weirdest goals over and over again, and I don't know how he does it. And it's so entertaining to watch, but it shows that he can be there even when Garrett and Justin aren't there. Turbo is going to step up and do whatever you guys need him to do, and it's so scary.
And that is the difference from NRG from league play last season, where Turbo didn't do a whole lot. He played that third man. He moved up here or there, but now he's turning into the main offensive threat. Like at the World Championship, he was scoring almost all the goals in that grand finals, and sure, some of them weren't pretty, but he's putting the ball in the back of the net. Turbo's playing great.
I agree. Turbo took what Rogue gave them, which was everything. And so I can only give NRG and Turbo so much credit here. To me, Rogue played terrible in this series, and that was the factor for NRG to do whatever they wanted half the time. And granted, there were spots where NRG were a little lax, but I think that's because they were winning so hard for a little while. It's hard for me to take this match and really glean something out of it for NRG.
Well, I think this is a good time right now, speaking of Turbo, to check in with our Player of the Day nominees. We've had 2 matches down, which means 2 players on the board, Gibbs.
Well, Jorby's not going to give any credit to Turbo, but I will, because I thought his plays were great. Like Turbo, there were some dunks too, like a double tap dunk that he planned out perfectly and then missed as well for Ghost, where it seemed like he was doing everything for the Ghost Squad on the offensive side and missed it. Like he said it himself, he doesn't want to play that third man role. He wants to move up. Oh, he was moving up a lot last series, and he was having a ton of fun.
I love Mist on this roster. I think that he is the missing piece that Ghost needed.
I mean, that's exactly it. You look at him, like, especially with some of those, even it just assists, whether it's a goal or an assist, he's doing it in style, too. He was feeling it so good today. I mean, like, off that backboard, the pass straight down, that was absolutely beautiful. Mist is finding that footing right now, and I think anybody that's playing against them really has to look at it and say, okay, Ghost is found their footing. Ghost is a real challenger in the series right now and in talks for those top 4 spots.
And then speaking of watch out for who they're playing, well, they're playing again next, and that's a great sign for Mist, because we're talking about Atomic all the time, but Mist really showed up today.
Well, let's talk about that match. They are going to be playing against the Soniqs. Ghost Gaming is looking good. I'm not going to lie, this was hard. If you guys watched the pre-show, I had it in there that Soniqs were going to take it, but I thought I had Ghost, because originally I had Ghost. I am so on the fence with this one. I really can't figure out who's going to win this. It could go either way, because the Soniqs have looked so good. But that may finish now, because Ghost is looking solid. They found their footing.
I think that this decides a top 4 spot, and whoever wins this is gunning for top 2.
Okay.
Both of these teams are kind of like knocking at that door a little bit. Like we've seen that quality of play from.
You think
both
top
of these
2?
Teams. I think they can contend. Whoever wins this
can contend for top 2.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And it's going to be tough, obviously. But I think that both of these teams have the pieces to make it happen.
See, my worry was like, oh, Dapper and Sathu shooting incredibly well, top 3 going into last week, and I was worried they're going to fall back a bit. And sure, Dapper did. He shot 12.5% versus Rogue. But he got so many assists. He had 6 assists. He was setting up the plays, not Shock, and Shock's putting them all home. But again, it's a 3-headed monster for Soniqs right now, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah.
We don't want it only to be Shock, because if he gets shut down, who's next? But Dapper and Sathu are playing amazing this season.
Well, I mean, as a whole roster, Soniqs are top in the league in shooting percentage at 30%. This team is really good on offense. And Ghost, they're going to have a tough time fighting against this team with someone. Ghost are second in the league in shooting percentage at 24%. So it's a little bit of a stretch in terms of efficiency on offense.
Here's the thing, though, is like we've heard a few people say the Soniqs play with an odd and strange play style. Is Ghost going to be able to adapt to it? They've already played another team that plays a way, they expect it. Can they adjust to the Soniqs play style in this match that quickly?
I think they can, because I do think Mist was that missing piece for Ghost to make a top 4 run. And if you're making a top 4 run, you have to beat Soniqs. And we'll see it now.
Well, let's jump online. You guys jump online. Actually, join us on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCS9. But it's now time for Ghost Gaming versus Soniqs.
Soniqs, the new kids on the block, looking to take on the ever-consistent wild card of North American RLCS. Ghost, they're always good enough to ruin someone's season, but never quite good enough to make a good one for their own.
That was my favorite.
Can they do it here against Soniqs too? You think they're improving to 2-2?
Maybe.
I mean, you did predict Soniqs.
I
so
did
you already
predict
said.
Soniqs, but I definitely think Soniqs still my team to win. However, they did make some good points on the desk. Mist did have an excellent Series 1 of the day, but again, it was first flight. Not to beat a dead horse, but they're having a rough season.
And well, we said this on the pre-show. I was like, I feel like that is a trap to have a game, a series against a team that has been struggling that much to win consistently and smoothly like that, and then to be. Like, to come into this matchup against a team that is playing as hot as Soniqs are right now, I would be scared. You're going up against what we labeled the rookie of the season so far, only 3 weeks in. We'll see if Soniqs keeps it up here. But yeah, I like this Soniqs roster. It's been a while since I've liked a roster Dapper was on, but he's an excellent player, and he has really surrounded himself with some people that seem to have winning potential.
Yeah, I think Dapper and Sathu have really come in here and done an excellent job of making their re-entry into the RLCS. They've had a good showing against a lot of tough competition. Shock has impressed a lot more than anyone would have expected. And I think you made a great point back on the pre-show. It's all about, is that the roster that they needed to be successful? And currently, I would say you're bang on right. It is the roster they needed.
Well, we've got Ghost in the orange and Soniqs in the blue. A best of 5. Soniqs looking to go to 3-1 on the season, while Ghost are looking to tie up their own score at 2-2.
I think your biggest problem here for Ghost is going to be, does Atomic have success against the defense of the Soniqs? If he does, Soniqs are in trouble. If he's locked out, Ghost is going to struggle.
Illusion and Mist advancing into the corner. Now, ball just bouncing around. No one really wanted to make a play on it. Dapper will finally take control and challenge Mist. Gets a dunk on him. Now Shock into the corner. Looking to see if he can set up a teammate. Gets one player beat, but missed on the wall. Will send it off to midfield into the blue territory. Dapper's got a response for one. But now Atomic with control and more boost gets it over the top. Here's Shock across midfield, out into the center.
Now the thing to watch out for is how aggressive is Mist willing to be if he's pushed far forward. Does he leave Illusion and Atomic in a 2-on-3 or a 2-on-2 with just a lot of faith? And does Ghost handle the counterattack well?
Mist taking a shot from midfield, blocked by Sathu, but Mist will have a second follow-up. Actually, the shot's on target, and Shock will find the block, and now Sathu in the midfield trying to extend this out, gets it off to the edge. Shock will play it past one, but Atomic with a response. That Fennec will control it off the wall, sends it towards the goal. This one high, off the crossbar, and Shock will clean it up off to the edge before any follow-up could come through for Ghost.
Dangerous entry, and Mist applying pressure, but still Ghost knocking on the door early on. Atomic doesn't catch the ball cleanly, has to back pass, and that will buy time for the Soniqs back on their own half.
Passing play strong.
As Dapper lofts it at midfield, Shock up to keep it away from Illusion, who's actually on a boost and just barely can't touch the ball. Wasn't able to make any play on it despite his close positioning there. Now Atomic also low on boost, all of Ghost a little bit low in the tank. Missed now control on one. Shock's found him. And we're through the first minute and a half-ish. We're coming up on halftime and no one has found the back of the net.
I will say, if you're a Ghost fan, you're happy with how this start of the game has gone, because as you said, it is a bit of a trap game playing against Flight earlier. Atomic flip reset, and he will finally break the defense down.
Atomic finds the flip reset from midfield to give Ghost the early lead, and a wonderful solo play. All of Soniqs, though, giving him space, though, staying grounded that whole time.
Yeah, nobody up to challenge him. You're absolutely right. Definitely is a problem. You cannot afford to give a player like Atomic space. They might have held off well when they played NRG in week 1, but Ghost coming in here warmed up, playing well. Can't afford to let the big playmakers have the time to do whatever they want.
Well, if I remember correctly, game 1 against NRG was a very one-sided affair. We thought NRG was going to run to the races with that one, but it went all the way to game 5. So Ghost definitely not out of the woods. It's only been 1 goal so far, and still about half the game left to play. This one coming back down. Atomic looks for the shot. Excellent placement. Dapper was caught in reverse, and it's a 2-goal game.
Caught him looking up the backboard. 2 players too far forward in the midfield, and Shock gets in the face, but unfortunately Atomic, that's classic advantage of position for the offense as it goes over the head of the defense, having that camera pan up above their heads, a dangerous ball back down and in front of the net, and Atomic has just been sitting there on the midfield line, just waiting for it to come down.
Got 2 goals so far and is looking for a third. As he sends it to the corner. Now Shock out of his own back defensive half. Here comes Sathu. Challenging in midfield. Illusion will pinch it off the wall, get it over the top of that front line positioning. Dapper demolished as he was trying to advance. This shot is wide, but Illusion's on the far edge. Now looking for Atomic once more. He lurks on the ground, respecting Sathu, but then gets second touch, bumps the defense. Dapper not finding control, but gets a second touch on it as he comes out of the corner. Now Illusion, here's the pass across. Sathu was trying to connect with Dapper, but he fell back for boost and ends up just giving control over to Atomic. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. We're coming close to crunch time here for Soniqs.
It's been a suffocating game 1 for the Soniqs. Ghost spending anywhere from 45 to 60% at high boost. All of the Soniqs anywhere from 40 to 50% at low boost. They just don't have command of the pitch in terms of the resources, and it has resulted in pretty much no offense. Only 2 shots through 4.5 minutes.
51 seconds left. And needing to find 2 goals, got to score quickly to give yourself time for that equalizer. And the ball has spent so much time in the Soniqs half. It's down onto Sathu's hood. He's got Dapper in tow behind him, looking to spend all his boost in the air. Muscles it through 1. Here's Dapper with the dunk on the second one, but Shock is all the way back. There's no one there for the third. With 30 seconds remaining, that was the best look the Soniqs have had in a while. And still, no dice.
Oh, they might get one here. Oh, Shock has no boost.
He's out of boost, and Illusion happy to play it to the edge and just stall in the corner, burn as much time as possible. See, for 1 goal, you can kind of play into 0-second time. The 2 goals, you got to score immediately, and we're into 10 seconds here. The ball, again, a threat for the third shot. Missed, will double tap it in, and that one will secure the game. That's Ghost with the winning game 1.
And again, they catch him too far forward. This is just a pass into the middle. Nobody playing back on the goal line just in case. And Mist just takes advantage of a free backboard, and it's an easy double tap.
But as always, Sonic here, down by 2 in the final 10 seconds. Probably the smart play, send all 3 players, leave yourself vulnerable in the back end, and Mist will cleverly punish them for it. Looks for maybe a 4th goal here, but I don't think anybody's going to get this one as it's off into no man's land. Should drop down. Sathu tries to keep it alive, but doesn't quite get there. And Ghosts take the game 3-0.
That was a wonderful game 1 for Ghost. I mean, that was about as suffocating as you could be throughout that entire game. I mean, nobody able to find any clears, really. Shock doing his best, but no, not able to really muster any strong midfield presence, just absolutely locked down. And a brilliant opener as well here from Atomic. Again, that empty backboard, nobody up to challenge him, as you pointed out. He just cruises through the defense with a great flip reset.
Absolutely. Beautiful goal here, rocking that silver decal from season rewards of seasons past. the best way to make your car monochromatic if you want on either side of the ball there. And the shot just as beautiful as well. But right now, I feel like we didn't feel the impact of Shock in game number 1. And against NRG, the place where I feel like NRG was the strongest, or where Shock was the strongest against NRG, was on the defense.
Yes,
here,
absolutely.
I think only 2 saves he put up in this game, and they were able to find 3 all the way through. And almost no offensive pressure, only 1 shot to his name. Definitely looking to see Shock get more involved.
Yeah, it's tough because, again, he was the only player on that Soniqs roster that had any measure of boost, so he can't do everything. And that's just, you got to give credit where it's due. GhostaGamang, wonderful command of the boost all around the pitch. If you're holding on to that much where the opponents are literally half the time anywhere from 25 and lower, you never have the ability to even think about going up and challenging Atomic when he air dribbles the ball and flip resets you outside the box, because you just don't have the boost in the tank to make that happen. So if you're the Soniqs, yes, impact from Shock not felt, but at the same time, it can never be a one-man show. You do need help from everyone else.
No, and when you're that trapped on your own half, you can't pinpoint one player and say he's the reason. As a team, they were being beat by all the players in the midfield, and I feel like the passing. One thing I loved was Atomic's back pass awareness, constantly in the midfield, being like, I don't really have a good touch on this, but my player who's back in goal has nobody around him. Let's give him the ball. Let's let him advance this play. And multiple times we saw them gain scoring opportunities off the back pass.
It's actually a very disciplined play to go for something like that as well, because if I remember that situation correctly, he missed a touch. He didn't catch the ball properly, so he drove past it. And instead of just trying to get back there and like backflip, touch it forward onto the offense, he said, no, just hit it back to your own half. That way we guarantee possession. It's a very basic thing to think about. Oh, I didn't touch this. Let's throw this back on our own half. But you would be amazed at how many people will just try and continue to push the ball forward and advance the offense, and then end up just giving away possession. So it's a very small thing, but it's a play like that that contributes to the overall domination that Ghost was able to achieve in Game 1. It's just hang on to possession, hang on to boost, win the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like Mist's role on Ghost has been very, very solidified. We've appreciated his spot in the lineup. He's been fine. He's been good, but I just don't know that he's been enough. So far, he's definitely had some situations where the team has relied on him. He's been the reason why they've scored or why they've won games in the past, but also like against Knights, definitely was not enough to push his team over the edge. Here in Game 1, though, definitely everything that Ghost needed. We'll see if they can replicate it as we get into Game 2. Soniqs looking to bounce back after not scoring once in Game number 1, completely shut out.
And Mist is a very interesting player. I feel like he slots into that sort of catch-all, do-whatever the team needs role, because I think that GhostaGamang overall is very comfortable with the system they have. Atomic is the playmaker. If he gets the ball, let him do his thing, give him options. And Illusion is the player that they're most comfortable with having sitting back and be that third man and be the put-away guy that they need. So Mist gets to fill, a little bit of best of both worlds, which is what he was talking about. I want to play more on the offense. I think he's a great third-man player, so he gets to do a little bit of both there. And it's just, do they execute well enough to have that be effective?
Dapper into the corner, Mist with a response as we see Ghost advance onto offense. A bump onto Shock creates some space, but Illusion didn't like the look and fell back. Rightfully so, as he has to find a clear into the corner.
Beautiful.
Now Mist looking for a transition. Dapper with a clean touch back. Atomic on the backboard. Extends it out towards his teammate. Sathy with a response. This ball is screaming around the pitch, and Dapper's up for the shot. Nice soft play to put it in, and the speed catches everybody off guard.
Real nice bit of clears. Atomic off the side, but he's met immediately on the wall, and Illusion and Mist. I mean, Illusion just, he was just tracking that ball left to right across and didn't know that someone was going to be right there to shoot it over his teammate's head. And as soon as that one went over, he was done.
I feel like Dapper's decision to shoot soft there caught everybody off guard with how fast the ball was moving before. 38 miles per hour was the shot, the recorded speed. And Shock here just trying to hover, give his team time to get in position.
Yep.
But Soniqs do score here at the beginning of game number 2. They'll break the shutout early. Important for momentum. Here comes Atomic, just barely misses, and Dapper's got the clear. Now Illusion's got to fall back. No one's in this backfield. And an excellent touch. Sathu, if he had just a little bit more boost, that would have been a 2-goal lead.
Yeah.
But Illusion shuts it down.
That was Mist sending it all. Get in there, try and jam it. And unfortunately just came up completely empty. And a much-needed save from Illusion on the way back. Shock with a miss will give up possession.
Shock also low on boost. All of Soniqs here advancing, but with not a lot of resources to work with. They won't be able to find a goal out of it just yet. Illusion the pass down to Atomic, who puts it back towards Illusion. Sathu quick to close the gap, but Illusion makes the touch and gets it into the back blue corner. Now missed. The play from midfield over the top of one. Atomic follows with the ball, who should crash this corner, and here he comes now across the box, and here's Illusion for the shot. Shock's got him blocked, and Dapper looks to extend this play, but Mist will win. Now Sathu up into the midfield. To midfield, there's Atomic now with Illusion trailing behind him. Illusion will try to pick up control here. Now Shock, now back out. Dapper up, beaten by Atomic. We're across halftime. After scoring 3 in game number 1, Ghosts have yet to put one on the board.
Got a chance here.
Oh, Mist puts it off the crossbar and
and the demo.
A demolition onto the third man. Now Mist will try to turn this one back in. Excellent play to neutralize the demo, but can they get a goal out of it still? Off the backboard, Atomic's airborne. There is one, and here's the final shot from Illusion. It's just going to be too high. Sathu doesn't make contact, though. What? And Illusion scores. That's a tie game.
Oh, I love it. Atomic just gets in their face. Illusion, he knows he's not going to reach it, but boy, does he know another one's coming. That's the put-away guy you need if you're Ghost Gaming. That's a great shot.
Got the flip reset off the ceiling, made use of it, and just enough of a gap left by the Soniqs.
Love it.
When the first touch didn't go in, I said that was it was over, but no. Illusion proves me wrong. Now Dapper out to Sathu, looks to take control. Now Dapper looking for a shot. He's missed the first one, and Atomic will clear to the corner, but an adjustment from Sathu means Soniqs hold on to control. Atomic takes it off his hood. Shock with a soft shot. Missed, nearly demolished. But the block still comes through.
It's a great idea from the Soniqs, and they're not done. Beautiful lead into the middle. And Atomic, just a wonderfully well-rounded player. He's developed fantastic game sense during his time in the RLCS.
Excellent pass from Dapper to Shock. But the touch from Shock just a little bit too strong. Dapper again looking for passes. This time to Sathu, forces Illusion onto the back pass. Demolition from Sathu on his rotation out. And a miss from Mist. Nearly turns into a goal in the lead, but in the final minute here, Atomic stretching out. Mist will play into the corner. Looks for the shot himself, but Shock shuts it down.
That physicality.
Oh, here's Dapper with an open field. Can he find the mind games here? Just goes for the flick to the edge and beats Mist. That's the lead for Soniqs.
That's a close one for Dapper. You knew he's going to be competent here in the one-on-one because he catches Mist rotating in from one side of the ball, and that's the reason he goes for the near post shot there, because Mist is coming from the right side. He doesn't really have any other option towards the goal. He can try and go behind him, but it's just the car and how he caught the ball. Didn't really have any chances, so it's really just throw caution to the winds. Look, the hardest save is to my near post, make him get to it, and Mist couldn't reach it.
30 seconds left. Ghost took the win in game number 1 and now looking to tie it up in game 2 as they crash the box. Illusion on the edge. Beats Sathu. Atomic comes in, plays onto the wall again, but this leaves it for Dapper. With 16 seconds left, he's going to try and slow this play down and force all of Ghost to advance into his territory. The clears come through off the backboard. A strong touch. Atomic stretches to try and put that one on a different angle. Nothing's there. 4 seconds left. Dapper moving up. Missed through one. Illusion's airborne, but Sathu's not going to make it happen. He's going to shut it all down. Soniqs bounce back in game 2 and get the win.
And a classic scenario of Illusion hits the nuttiest shot in the game and his team loses. That is always what happens. Anytime, it's like, that better be play of the day. Like you're not going to see a better goal for the rest of the day. And of course, you always lose it.
I struggle. I don't know. I feel like Sathu's should have had that clear on defense. Like the defense definitely enabled Illusion to hit this shot. Watch, I believe it's Sathu coming up from the ground. Yeah, just
tough.
Doesn't quite have the angle there.
It's because he's trying to read the backboard bounce. You know, there's a lot of things that happen on that first touch from Illusion. It goes straight, and you have to figure out, is it coming down? Is it going out? Which angle do I need to take? And your instinct when you're playing defense in that scenario is just get up. Get aggressive and try and make the best read you can and hope for the best. So Sathu is just jumping and adjusting on the fly to where he thinks it's going to end up being, and he just doesn't quite have the perfect read. And Aleutian nailed it. A very pretty goal.
Yeah, no, and he does kind of have a triple threat, triple option there. You can play it off the ceiling, you can play it off the backboard, just take the shot immediately there. So definitely Sathius are left having to read.
It's just,
see what happens.
Do you make the read? No, you're getting scored on.
Yeah, pretty much there. Aleutian does score the goal, but Soniqs are able to secure that win. So we'll go into Game 3 tied up at 1 apiece. Guaranteed at least Game 4 here, so we move on to Manfield.
Much needed start to that game as well for the Soniqs, considering they got completely just dominated in Game 1. So to come out there, open the scoring up with a nice goal from Dapper, very good for them. Definitely keeping themselves in it. And really the only goal that they allowed was a phenomenal shot from Aleutian. So Soniqs, a little bit of adaptability, and we'll see what Ghost comes back to play with here in Game 3. Big swing game.
Ghost definitely a few times in that Game 2 left their backfield entirely open.
Yes.
And it was just down to boost management and some general positioning that kept them from being scored on there.
And there's again that wonderful field awareness from Atomic. Saw his teammate get bumped out, just chucked it back to his own half, and Dapper, they learned, don't leave that backboard undefended because they got beat up in Game 1, and Dapper finds a nice clear off it.
Oh, Shock will play it off of Atomic's hood. It's underneath one to the goal line and in. Oh my goodness, Soniqs absolutely ball him here for goal number 1.
Great challenge from Shock right off the nose. Aleutian wants the boost first. He lets Mist take the challenge, and just the battle of a classic physics-based clash. Shock, dead center of the ball, front of the car, the most power in the best way, just drills right through Mist, who just gets a little bit too much on top of it.
Soniqs score early again. 2 games in a row now. Sathiu will follow this one on the wall, but get beat. Chalk up. Being challenged by Aleutian. Aleutian will push it through. It's all up to Dapper on the goal line here. A nice clear to the corner. Dapper now through the air again. Missed with the challenge. It's wide of the goal in the box and now out. Sathiu once more. We're seeing a lot of this. Atomic tries to take the shot there. The defense getting caught so much here by Soniqs. They're constantly having to fly up from the goal line to make plays.
Exactly. It's costing them so much boost.
There's a double commit. Here comes Aleutian looking for the pass across. A miss. Looks for the shot, but it's wide. The defense had finally really bit and panicked. Atomic looks for the air carry. Sathiu blocks him. And so far, like, it's been sloppy, but it's been just enough as they look for one more. And Atomic will look for this back pass again, but it has to go for a block instead.
Nice challenge from Sathiu there. Just managing how Atomic was approaching that ball, and there's the touch from Dapper. You see Atomic, if he was in that situation, you've already seen him twice that game, just dump that back off to his corner and they guarantee possession. Dapper tries to force that one into the midfield line, and now they're back on defense having to make stops.
The drop down, dangerous. Soniqs having to play so much defense here. Atomic and Dapper both airball. Aleutian off the wall, misses there, and Shock gets the block coming back in off the wall. What a save. And they keep it here with that slim 1-goal lead as we approach halftime. Over the one. Shock now on the backboard to the edge. Sathiu getting pushed out, and Aleutian will now go into the 1v1. Up against the team in the goal. Dapper makes the stop. They've been on that goal line the entirety of Game 3, but they've held on the entire time.
And a welcome breath of fresh air there from Sathiu. Just doesn't matter if you don't hang on to the ball. We just need some field presence to go get boost, and a nice little handoff from Atomic there, but sniffed out by the Soniqs.
Dapper in particular has been strong on the goal line. It's Atomic now into the corner. Sathiu passed 1, looking for 2, but Aleutian's got the block. And he leaves it for Mist in goal. Passes out to Atomic. Looks to gain control. 20 boost in the tank. Not a ton, but just enough. Maybe 2 defenders bite. Aleutian comes crashing in, but the ball is off to safety already. And now the clear all the way back down the field. Nobody's in the backfield. Can Sathiu take the shot? Dapper was looking for the demos, but couldn't find Mist, and he'll make that save. And now turning it back around, looking for this transition goal to set up. Can they tie it? There's the shot, and it's in. A tie game. Ghost put it in with 1:45 left to go.
Wonderful bit of placement there. You were right. Soniqs getting aggressive because they knew they had the 2-on-1. Mist comes diving out of the midfield, takes it away sideways, and then Sathiu and his teammate in the goal line, Dapper, just don't figure out who makes the save, and eventually Atomic, nice bit of placement, gets it through.
Oh, Shock versus Atomic. He's got a full tank of boost to work with, and he'll find a save and a clear. Excellent play to give his team time to get set up on what could have easily been the loss. Oh, Atomic demolished as Dapper pressures in. Sathiu.
Pass
Here
back.
comes Shock. Looking for the fakes, but Mist doesn't bite. Sets it up for Aleutian.
Nice demo.
The demo's on the transition out twice, but Dapper just hands the ball right back to Atomic, and now Sathu will try to make do with Atomic's touch. Atomic's got so many different ways to play this ball, and now out again the demolitions. Just constantly clear them out of the way. They can't touch the ball if they don't exist.
And the Soniqs just, I don't know, they're just giving away the ball here too easily. They had to rotate all the way back into their own corner for boost here, and now, again, they might get stuck at the end of the game.
Shock nearly with the bump, and this one a long shot from the corner. It's just wide. Mist will follow along with it. Shock has to rotate out. Sathu now up against Mist. Pushes it through one, but loses control. And now Atomic across the field. Mist with a quick adjustment, but Shock's already airborne. This one going towards the net. Illusion will play it away. 38 seconds left. Tie game. As Dapper onto the backboard once more. Illusion to Atomic. Here's Sathu. Shot is on target. Looked for the demo and goal. Now Illusion again getting harassed by Sathu once more. Finds a bump. This could open up some space, but Shock also bumped back and forth. Neither team allowing either to stay grounded here. The Shock will move in to take control. Pinches it off the wall, follows it himself, out of boost, now back out, and here comes Dapper, setting it up, a bump onto one. Sathu's not going to be able to find a shot here. Can he position? Can Atomic refill his tanks and turn back around as Mist puts it high? This is dangerous. Atomic's in, though, to make the save. Off to the edge. Sathu with no play. Dapper down as clock has hit 0. Looking for overtime, and it will happen here as Ghost gives it lots of space. Next goal takes match point.
And Soniqs really starting to bring the physical aspect into play there. Constantly looking for the bumps on the players about to be in possession of the ball for Ghost. It's a great approach as Sathu there tries to sweep the goal line, but Shock in charge of buying time.
Shock past one. Missed to Atomic. Outfield pass blocked by Sathu. Dapper now trying to chase down Atomic in his own corner. Sathu's got to pass one. Missed with a quick adjustment. Pushes it right back into the blue, but no supporting positioning here. Means that he's going to need some clears to work out in his favor.
Oh, Atomic.
There's kind of 2 touches that work out in their favor. Now Sathu through one. Illusion with the win. Shock dumps it out, and Sathu looks for the bumps.
Awkward, needs help.
Yeah, Shock is turned around backwards. Now Illusion into Atomic, looking for the shot. The pass back down, nearly connected, but it's just wide of the post. And now the 2v1. Sathu with the pass to Dapper, but he just doesn't believe in himself. Maybe doesn't have enough boost. The first minute of overtime. Gonna come and go, but not without drama.
You could see Mist totally ignoring the ball there in that corner. Just wanted to control the corner boost to try and lock Soniqs into their own half. Atomic with a great pass.
He puts it up high. Here's the follow-up from Mist. Blocked by Dapper. He had the read. What a play. And now Sathu, can he connect with Dapper underneath? Shock avoids one demolition. Atomic pushes it back down, and Mist already airborne. The pre-jumps are good. Here's the shot from the corner. Shock's got the long clear back the other way, and all of Ghost have to rotate out.
It all goes back to Mist just taking away that corner boost. It's all an effort to see if they get Soniqs stuck on the ground floor.
Oh, there was 2 wins. Atomic beats another one. Illusion, he's going to be up. Dapper's grounded, but the shot is wide. The best opportunity they've had, and it's no good. The follow-up from Atomic again off the post and out.
Got bumped.
Can Soniqs get out of their own half, though? At this point, it's not just a matter of time.
Nice. Good idea, Shock. Just take the dribble, make Atomic come back with it, and shut it down. One-on-one.
Cleared off 2. Missed up against Dapper. Dapper gets airborne quickly to avoid demos and makes the stop. The play past 1. Off the wall. Atomic's up so quickly, and my goodness, Ghost have been reading so fast. So Mist comes down. Dapper will steal 1 boost, but is it going to be the death of him? Shock will pinch it off the wall. Illusion keeps it trapped. Back to Atomic, but Dapper through 1. Count the counterattack work here as they fly down the field. Illusion keeps it high, and Shock just has to back off. He doesn't have the boost to challenge.
Stressful overtime for the Soniqs. Unable to hang onto the ball, and just look at Ghost just forcing them to make touches. Sathu has to dive back now, and this is just brutal. You need to hang onto the ball here for the Soniqs, and Sathu just didn't want to take it down there.
There's the play at midfield. Illusion on the backboard, missed! Shock also misses. Dapper's shot is just too slow.
Don't do it,
and now Mist looking for the counterattack, but he dumps it off to the side. A demolition on a Dapper doesn't mean he'll spawn in kind of maybe an awkward position, but no, he gets the fortunate on the edge. And now Illusion trying to just loft it high. Bit of a double commit, but Sathu's held on to control here. Able to neutralize that second challenge. Atomic up.
Pass.
Here's Shock with the shot from the corner. Oh my goodness, the 0-degree angle wins the game, and Soniqs are up by 2.
And again, Shock, the command. He doesn't panic on defense, takes the 1 touch, beats 1 defender. Atomic tries to control the ball, gets a little too far under it, lifts it back towards his corner, needs help, but Shock the first one to it, and a beautiful bit of shooting out of the corner. Oh man, 743-point game.
19 shots from Ghost to the 8 from
Brutal.
Sonic. Double the opportunities, and yet they still did not come out with a win. That defensive stand, the 13 saves Sonics were able to put up, holy cow. So many of them also
Scary.
like really scary, really scrappy situations, but just enough. And man, there was that opportunity. I think it was Atomic had a
Atomic, he
shot.
got bumped, yeah.
Just such a simple play to make, but not quite good enough. My goodness, Sonics hold on. And now on match point in game 4, they could take the win and prove to 3-1.
Exactly. Atomic, you're absolutely right. He had a chance to end that game. It's just they got right in his face, tipped him up. He went up to the ceiling with the bump, and the ability to even try and recover and get back down. He was that close to nailing that off the adjustment. It's reminding me of the Garrett G shot where he got bumped onto the ceiling at Worlds.
Oh, yes, in Season 5
Yeah,
on
and
Wasteland.
it just makes the sickest shot ever off the bump adjustment. And Atomic was that close, but in the end of the day, the scrappy, divey, terrified defense of Sonics hold out.
It holds on just, and the thing, they did such a good job clearing to the corners over and over again. Like
Safety first.
It was never just saves, it was saves plus clears. And there was so many times I was like, they've got to find a way to get out of these corners. Like they played into the corners and then they would just keep it on the walls every time, but finally they were able to muscle their way through that midfield line, and it was just one counterattack's all they needed. Game 4 here, can Ghost bounce back and send us to game 5? They shut out Sonics in game number 1, but have yet to come up with a win since then. Seemed like they cashed in all of their energy. Has there been any big difference you've noticed from game 1 compared to games 2 and 3?
Well, the end of that game 2 definitely felt like Ghost going right back to game 1 approach, and the Sonics just able to handle it marginally better, if only because they were able to make the saves. But the start of game 2 and game 3, it's always been Sonics playing with a lead.
We'll see if they can get that lead back here in game 4 as they start off with a lot of offensive control. One of the best offensive stands we've seen for them is Santi with a miss, but it was off the post, and none of the rest of Ghost was there to punish.
It also helps the command is slightly improving. Also, the backboard defense improving for the Sonics. They definitely have a guy stuck on the goal line, but as soon as someone rotates up and into that corner to grab their own boost, the first place they go is up towards that backboard because they just got picked apart in that game 1 from that.
Shock in the corner. He's gotten it through one, but the ball stays high. Missed with a nice catch and carry. All down midfield, getting an illusion will bump up the defense, paves the way, and Mist will score. That's Ghost back in the lead.
And Mist is very familiar with this situation. 2-on-1, the bump pressure. Illusion forces a hop, Mist sees it, immediately flicks towards the net, knows he can't recover, and a beautiful executed 2-on-1.
Beautiful setup. And Ghost now have the lead for the first time since game 3. And how do Sonics respond? I made the point, the 2 games they've won, they scored first and were able to keep that lead, or at least keep it to a tie game. How do they respond from being behind again now? This comes back down Dapper. The slow play, Atomic with the slow read, the patience to keep this ball under control, but Sathu now with more control and boost to work with. Illusion's touch is dangerous, but Atomic will block at the point of contact. And now back into Shock. Nice. Dapper, can he find the goal? He looks for him, but Illusion dodges. Now Shock off the wall. Illusion makes the touch as well. And now Sathu's got to play defense as they fall back onto D.
Sathu was trying to figure out if he was going to actually pass that to Dapper and if Dapper was going to come take it from him. And they're just like, you know what? In case we mess this up, you just dribble that one around, buddy.
Let's take it back away. Cross the 3-minute mark. Approaching halftime here. It's Dapper into the midfield all by himself. Illusion will connect with Mist on the outside and the pass back into Atomic, but Shock just takes control, takes the initiative, makes first touch, breaks up the pass play. The rest of Sonics advancing forward. Mist will play up against Sathu, but this one's dangerous. Here's Shock up against Atomic. It's back down. Dapper should hit this one, and it's a tie game. The Sonics bring them all and tie it up.
And it's recognition. They know that as soon as Mist loses this ball, they know this is a very scoreable position. That's the only reason Dapper gets so aggressive there. If GhostaGamang is in a better position defensively, it's not a 1-on-2 there, and there's not a guaranteed chance to score, Dapper's just going to back off right there, and he's not going to be in position. That's just understanding your opposition is vulnerable and jumping on it.
Well, taking the initiative here, looking to win the game in 4, avoid game 5. Shock off to the edge. Sathu falls back, creates a bit of traffic for Dapper to navigate, but then Sathu with a quick response beats 2, now up against Mist on the backboard. He looks for the bump on him, but Mist will make the clear. Now past one, Sathy with a missed Atomic. The play across, Shock's not going to reach it in time, recognizes the open opportunity and gets the lead right back.
Shock gets caught. He's the midfield. He thinks Sathy's going to touch that ball and says, oh, he missed it. Atomic's in position and he will not miss the open net. A wonderful punish goal for Ghost.
2:02 on the clock and a 1-goal lead for Ghost as they look to send us to Game 5. Atomic versus Shock. There's one stop, and now Dapper comes in, but gives second touch to Mist, and he plays it over the top. That offensive line. Lucian flick over one. Shock into the corner, coming back down dangerous for Sathy. Makes the touch, nearly gets the own goal, but we'll dodge it for now. So Atomic plays it across the field. Lucian comes off the wall. Touch with Sathy is neutral. We're back down in front. Lucian getting crowded by the defense. Sathy with a nice loft. A demolition onto Atomic means the defense has got to sort themselves out here. No play. Shock is not able to make contact, though, before Atomic gets it back out. And now Lucian looks to extend it into the corner. Sathy with an adjustment. Ian Dapper again confused on to who takes control here. And this one's still really dangerous. 1:13 on the clock. Ghost holding on to that 1-goal lead and now looking to extend it to 2.
Definitely some communication hookups, but you'd rather neither of them go for it than both of them go for it and then just concede the open goal. So still down 1, but with a chance here with that miss from Atomic.
Just missed on the backboard. Shock back into the midfield. No one's going to be there for the Sonics, but there's an open net. Can Dapper find this one? Just got to beat Atomic. He gets bumped by Shock and still makes the save. Lucian with the counterattack now. Back across midfield, up against Shock. Mist will just send it onto the backboard. And now Shock all the way back down. Atomic makes the stop. We're playing
pass?
goal line to goal line here. Oh my goodness, with 30 seconds left, Sonics trying to come alive and tie it up.
Oh, and Atomic's just going to cut that one down, but he can't hang on to it. You need help, Sathy.
Lucian beats Shock. Keeps the ball airborne. Atomic looks for the play to the far post, and Dapper makes the save. Now Lucian through the air, up against Sathy. He's got all the room. Sathy couldn't find the read. He was just kind of too confused, and that's a 2-goal lead for Ghost.
Lucian puts him down. Wonderful command, perfect read, and again, Sathy, that's a tough read off the backboard. He's not sure exactly how it's going to happen, and Lucian puts him down. We're going to Game 5.
17 seconds left in Game 5, looking inevitable at this point. Ghost rally back, and Mist will just hold Shock down in the upper corner. Dapper looks for the second goal, which would have given them just a shred of hope here, but it's not going to happen as they might actually get. No, it'll bounce off the post and back down. Ghost take another game by 3 goals, and we're going to Game 5. This one decides it all.
I said it on the pre-show. This is the one I was looking forward to, and I'm getting everything I wanted out of it. It's this wonderful tug-of-war battle between Ghost. When Ghost, finally forces Sonics back, it's bam, in your face, always. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Make the play, make the play, make the play. And they can't quite always do it, and it's this dribble play that finally cracks them and puts them up with a wonderful flick for Mist. But when Sonics get the ball, it's the exact same thing. It's right back onto the Ghost half, some scary situations, everyone just jumbled up in front of the goal. And this is a good one. I'm looking forward to Game 5.
This has been a great back and forth match here. Atomic though getting the dribbles, and then he had the shot from midfield, and I believe it was Lucian that scored the go ahead goal, or was that wasn't the midfield
in
clear
Game 4?
Yes, here in Game 4.
So Mist scored first, then Atomic, then Lucian.
Okay, so it was Lucian that scored kind of the security goal there at the end.
Yeah.
That goal, not the one that really made the difference, though. It was Atomic shot at the midfield, just recognizing there's an open
Shock
backfield
got caught.
here.
Yeah, because he thought Sathy was going to tip that ball into the middle.
Those open nets, recognition of the open nets, something that people like Cookser over in Europe are so good at.
Yep.
Will always punish you for, can be a huge thing, especially at the RLCS level of play. If there is an opportunity to score,
can't miss
take the easy ones there. And that gets them all the way to Game 5. The Sonics were knocking on the door perpetually throughout that game. It was back and forth. But now, 5 minutes to rule them all. Who's going to be able to take this win?
And what happens?
We had 4 teams at 1 and 2 coming into this week. Ghost was one of them. They would love to be able to separate themselves from the pack.
And again, Ghost start off favorably, aggressive, and
block open. That should be it. Illusion will score it as they had 2 bite on the first play, and he still won it here. Mist gonna ball 2 players. Atomic takes it past Sathu, and then it's all Illusion.
Real nice job from Atomic there. He kind of jumps up at that ball like he's gonna go getting a shot, and he gets the defender's a little worried, and Atomic actually gets outside the ball, so ends up hitting it second, and that puts it off that inside corner of the defense, and that's a big save from Shock. And again, Ghost firing both barrels at the start of Game 5.
Soniqs definitely getting caught a few times. I think that the speed at which Ghost is recognizing where the ball is going to be and getting airborne is completely shutting down anything Soniqs could try to do. They just have him cleanly beat to the ball so often. But now Sathu looking for the tying goal. Doesn't get the first one. Now Dapper out of his own corner will just take a shot, but gets 2 defenders to bite, but both of his teammates were already falling back. There won't be any follow-up shot. Shock will leave it for Sathu in goal.
That sort of physicality from Soniqs is what led them to victories in games 2 and 3. It pushed a lot of Ghost off the ball and gave them a bit more time of possession.
Sathu looking for Dapper. Dapper not quite able to make contact and low on boost. Illusion and Mist now connecting. Using that ceiling, nearly pinched it off the ceiling to send it into the net. With 3:30 left to go, it's the 1-goal lead right now for Ghost. As Soniqs have had a few good opportunities, a few good looks, but nothing really is making its way into the box.
Absolutely stuck on their own half, and that's a nice bump on Atomic just to force him off the ball.
Shock through 2 now. It's up against Mist, and he'll find that block cleanly. What a read. And now back into the box once more. Mist has the clear, long to the blue corner.
Ooh.
Now through 2, Dapper out to Sathu.
Can you get it into the middle, though?
Looks for this play back. Now Dapper's up. He's got some space, but difficult angle, and Shock will stretch very far and spend so much boost just getting there.
But they had the right idea. I mean, they definitely had Ghost. If that ball had floated a little more simply, Dapper backside, unfortunately not able to get it inside the goalposts as it coasts harmlessly across the goal line.
Shock onto the backboard. Atomic. No read. Illusion out of boost in the midfield, and Soniqs just continue to pressure, but the whiff on the shot. Dangerous stuff for Soniqs. So we're across halftime. They have yet to score. Got shut out in game number 1. You'd hate to see the bookends on both sides of what has been a great series.
Yeah.
Now Mist with the attempt. Atomic off the wall. Now onto his ceiling, tries towards midfield, but Sathu's got him.
Nice.
Mist back again.
Smart play there from Atomic. Doesn't matter.
Shock will take a shot. Mist will find a block. Sathu a bit too far off that wall to gain full control, and now the play from Ghost all the way back down. Illusion will try to get off the wall, gets the demolition onto 1. It's back in front of the box, but Dapper's going to be coming back in off of the respawn. He'll look to move up to midfield. Illusion the long ball. Shock back to the edge. Atomic's got Mist in the midfield. And it'll go back towards him. Mist pops it high, follows it up himself, up against Sathu, and he'll interrupt the play.
Oh, here comes Atomic.
Atomic looks for the shot, drops it to Illusion, instead of just taking the shot that most likely was going to be blocked. With 1:20 left to go again. Time continues.
Nice pass.
Just burn off, and there's a shot coming in just before Atomic could make it to the ball.
It's good delay, and again, Atomic, great play there to just come across, not let Soniqs have the time to take the touch they want. Doesn't matter if anyone's there or not. Just go ahead, tip it out to the side, force the defense to react again, and misses there. Mist will have to control the clock a little bit here by dumping it into the corner.
The strong touches from Ghost over and over again. Shock and Sathu now.
Whoa,
Dapper possibly comes up for it. This is still dangerous. Here comes Shock to tie the game and gets it all of the defense. Biden, it's a tie game with 44 seconds left.
What a play. Sathu just goes right towards the middle. Dapper, that is the biggest stuff. If that does not go perfectly, that ball just kicks right back into the corner and Ghost has time to reset. It comes right back down though, and Shock is there to clean it up.
It was really the only shot that Shock had covered.
Yeah.
It was the perfect pinch upwards, and Dapper gives it to him, just serves it up to him on a silver platter. And Soniqs have an opportunity looking for the lead here, up against Illusion. It's off the crossbar and back out. Couldn't find it. A bump onto 1 though.
Left
Shock
side.
takes the shot in. Mist comes in. Sathu's got to stop the immediate counterattack though. Dapper will push it back to the corner. 20 seconds left. We had one overtime already.
Let's have another. Come on.
Soniqs won that one. Now Shock up against, getting muscled here with 6 seconds left. Missed to the corner. No one there to help him. Shock will slow it and send it to overtime. Game 5. Next goal wins. The Soniqs have looked pretty good so far, but is this the moment Ghost finally come back on them?
Here's the one they needed. A big goal and late in the game. Does Ghost have it in him to come back one more time? They've definitely held the edge, I would say, across the series in terms of pressure, so maybe a slight edge to Ghost here in overtime.
They've had the pressure, and you think eventually it's got to result in the win.
Yeah. Or does the defense of Shock and Co. hold out?
There's Dapper past 1. Midfield control slowly creeping back in Soniqs' direction. Something that they have struggled with this entire series. Now Sathu through 2. Mist will have a bit of space, and he gives it to Atomic in the corner. The shot is just too close, but nearly finds the tap.
Whoa.
Shock is right there. What a block. Oh, it's off the post, and now you're kidding. No way. Dapper looks to play it out now. They push it back in once more. Illusion with a shot to take. But no, it's no good. Oh my goodness.
No, not like that. Okay.
I can't believe it.
You needed a replay of that to figure out what happened.
Oh, I love the decision making from Shock, but they've got to play. He can't think about that right now. We're a minute into overtime, and he's got to win this series. This goal means so much for both teams. Shock plays it slow. Mist bites. Oh! 2 defenders, and that one goes in. What a crazy game, and Soniqs steal the series.
Absolutely. The Soniqs get given an extra life, and Illusion comes off the wall. Shock goes right behind him. They clash on the goal line, and boom, that's it.
On the replay, the shot was much better from Shock. As Illusion just moves too far in and actually blocks the defense that was there. The teammates run into each other. Illusion just a slight mistake, and the counterattacks from Sonic. 2 overtimes in a row. Oh my goodness, what a play. That was insane. And I gotta say, my favorite part of that overtime was Shock when he's sitting there just staring down Atomic on a cutting horse, keeping a calf away from the herd. Just like, you gotta push this through me. I'm right here. Gets 1 block, and then the second touch as they crash the box off the post. What a lucky bounce.
That was, you won't see hang on a second, what just happened? How did that not go in moment like that for a while? That was
your get it moment, folks.
Yeah, we'll go break that one down.
Presented by Shock and Atomic. CDW helps out with that one. Folks, that was a pretty crazy series. We got quite a few more to go. EUnited taking on Rogue next. Both these teams also at 1-2. Who can improve to 2-2? We'll find out after the break.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, give a sec.
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
All I seek to find is a world you come over. Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Explosive game. We're all awake here now in the studio. The Soniqs come out victorious over GG 3-2. What a game 5.
Ghost, man. That's a series you gotta win. That game 3 overtime to begin with, 2 wide open misses. Then the game 5 overtime, Atomic makes the save on Illusion. And they had so much control throughout the series.
I know.
But again, a player we'll be talking about a lot, Shock. Big time plays. 2 overtime winners, some other big goals in their other win, and it just looks like Soniqs, they just find a way to win.
And it was Ghost series. This whole time they had dominant control, dominant pressure. Even the shooting from Illusion, I loved his performance this entire series until game 5. Literally, he was in the net, he got mixed up. There was some great shooting. I thought Dabber had really solid challenges on the offensive side to actually set up that huge game-winning OT goal. Everything was looking good for Ghost, but they kind of threw it all away in the last seconds.
Yeah, and we see it with these overtime winners. Game 3 right here from Shock. This is again after Ghost missed 2 basically wide open nets on aerials that they should hit. But Shock on that angle, he puts it home. A lot of good bump plays too coming out from both teams when they needed it. It was a very competitive series with 2 very good teams. But at the end of the day, the big plays from Shock was the difference maker.
Yeah, Illusion was just absolutely popping on the offense. You know, a couple times he was unfortunately. This moment, okay, let's just enjoy this again.
This was crazy. Atomic, he had the flip timing. He got the dunk. It went all the way across the net. We were screaming.
And then this goal,
legitimately,
like this goal's not even that good. This should be saved. I don't know why Illusion comes off the wall. He actually gets in the way and missed a little bit.
Here's the thing. Illusion was popping off. I think he found himself in a couple unfortunate spots spots on defense. He did have to go through a teammate off the wall, right? Like, so it's just a jumble,
like a battle of inches, right? That was the difference in the series. Ghost, again, though, they had the control, the boost control as well. Like Achieves was saying, they score more goals in the series.
I mean, just look at the shots. Almost 20 more shots than Soniqs. Ghost, like you said, they were looking on point. I loved the passing that they had. Illusion, he even played fantastic in their series earlier. I thought he has stepped it up, and that was their missing piece, was him, you know, coming to the table and fighting with Atomic, and I guess it still wasn't enough.
And now, one of the biggest question marks that we had coming into the season, can Ghost win the big one? Well, they haven't won it throughout the season yet, but also, they can kiss their hopes. The top two basically are gone. They're 2-3. They have 4 games left. They would have to win out and hope for some good tiebreakers. They're going to have to win the big one when it comes to playoffs. That's if they make it. They look like a good enough team to make the playoffs, and I think they can make the World Championship, but they got to win some of these close series.
Well, I wonder if that explosive gameplay is going to keep up, because we have a lot more Rocket League coming your way. And up next, it's going to be Rogue versus EUnited. Rogue's already been on the field today. They lost to NRG 3-1. Looked a little bit, you know,
it was rough.
A little rough, like they haven't woken up yet. If they watched that last series, they'd be awake now. But EUnited, they're coming in cold. They haven't played a match yet today. They haven't played on stream. So, you know, this could be an advantage for Rogue to finally take it back and say, all right, we fixed our problems. United, watch out.
Yeah, like I think Rogue, there was a lot of good stuff coming from that series where Wonder on the offensive side again looked great, but just the weird defensive plays that should not be happening like at this level. So if he cleans that up, they should be fine, because EUnited is not an offensive team. Last in goals per game for all of the RLCS teams. And last season, they were in the same spot, but they would make those big-time plays on defense and score those counterattack goals and win those close games. They're not doing it so far throughout this season, so Rogue on paper looks like the better team, but just by a hair.
And it's hard to even tell, because EUnited, I thought their first weekend against Cloud9, I was like, okay, maybe this is the time we're going to see them pop off, show a lot more mechanical goals, because the way they started that series for Cloud9, you know, back-to-back double touches, a solid performance, and then the next 2 weekends, it was just so flat from them. They got obliterated by Ghost. Everything was not looking good for them. But then on the other side, even Rogue against NRG earlier, they had some good shooting from Wonder, but they just couldn't string anything together. I didn't see too much promise.
And this is a big series, though. 2 one-win teams trying to catch up to Ghost in that playoff spot at 2-3. And right now, it looks like Ghost is a better team than both these guys. So this is monumental of a series for either of these teams to make a playoff push.
Definitely.
So a lot of pressure on both these teams.
United versus Rogue, both teams trying to find a two-win season. Sorry. Let us know who you think it's going to be on Twitter at RL Esports, hashtag RLCSY. But it's now time for our next match, so let's head to the commentary booth.
We had 4 teams at 1-2 at the start of this week. Now Ghost drops to 1-3. Now we'll have EUnited versus Rogue, also at 1-2. One of them will get to go up to 2-2 here. And we both predicted Rogue to take this.
No, I picked EUnited.
You picked EUnited. Talk to me about EUnited. What makes you feel that they are a more complete package right now than Rogue is?
So here's the thing. I like Ajax and Hoxer and Roldiz. Again, I said it on the pre-show as a baseline team. If you're to take an average run-of-the-mill day in Rocket League, I feel overall EUnited has the better players flat across the board. And Rogue still isn't fully utilizing the capability of a player like First Killer on their team, because I was talking about it on the pre-show. It's like First Killer is the type of guy, much needed injection of the offense. Well, why? Because he's a player like Atomic or a player like Justin or a player like Scrub Killer. He gets the ball, he can make things happen, and you need players like that to sort of be a can opener for your offense to get rolling. Okay. And so what happens with Rogue a lot of times, I feel like, you know, First Killer gets the ball, they all just need to spread out. Give the dude options. Go out to the side, let him decide if he wants to pass the ball. If you think he's going to lose the ball, you know, just play behind him and just be ready to support that. You just have to give that guy space before they're going to be successful. And their game versus NRG earlier, meh. Meh.
It's NRG, so you know what happens. Also, I said that they were 1-2. They're actually already 1-3 because they lost
because they lost
to NRG earlier. So that whole thing is a little bit silly, but they're both still looking for their first win, or their second win in Season 9. We will get it underway here. Rogue in the blue, EUnited in the orange, a best of 5. It's Kronovi on the first corner, first push of the series. Not going to find anything, and Hawks are now through the air up against First Killer, nearly gets it around him, but First Killer will make the save. Send it off to the edge. Chase this ball back the other direction. Shot is just wide as EUnited starts to get the offense fired up and running, but a miss from Ajax could create an opening. Hawks will close the gap just in time. Wonder out of boost will still look to create pressure and find a pass before having to fall back.
And they talked about it on the desk as well. Wonder did look better on the offensive side of things for Rogue in their series versus NRG, but still, defense not pretty. And the defense is, more often than not, as we just saw, very important.
Defense, whether it's defense you are creating or defense the team you're playing against creates for you, still very, very important.
Gotta keep balls out of the net, and Rogue let in a bunch.
Oh, this one bounces off of Woodwork and back out as the first minute will come and go. Rogue looking for that first opening score. His first killer through 2. Play back away. Hoxer wins a challenge at midfield. Rolled is lurking on the far side, comes in to make the shot. There is one block, but Ajax will punt it high. First Killer plays it off the backboard and back out, and now Kronovi flies down the field, see if he can find this transitional goal. Looks for the dunk. Hoxer's got him beat, though, and they'll play it through 1 and 2. Now back to midfield, drops it to Roldiz, looks for the infield pass to Ajax, looks for the double tap, and Wonder's got the block. Here's Roldiz for the shot. First Killer's got to play. Wonder and Kronovi bump into each other, though. Can they find the clear? They certainly do.
It's a nice job from First Killer to come over and cover that shot for Kronovi, because he was kind of just stuck there on the goal line tracking the ball left and right across the pitch, and a nice diving stop out of the midfield to take a lot of pressure off. But Rogue so far doing all right here versus EUnited, but struggling to generate the strong scoring chances. 4 shots and 4 shots for each team, but nothing too dangerous for Rogue, it doesn't feel like.
Wonder makes the stop there, but Ajax will keep this pressure on, and now Wonder through 1 up against Kronovi. Hoxer wins the challenge. Roldiz fires to the top corner and scores. That'll be EUnited finally finding a way through.
Yep, Roldiz is just camped out here in the midfield. The ball goes straight up. First Killer just got bumped in the corner by Ajax, so he's a little slow to get back. Roldiz notices the gap. Perfect placement into the top right.
That's EUnited with the first goal right here at halftime in game number 1. Rogue put up a valiant effort against NRG earlier today. Still in a losing effort at that.
Yes. But it was okay. I mean, they took a game off them in game 3. And, you know, they talked about it. Maybe NRG let off the gas. But even in game 1, I mean, they put up 3 goals. Sure, they allowed 5.
I wouldn't disrespect NRG to the point of saying they would let up the gas in game 3 of a best of 5, knowing they could win it there. Possibly just Rogue being a little bit more emboldened, knowing they're on match point. But definitely the warm-up of all warm-ups. If you have to have a doubleheader, I think I'd like to have NRG first.
Yeah, I agree.
1:48 left to go. Still trailing by 1. Comes more pressure from EUnited. Rogue now looking for the advance. Wonder takes a shot, and Ajax has got the block. Hoxer looks for the extension out of the corner and gets it back to midfield. First Killer with a quick 180 will pump it high. Roldiz keeps that ball beautifully cleared and passed to Hoxer. Didn't touch the ceiling once. Now First Killer. The play down to Kronovi, blocked by Ajax.
Nice catch.
Wonder now up against Hoxer. He's got Roldiz in front of him as well. Gets the ball on 1, but Hoxer's got the play back to the edge. Ajax pushes it to the corner. 1:14 left to go. All of Rogue's best opportunities keep getting broken up. This one back down in front. Wonders the block, but Hoxer onto the backboard to Roldiz. Back to Hoxer and into the corner. They've scored that same corner twice now. What a play.
Tough break here. Kronovi just kind of gets jammed. Wonder gets the ball out, but unfortunately Roldiz is right back up there. And First Killer, I mean, you could put anybody in the goal line there. I don't think anyone's going to be able to hang with how quick that play developed.
That was the power of passing demonstrated in a nutshell. EUnited now up by 2. Rogue still yet to find the full package on offense. It's Wonder and First Killer both kind of balled here by Roldiz. Play over 1 in the final minute, up by 2. EUnited happy just to play clear ball. Just push it into empty field space. But they do have to keep making stops on the goal line.
See, and it's right there. Like, First Killer gets the ball in the midfield, and he dishes it out left. And Kronovi's sitting right under him. Wonder's back in his own half because Kronovi's in front of him. And it's just Rogue's out of position and not supporting the options that he can give them. And here we go.
First kill with the pass to Wonder. Onto the backboard is Kronovi in position. He's going to look for it, but Hoxer's there well before Kronovi made contact. What could have given them a hope here in game number 1 will come and go, and now they're going to need this play right here to go in. There's first kill with a shot. Kronovi's not in position. The clear was just too good and too high. With 6 seconds left, 5 goals going to be basically, or 2 goals rather, going to be basically impossible. Wonder up against Hoxer. The clock will hit 0, and that will be United nearly getting the buzzer beater for the road. First killer will look to dribble this one all the way around, but not going to happen. Wouldn't have changed anything anyways. EUnited take game number 1.
Nice, clean game 1 from EUnited. A couple of beautiful passing plays. Getting a little aggressive in the corner to open up the scoring. And EUnited, they do allow a couple of decent counterattacks for Rogue, but overall nothing too terrifying to handle. It's a pretty textbook game 1 for EUnited, I'd say.
In general, I still feel like Rogue is reading each other. They're not reacting in a way that they know what's going to happen. As a beautiful pass, as you said, I don't think there's a single player in RLCS.
No one's going to hang with that.
The fact that he was in that position already to make the pass, absolutely excellent. But like there at the end, like we see it, we see this advance, we see this ball loose and hanging, and Kronovi's far back. He's not up and he's not just sending it all. He's still reading the situation instead of trusting that the ball's going to be where he knows it is as a veteran player.
Well, the funny thing is I remember exactly the play you're watching because I remember looking at Kronovi in the midfield, and he sees that ball bounce, and it's the hesitation of, is that ball going exactly where I think it is? And it's just, he didn't throw caution to the winds and just go.
Yeah.
Because it's just like we even saw last game. You know, Sathu didn't quite have a perfect read on a shot attempt that was coming from Illusion. Does it come down? Does it go out? Does it go across? It doesn't matter. Go.
Yeah, just send it. Just go for the play. And also, especially as an offensive player, force the defense
to make the play.
Because they're in the exact same situation. Ajax coming out of net has to make that exact same read. Force him to make that mistake by reading too quickly. Trust the fact that you've got this shot. And there was a few different opportunities from Rogue where I felt like they were just taking the extra split second, and that split second is genuinely the difference between winning and losing in the Rocket League Championship Series. So
absolutely.
We'll see if Rogue can find cleaner, more muscle memory-based play here in game number 2. His first kill falls on this one, gets it up above the goal. Ajax will find the clear. Again, Ajax versus Kronovi. It'll be Ajax coming out on top.
There's a little bit of a mishap there from Rogue on the midfield presence. You know, it starts with Wonder thinking he's the one who's going to go for a ball that's floating his way, but it turns out Kronovi jumps at it from the opposite side of the goal.
Oh, the block comes through anyways. Hoxer came in to try and finish that shot off, but they recover on defense, and now Wonder looking for a block. Nearly found the long-range dunk on Roldiz. Now first kill up against Roldiz. Can he play it slow enough? Gets it off to the side. A nice clear straight to his teammate. And first kill on Kronovi now. Looking for that transition onto offense. Kronovi with the read here. Looks for the shot just too high. The follow. Hoxer nearly pushes it in. All 3 defenders on the side. First killer will look to position it for Kronovi, but Roldiz recovers well and gets it back out. Ajax will transition to midfield, and now here comes the counterattack.
It's actually a phenomenal read from Wonder to try and get that one through. And now he's in a bit of an awkward spot. Right side and posting in. Oh, so unfortunate. Hoxer sitting here, 3-point turning on the goal line, just trying to figure out, does he have help from his teammates? Does he not? Kronovi comes up empty.
That's Wonder's micro positioning on the goal line, just a little bit too far forward. Not with his nose sticking out of net. He's all the way out of net. Not able to make that pinball save. And the counterattack is good. United hold on, get all their shots in a row. One of them finally goes in. 1-0 lead for United, who took game number 1. Rogue still yet to score in the series. Hoxer through 1. Here's first killer looking for the first goal of the series for his team. So Ajax carries this one high. Tries to bait in first killer, but had the read and the falling, gravity doing its thing. Make that an easy one.
Challenge.
It's Kronovi now up through 2 up against Hoxer. Ajax comes in and just working this corner. United constantly trying to find the shots. That one is dangerous as Rogue looks for the play here.
Oh, nice.
A clear from 1, but 1 to the demolition on the goalie. Oh, and the save careening in from the side. Roldiz stops it, and Ajax will block the final attempt that was just high.
The speed, though, it was great from Rogue. The approach was correct. They had everything going for them. They just made a good save on the shot.
That was the best scoring opportunity we've seen from Rogue, stopped by a valiant defensive effort. First kill now. Demolished, but not before he finds a clear to midfield. Kronovi airborne quickly this time, but Ajax still manages to get control. It's been a Kronovi versus Ajax kind of series.
All right.
Wonder now, trapping this, looking for the shot. Actually, nearly gets an own goal out of EUnited. And here comes a follow from Kronovi. Not nice, tries to make it soft, but the defense holds just fine. Now first kill looking for a bump sack in front of the goal. Ajax with the stop. Oh, and the pinball off of one and off the other. Back to midfield. They're not out of it just yet as Kronovi tries, but the defense will hold again. 2:05, and EUnited, just nothing can get through these men.
There's the support there. Wonder's in some good positions to pick up the slack that First Killer's setting up the chances for. But on that final attempt right there, excuse me, he flipped away from the ball instead of trying to muscle it through the defense, and so the ball just popped out.
The gameplay's just taking your breath away. 1:38 left to go. Onto the side. Rogue looking for scoring opportunities again, but still just not quite in position. Ajax in the corner. Now high. First Killer looking for their first goal again, the tying goal in game 2. Hoxer will stop him, and now looking for a pass to Roldiz. Wonder will get a touch across to First Killer. They turn it back around. Where's Kronovi? Looks for the shot, still blocked by the third man as EUnited get given the runaround in the midfield, and still the defense holds just fine. First Killer with a loft. Kronovi with an attempt.
Nice.
Finally beats Ajax in the midfield, and Roldiz will have to deal with this on the back line. Now the carry back out.
Nice. That's a good job from Wonder. Just force Roldiz to give up the ball and let your teammates pick up the slack there, as everybody from EUnited kind of stuck there on that side of the pitch.
Flick over one. First Killer. His shot will be wide. No Wonder with a stop. With 45 seconds left. Rogue need a goal. Plain and simple. They haven't scored in the series. And the goal right now, so valuable as it sends them into overtime. The drop down, Roldiz hits his brakes and gets one block. Now looking for a second one on Kronovi. Reads him off the wall. Roldiz, absolutely nothing can get through this man. And now looking for the counterattack. Nearly got the flip reset to work with, but the ball gets taken away. The shot is blocked by First Killer on the line. EUnited looking to secure this win, but now Wonder out to First Killer, over to Kronovi, blocked by Ajax. The interception in the midfield. 12 seconds left. Looking for goal number 2. Doesn't know he does get a flip reset off of it, but Kronovi will still get the block. And now one last valiant attempt.
Too far.
Kronovi in front of Wonder, stopped, and this burns all the time. First Killer's got to keep this in the air the whole way, and it's not going to happen. EUnited have swept them perfectly in 2 games now, going into game 3. Rogue has yet to score.
You got to give credit to EUnited's defense there in this game too, but at the same time, I feel like Wonder should have absolutely been able to just jam that ball through the goal line there. Just flipped the wrong way. But across the board, what is that? 10 saves for EUnited, and a couple of them were just lethal shots. So well played to the defense of EUnited here. And a great bit of shooting and the tough break for Wonder on the goal line.
Yeah, the thing this replay doesn't really show you. You can see Wonder trying to get in position, but still just, I don't know. I think he doesn't seem to be aware of where Kronovi is either. He's just like, oh my goodness, I'm caught. There's so much happening above me.
Well,
and the thing that the replay doesn't show is that this is Rogue falling back onto defense very quickly after kind of a busted counterattack play.
And the interesting thing about that is you said Wonder, he pulls off the goal line there, and that's why he can't make the save on the ball that's pinballing around. Yes, you're right, but he pulls out of that because of that not understanding that Kronovi's in the corner grabbing the boost. And it's like, if there's any sort of communication that, Kronovi says like, I'm back, or I just grabbed corner, or anything like that as he's heading that way, Wonder probably backs all the way up into the goal. And he just, it's that thinking he's got to go try and cut down that shot, and then seeing his teammate, just come out of the side of
the moment he hit the right trigger on his controller was the moment the ball goes
it's like, well, now it's too late.
Because the pinballing might be like, this is crazy, this is weird, and I don't know how to approach it. But no, actually, I feel like as a defender, he likes that. He's like, this gives me basically 3 opportunities to block this. I can block the initial shot, I can block the second bounce or the third bounce, And he didn't have an opportunity to either of them because of that input. So now, going into game 3, it's been all EUnited on the scoring department. Rogue need to score a goal, or else they'll become the 3rd team in RLCS history to be perfectly swept. But plenty of teams have gotten this far.
A rare and unfortunate feat.
We'll see if it happens. EUnited would love to do it to them. Here's through. One is this has been a lot of Rogue pressure here early in game number 3.
They've had a couple of good looks in the series. No doubt about that.
First killer through 2. Roldiz. A fall back. Kronovi looking for the dunk here. Gets it onto the backboard. Here comes a shot, and that's in. Wonder will stave off the infamous stat line, and that will be Rogue on the board.
First killer, nice little tip into the middle, and there's that aggression from Kronovi, the hesitation gone from earlier. Just dives at the play, forces the defense to make the stop, and Wonder's right there to pick it up.
Excellent shot placement from Wonder as well. Upper 90 top shelf. And finally, Rogue on the board. Looking for a second one here. Ajax will stretch this time and make the stop. But they finally found a way through. Now they got to find a way to secure the win, hold on to that one goal. Or perhaps find a bit more security. As you know, United's got 4 whole minutes to tie up this game.
Oh, hello,
Lay up to Kronovi. What would have been my favorite goal of the day. It's not going in the back of the net. This defense holds on. Now a play over 1. Ajax falling back quickly here. He'll be able to trap this just carefully enough. And guide it off to the corner. Now the play in the midfield. Ajax onto the backboard. Nobody's home. Can he find the double tap? Wonder doesn't even make contact. Here's Hoxer again high. The follow-up from the third. Rolled in. It's gonna be wide, and Wonder's got the save.
Wonder just got bumped. He was just recovering there, and he just realized, yeah, I can get that. That's amazing.
Makes the play away, and they hold on to their lead. 3:24 left to go. There's Wonder through 1. Nobody home in the goal. Couldn't find a way to get off the wall and tuck it in himself. There's Hoxer now. Ajax with control, up against Wonder, lofted dangerously. Here's the third from Roldes over the top of 1. Gonna try and fall down and see if he can sneak it behind First Killer, but First Killer will get that one away. Now Wonder off the wall. 3:03 on the clock. And EUnited starting to breathe down Rogue's neck.
Oh, what do you do here?
Wonder to the edge. Pass out to Kronovi. Shot onto the backboard, looking for the double tap, but broken up on the goal line. Pass back in again, wide of the goal. Hoxer on the front line, couldn't find the bump on Wonder, and Rogue is just starting to send shot after shot onto the EUnited goal.
Oh, but they might get him here. Wonder and Kronovi are both going to be looking over their shoulders as this one comes in.
The bounce is very high. Wonder will have the first read. First Killer looks for the extension and gets it. Roldes falling back for boost. Ajax will look to pass it out to him and then tries to get it back down into his teammate, but not there. Ajax, on the other hand, still makes a block.
Too high.
Now First Killer. Up high, the pass back. Now back over in his direction. Can he find this third touch? No. Wonder with the pass into the midfield. Kronovi gets 2, but Hoxer shouldn't have any shot to block.
Great little bit of passing there from Rogue. I mean, First Killer makes an adjustment off a missed touch, and Wonder says, all right, here, go get it. And they try and turn it into a solid scoring opportunity. Some good adaptability in an awkward scenario as EUnited continue to try and get things back in their favor. But time continues to tick, and now it's going to be more and more of a factor.
First Killer off the wall. Back down to Kronovi. Infield pass broken up at the point of contact. The ball still in United's corner. Wonder looking for a shot. 2 defenders bite, but stay on the ground. And now Ajax with passing options. The block from First Killer will be good. Now Wonder back down. Put up high. Kronovi back into the midfield to nobody, though. Ajax will play it into this corner with for free. 1:17 on the clock, the longest scoring drought we've seen from EUnited. First Killer tries to pick this up, go for it himself. Looked for the flip, but not going to be able to make use of it. Now through 2. Wonder over to the edge. Doesn't make contact. Wonder's patience going to be paying off here as he's got it back into the box. Looks for a shot himself behind 1, but the ball is wide, and the follow-up of First Killer's not there. Now Kronovi into the goal. Here's Roldes with the save in the final minute. Take Ajax with the dribble. Flick over 1. Kronovi will have this, but no one to pass to. He's going to have to hold on to it. Roldes will take it away from him. Now where's the rest of EUnited? Hoxer comes crashing in. Ajax in the midfield, has to make a quick turn, makes the stop. But only 30 seconds left. Rogue inching closer and closer to their first win in the series.
Wonderful booming clear as well. They're doing a solid job controlling clock. And the pressure is nice. They're not giving away anything for free, but now is a bit of a double commit, and it's going to be a 1-on-3 back the other way. First Killer, well done.
Hoxer with an attempt, but then demolished. First Killer will just pump it high with 9 seconds left. It's going to have some last-minute theatrics.
Oh, he missed!
Oh, the misses from the defense. Kronovi can't find the clear. Hoxer ties the game on the mistake. The error could cost Rogue this series.
Oh, that's an easy one. I shouldn't say easy. That's routine. It's not easy, but it is routine.
For Kronovi, it's an easy one.
And you cannot miss that at 4 seconds.
crush. Such a critical goal. Rogue are going to be kicking themselves if they can't win this in overtime or possibly get the buzzer beater magic, but not going to look like it. As a matter of fact, it might go the other way. Coming back off, Roldis keeps it high. Now Hawks are off the wall, keeps it back into the corner, but this one should be shut down. Overtime in game 3, and the bell's tolling for Rogue right now. They've got to find a way out of town.
First killer makes the big stop. On the 1-on-3, they get the double demo.
Finds 2 demos, and now Kronovi pushing through, looking for redemption here. But Hawks are able to get this one away. The respawns have come through just fine. Now Wonder looks for the play, but Ajax now up against Roldis. Roldis has got Kronovi beat. It's down into the box, but wide. First killer needs to find a clear. He's just looking to hold on to it and see if he can burn Ajax's boost. He does so, and now Hawkster's got to find a save. Wonder plays it to the corner, but Roldis' patience pays off again. And now through 2, a full tank as he picked it up in that corner. Gets the dunk on 1. Ajax up against First Killer, sets it up for Hawkster, and now he goes up for the follow-up over Wonder. Ajax nearly demolished, bumped enough though, thrown off his game, but Roldis comes in for the shot and it's wide. First Killer will find the block. Confusion from EUnited in the corner as they bump into each other.
Low boost for Rogue here. Tough sequence incoming.
Oh, over the top of 1. Now Roldis will have uncontested contact. Hawkster with the fake on 1, looks to tuck it around himself. First kill gets the block. The follow from Ajax, no good. Off the post, down, back in. EUnited will take the series, and Rogue are going to be crying to back home.
Oh, Hawkster, the little shimmy shake in the middle of the box to freeze First Killer on the wall. Take away his ability to dive across net and get a nice clean clear out into the corner. That's a great little bit of stutter stepping to open a small window, and Ajax came through and delivered.
Absolute heartbreak.
Devastating, yeah.
That is the worst way to lose a series. You finally find a way back in. 4 seconds left, a critical error, and then getting balled there at the end to send it back away. EUnited take the sweep here. Rogue put up a fight there in game 3, but games 1 and 2, there was so many opportunities.
Yeah, especially game 2.
Man, yeah, game 2 looked okay. EUnited, well done, staying in that one to the very end, punish the mistake well, get that goal, and you know they're happy they're not playing game 4 right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they had to work for it all the way through, especially games 2 and 3. The defense pulled through, especially in game 2. Game 1, I felt like EUnited was kind of just like, okay, we're going to come out here, we're going to play some solid Rocket League, and you guys are just going to give us goals. And then game 3 happens, and just it feels like the fire goes out when you miss like a touch like that. You know, it's 4 seconds left. You're like, sweet, we're gonna win one. We're going to game 4. I missed the ball. We're tied up. Great.
And you're playing all of overtime with like sweat running down your back of like that I have to win this or else this is gonna be
it's on my head.
I'm gonna be thinking about this one in the shower for the next 2 weeks if we lose this game.
It's gonna be a rough night for Kronovi, that's for sure. That one hurts.
That is not the one. But I don't know. Kronovi is a player who has said before, like one of his greatest strengths is that he knows how to lose because he's done it so much. So we'll see how they bounce back here, folks. We got a bunch more games to go today. The match of the day coming up next, Pittsburgh Knights versus SSG. Who's going to stay in that top 2 conversation? We'll find out after the break.
At CDW, you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, you know, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
誰もが旅をする。 こまで来た。あなたはどこまで行く？
Close your eyes, think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her. I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overcome, yeah, I need you. That's when we need each other. 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 Somebody, how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
EUnited with the victory over Rogue 3-0 and almost a perfect sweep there, letting in one goal just at the very end. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We're watching North American League Play Week number 4. I'm Leaf alongside Gibbs and Corelli to talk about that last match you watched there. Rogue didn't fix the issues that they had in their first series earlier. They had 2 tries today. You know, they took a game off of NRG, but they couldn't even take one off of EUnited. And I'm wondering, is EUnited just too strong? That they were a LAN team last season. Is that what we're seeing, or is it just Rogue falling apart?
It was very disappointing because I felt like they put in a lot of goals versus NRG. In the high-scoring games, I think NRG kind of let some of those in. But you expect more offense out of Rogue. And then to end it all, the team captain, Kronovi, game 3, all he's got to do is just touch that ball away, 4 seconds left. And they blow that game. And for game differential purposes, this one hurts so bad because these teams are very close in the standings. And that could mean everything, that one miss from Kronovi.
Yeah, you definitely start to get worried for Rogue about playoff chances and things of that nature. And for Rogue, they're a team that wants to control the pace of the game. They tried to do it against NRG. It's very hard to do it against a team like that. But EUnited was definitely a team that they could come out and try to control the pace of the game against. And in the end, Gibbs and I were talking about it. While EUnited spent a lot of their time in their own half, it just felt like Rogue never solved the equation on how to break down the EUnited side. And in the end, EUnited, they have some pretty sharp weapons in Ajax and Hoxer, and they're able to take care of business.
Yeah, there was a low-scoring series. I don't think for EUnited that this is anything to be incredibly excited for. Obviously, a 3-0 sweep is huge, but they need to play better versus better opponents when it comes down to it. Because I did think Rogue wasn't that scary. There was really no threatening chances on them.
No kidding. Look at 3.7.
Yeah, it was not pretty at all. So, EUnited, huge win, but I think there's still a lot of things to work on for them if they want to make that playoff push.
But what, I don't know, for Rogue, you're sitting out at a -9 game differential. The next closest one to you is Cloud9 at -2, and then Flight right behind you, who's not looking in a good spot at -10. It's not looking good for Rogue. Something has to change. You don't want to give up yet. You don't want to just be like, all right, well, whatever, I guess it's done and done with, because it's not yet. We still have a lot more league play. What does Rogue do here? Is it just, do they sit down and just yell at each other?
I want to see First Killer get some more space with the ball, and I think that's partially First Killer's fault compared to Rogue, but I expected more out of First Killer. I was very high on him going into after the Cloud9 matchup where he looked great, but I'm very concerned.
Well, to talk about their victory in an almost perfect sweep, Roldiz is on the line. Congratulations on the win. Maybe. There he is. What's up? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
You guys almost had the perfect sweep there. There was one during the last game. Was that on your mind going into the series that, whoa, we almost have a perfect sweep?
Yeah, I kept saying it after each game. I was like, yo, let's shut them out. Yeah. Let's shut them out because I knew we could do it. Our defense was solid. That's what we've been practicing a lot on is our defense.
And it almost came through, so hopefully you guys can get one in the future, but of course it's not going to be easy. How do you guys feel now, just looking to your last season compared to this one? How are you feeling? Do you feel like you're in the same spot? You're better, worse? What are you feeling comparatively?
I feel like there was some things in the offseason that kind of pushed us back a little bit, but we're starting to regain speed again, and we're getting a little bit of help. And now I feel comfortable that we're going to make a push towards the end of the season.
Well, you're going to need that speed going into next weekend. You guys actually have a doubleheader on the one, and then on the doubleheader of games, you have another game. So 3 games next weekend. Are you guys prepared? How are you going to get ready for that? That's a lot of Rocket League.
I mean, we're not used to playing that much Rocket League, but that's what we get paid to do. So we got to get prepared. So.
That's fair. Now, just out of the matches you have next week, which one's looking the scariest? I'm just going to compare G2 and Soniqs because Flight is one of the other ones. But out of those two, what are you most worried about?
G2 100%.
Absolutely. Well, good luck in preparation for next week, and we'll look forward to seeing you on the field.
All right, thank you.
Straight to the point. He's, we got to play Rocket League. That's our job.
He gets paid to play Rocket League. He's not wrong.
That is a great sentence to say, isn't it?
Hey, next week, it's going to be a fun one with all these teams playing a bunch of games.
So for them, what are you saying, though? I mean, obviously it's, they said they're trying to get their speed back now. They're trying to get back into place. Do you think they're going to be prepared and ready for that next week? Will they have that momentum?
So I think it's actually a really good thing that he's like, hey, we're not actually playing that well right now. Because I feel like a lot of teams after an ugly win like that, they're like, We're doing great. We're looking fantastic. So I am happy about that.
I think it can go one of two ways, because if you have to play so many games, it's like going into a tournament over the weekend. If you're playing really well, that could actually bode really well for their record as they go through, because they get 3 quick games right in a row. But if they're not playing so hot, they don't get a lot of time to make changes to their play style and maybe just get out of a slump if they're in one.
Well, we got a big match. We only have 2 more series left in the day. Big match to talk about right now, though. It is our match of the day, and it is Pittsburgh Knights versus Space Station Gaming.
First, though, Leaf, I think we're going to the player of the day.
I do have that. I'm jumping the gun here. I'm just really excited about player of the day. Let's check out the player of the days here. Who's on the board? Hawkser, I think, was the one we picked from that last match.
Yeah, he was involved in all the offense for EUnited, so it was a great series from him. So I have to give it to Hawkser there.
Wait, what do you have there for Shock, though?
Oh, I left my note in from every single week. Shock. Just copy and paste.
Oh, my God.
Every single week, we're putting Shock on this board.
It's scripted. He's got to be on the board now. Like
I thought Ghost was going to take that serious, but Shock's like, no, we have to win so I can be on this player of the day board once again. But then Turbo missed as well. Played really well throughout all of it.
Turbo, man, I gotta say, the goals that I see from Turbo are
all planned.
Really one of a kind, and Turbo is really a one of a kind human being. And
I just want to see the comms.
I do.
Like after that double bump, flip, reset, pool shot. I mean, sure, why not?
Okay, I think now I'm allowed to talk about our match of the day. Let's get it, because I was really excited. Let's talk about it. Pittsburgh Knights versus Space Station Gaming. I've been looking forward to this all day. You even saw it. I jumped the gun. I just want to talk about this. This is an exciting match. We have the Pittsburgh Knights who are still trying to find their footing a little bit with AJ. They got rid of Mist before. And Space Station Gaming, coming off their last season, looking phenomenal at LAN and looking phenomenal now, taking out NRG, even the reigning world champs. Pittsburgh Knights have to go up against this. Last season, I would have had the Knights in this series, but Space Station Gaming could have the upper hand here.
Yeah, these two teams, in league play, Space Station got the better of them. Pittsburgh Knights then beat them in playoffs. It could go either way, but it is that new meta where they're slowly transitioning back to the old meta, not going as aggressive like we talked about throughout the pre-show. And I kind of like it from Reynolds and AJ, where they are turning into this dynamic duo where they're getting a lot of good passing plays. I think they just need to convert more of those, and I think that's the big issue right now with their offense. But it looks like it's slowly getting there.
Yeah, I agree. And that was my concern for Pittsburgh Knights when we saw them in the beginning weeks here for RLCS, was it just didn't feel like AJ was really working into the offense as much as you would want to see. And there were some gaps, especially in the midfield, that the Knights let through. But I feel like as the season has gone on, they've looked better and better. I think this is going to be a massively explosive game between these two teams. Obviously, demos are going to be a part of it, even though they are kind of ramping, they're kind of going down on that. But I think at the same time, these guys are very comfortable with each other. They know how each other play. And this is not about, catching someone out off guard. This is about executing when you have the opportunity.
Pittsburgh Knights versus Space Station Gaming. It's about to happen. Join us online at RL Esports on Twitter, #RLCS9. Match of the day, it's happening right now.
Trying to stay alive in the hunt for top 4. These teams, it's a mess in the middle of North America. And the Knights and Space Station both on the upswing the last 2 weeks. The Knights really still trying to find their way with AJ.
And that's the question: has their improvement been enough? Last week they took down Ghost. That was a big question, a big test for them if they were going to be able to do that, take down their old teammate Mist on Ghost, and they were able to do that. And it looked like the synergy was there. It looked like Reddles and AJ were finally figuring things out. Gyro was getting involved. It was equal effort across the board for them to get their wins. But you could really tell that Reddles was playing inspired Rocket League. However, this is the next big test. Space Station, it's a team that everyone was expecting to finish top 2 in North America, and this is truly a battle. This is where we start getting nitpicky and start separating those teams that are aiming for the top 4.
And my question for the Knights is, how are they going to continue to create space and find lanes for Reddles and AJ to continue to be successful? They were averaging almost 3.5 demos per game last season. They're down to
over a demo.
Yeah.
Over a demo less per game.
Yeah, 2.15 is the exact number, and it's obvious that they've struggled to find space in different ways. But if they can continue that Reynolds to AJ connection, they might find success here against Space Station. Soniqs have proved that Space Station are not impenetrable. And the Knights, can they continue their run after taking down Ghost last week? That is off the crossbar. No goal early on for Space Station. Gyro on the transition, and it's taken away.
SSG, the first team to take down the former world champions. And they did it pretty commandingly. In the final game of the series, it was a 6-1 bloodbath.
Well, Sipical on the challenge against AJ will beat Gyro's ball. And AXB, who last season may have been quiet at times, this season he's been much more integral in the offense and was part of the reason they were able to take down the defending world champs. AXB, that high off the ceiling, and Arsenal got a look at it. He actually gets a goal. Space Station struck first.
Reynolds, he was rotating back to net, but he was on empty. He was on zero for so long. Arsenal puts the shot, and all Reynolds can do is try to half flip and get the save. It wasn't enough. You saw he got a piece of it, but it deflected in.
And so Space Station, they've been getting most of the shots here in the first minute. Reynolds does get over one defender, but it will be taken away by AXB. Sipical trying to force the ball out. And Space Station hunting on the line. Sipical in front. The Knights trying to find a way out, but right now Space Station have them locked in. AXB flips over one in the corner, forces another challenge, but Sipical won't be able to get there, and Gyro will attempt to carry this out. Midfield has been tough.
And that was a good touch from Gyro, getting it underneath the challenge, getting possession back. But still the Knights weren't able to use that to break out of their half. Space Station's pressure, you see Sipical getting a bump on Reynolds, a good recovery.
And then Arsenal's challenge in midfield. AJ took the boost, tried to take the ball away or slow down AXB. AXB found a pass, but broken up by Gyro. Gyro does get over one. Arsenal will take that ball away to the side. Another shot, pass, no good, broken up by AXB.
Now a challenge from Arsenal. Arsenal getting locked in. You see a backwards deadlock.
He'll get out of there, but Reynolds has a one-on-one, and Sipical makes the save. The Knights trying to find another opportunity. Here's Gyro, AJ, miscommunication, who was going to go for that ball, but Reynolds keeps them locked in. Arsenal's attempted clear. It'll be AJ's who wanted a pass. Sipical, high off the ceiling. AXB back to Arsenal. Shot
lovely.
is good on the demo. 2-0.
Sipical getting the demo. It opens up this chance. Not only did he get the demo, but he got the pass off the ceiling down to AXB. AXB over to Arsenal. The path's cleared by Sipical. Everyone playing their part. Space Station, like a machine, is chewing up this Knights team. AJ is sitting at 8 points. 8 points, and we just reached the halfway point of the game.
Struggling, I mean, the Knights have struggled to have any sort of offense. They had one or two chances. Gyro has a couple of carries down the field. He looked for a demo there against Sipical, couldn't find him. No, Gyro from his own box. He's got some time. He does force the 50 out now. AJ, his light shot, nothing for Sipical. The Knights just can't get anything going on offense. Reynolds got back to force the touch out to the corner and almost dunked was AJ. AXB back to Sipical. Have to let that go off the backboard.
And that miss from AJ put them in a dire spot. If that shot was on target, that was going to go in. If that was a lower shot, it would have been all over. Space Station, it looks like they haven't really even broken a sweat.
And Arsenal content just throw this down the pitch. He'll win the touch too. Gyro on the received pass. Will be back to AJ on the rebound. And the Knights just can't find any sort of win on these back boost pads when they get on offense. Here's a chance to find a bump. AXB just gets in the way of the defender. AJ will collect a goal. They're within one.
Despite the rough start, this really opens it up. Reynolds, he backflips into the bump. You saw him actually get the bump, and also he runs into AJ near the end of the play. But Reynolds being aggressive. Sipical missed the ball at the midfield. And there is hope for the Knights.
Well, here comes Sipical off the kickoff, taken away by Gyro. Gyro over to Arsenal. Or not Arsenal, that's AJ. all the time. Gyro, hard across, no one there. Sypical will try to carry this out for Space Station. The Knights with Reddles. Arsenal waiting in midfield, he'll take the ball away. Oh, AJ expecting something a little different from Arsenal there. It's still Space Station's ball. Content to try to win this corner. AJ trying to find a way to wrangle that ball away from Space Station, but every single touch in that corner, you see the Knights desperate. It was a double commit. That's a tee up high, but Space Station will be first to the ball. It's AXB looking for Arsenal, broken up by AJ for now. The Knights have been locked here for 40 seconds. Gyro, attempted flick out. He won't get it done. Sypical had read on the ball, but couldn't find the touch, and that was the most disastrous goal I've ever seen. The Knights bumping into each other, and it's a free goal for Space Station.
Sypical hits this off the wall. Reddles goes back, and sure enough, he just misses the touch. Missed the touch completely.
Whew.
And that one is going to be tough to swallow.
That's rough. Not how you want to start if you're the Knights. It just has not worked. Space Station have dominated on the pitch in the first game.
About 70% of the game, the Knights were stuck in their own half. 70%.
That is effectively the clamp, if you will, James.
Not much you can do. In that 30% that they were upfield, they weren't really able to do much. There was the one play that they squeezed out, but it was a rough first game for the Knights.
11 shots on net for Space Station, comparatively 6 for Pittsburgh. And I mean, there was a couple of good things that we saw from the Knights at the beginning of the game, but then Space Station, I mean, there was a point where they were jumping to the thirds, and then this goal was just wonderfully executed by the entire team.
I love that goal. That, to me, was the goal of this game so far, the series. Sypical getting that pass off the ceiling, knowing that he's going to keep possession, and then he goes for the demo and opens up the path. It was a wonderful, well-thought-out play. The pass over to, I believe, Arsenal, yes. The pass from AXB over to Arsenal set it up wonderfully. They have been looking good. Fantastic.
And the Knights have been trying to find passes on that on the transition downfield, but the issue has been consistently in midfield, winning 50s, and then their passing lanes are just shut down. Like they're getting met at every single stage, and boost has been an important factor. The Knights weren't able to collect, it felt, any boost on the other side of the pitch when they did get on offense because they were already stretching after Space Station had starved them earlier. So I just felt Space Station, they played a complete game in game one. The Knights, they have to start winning.
And that one mistake, the one mistake from Reddles, he just drove right by the ball. He was trying to control it, trying to get the ball rolling over to the side, and just whipped on it.
So the Knights looking for a way back in. And there will be nothing there for Reddles. AJ back over to Gyro. And AXB on the carry. He's denied by Reddles. Reddles looking for another touch, but taken away by Sypical. The Knights trying to lock down midfield, something they could not do in game one. Reddles, light touch. Arsenal forced back, but he has the touch well handled. But Space Station now struggling to find the clear, but Arsenal had all day to go for that. Now with that one low bounce off the ramp. Gyro, Reddles is downfield, but AXB cuts off the lane. I mean, there's some space here for Space Station against the Knights. Off the ceiling, Gyro has this read. But it's AXB's ball in the third. He'll take a shot towards the net. It's high and taken away for now. Reddles on point. He pops over one. Arsenal waiting.
Arsenal's going to stay with it. Reddles slowing him down. AXB, a good chip. Bullies it past AJ. Gets the flick towards the net. Reddles had to dive in to make that save.
And Arsenal just gets in front beautifully. Done on the 50 from Arsenal. And Space Station still on the Knights half. Reddles will get a clear for now. Arsenal will take it away on the backside. Gyro. His touch will only be for AXB. And the Knights with AJ, nothing. Reddles will bang it against the corner for Gyro. They do continue the touch. There's a shot potentially, but then Bump got Sypical, who gets back, and a little bit of panic from Space Station in the air, but they come away.
Not the prettiest of defensive moments there for Space Station, but they were still not punished. Knights perhaps starting to hit a rhythm.
Well, AXB cuts off a deep pass to Reddles in midfield, takes a shot and nothing. Oh, and Gyro thinking that challenge was going to come. Oh, they're in Gyro's head right now. He's thinking the challenge is going to come. They fooled him twice. Now Arsenal taking the pass from AXB, and Gyro getting the bump, and Reddles will take the ball away. But it's Spacestation right now, up high. Typical has the read, but he couldn't touch the ball. And it's taken away. AXB, no good. Reddles will boom it downfield for the Knights. Another high ball for AJ. AXB just catches it. AXB sat there the whole time in midfield, and AJ ended up giving it right to him. Here's a bump. It gives the net a chance for the Knights, but nothing. AXB on the rotation back had the save. Spacestation.
And AJ half rotated with no boost, and he's got no boost on the outlet. This is going to be tough to defend.
And then picking it up, Reddles, he wins, but again, jumping back is Arsenal again on the save. That's the third save Arsenal has had this game to deny the Knights a goal. Gyro and Reddles back over to AJ. It's just a 50 and pray for the Knights right now. Reddles is trying to get a pass over to Gyro. He does find it, but he had to stretch the entire field.
And there's that Reddles we know getting a double demo. The challenge coming out, if that challenge gets won after the double demo,
AXB,
it's going to be a goal.
Oh, if he had a little bit more boost, he would have had another touch as well. AXB, he had that flick, and then the win on the 50, like you said, James, to just the double demo completely neutralized from Reddles. Dangerous ball in front of the box. Reddles staying with it, had to stay right behind it, but still, Spacestation press. AXB back, he says thanks for the space, but he could not get enough juice on the ball. Typical around the corner. I mean, Spacestation, they're owning the Knights right now. The Knights have spent, it feels like, again, a total of about maybe a minute in the blue half of on the blue half of the pitch. Typical, he's got AXB on the wing. He'll carry it himself off the backboard. He does have to contend with a defender, and AJ will take it away. Still 0-0, despite the control that Spacestation have shown. They have not been able to find the back of the net.
And this is going to be an interesting game to watch finish out. If Spacestation get the win here, you feel like the series is in the bag for them. However, week one, the Knights battled back and were able to get a reverse sweep, but Spacestation is a different story. Gyro having to stretch to make that.
Oh, AXB sitting in midfield. Oh, that's a big mistouch or a whiff, whatever you want to call it. He couldn't find it, but the Knights weren't expecting it.
Typical, yeah, he had a clear line to that ball.
Oh, Reddles, that ball up high. It's going to be AXB's. He's got a little bit more and can't exactly win the 50. Arsenal wants one more chance off the side wall. We'll play it slow. He gets bumped out of the way, but the ball's in front of the box. A nice catch by AJ. He'll flip it over Typical, but AXB wants to keep it in play, and it will be killed. Game 2 overtime.
And that was a good stop. AJ, it looked like his play would be enough to force overtime right there, but still kept up for a brief moment. Now it's all riding on the next goal. Not the greatest hit from Gyro. AJ getting bumped as well.
AXB right towards the box, taken away by Reddles. Gyro just getting chipped. It's Spacestation who's been the better physical team in this game. There's been so many chips and bumps that have just thrown everybody off. Here's Arsenal off the backboard, taken away. AXB pops this up. He'll take it himself. Keeps it close on the arrow.
And that was such an important backboard read from Reddles. If he misses that, Arsenal is gonna hit that double tap and end the game right there, Jorby.
And still, it's AXB hunting in the third. He's just winning that touch clean. The Knights slower to the ball.
Now shot coming in.
Oh,
Arsenal far post! And that was a zinger right past the defense.
And Gyro, he tried to find that clear. Typical just got in his way, which just prevented any sort of substance whatsoever. And that was just the result of relentless pressure from Spacestation. And that same sequence we saw 6 times in a row before they finally found the goal.
And AJ, he was on the wall, but if you look back at the replay, he was so far away from the net. And he had a lot of boost in the tank. If he's sitting, you know, he's probably expecting a shot more near post, but as soon as that shot goes far post, he used up all his boost. He wasn't even really that close to making the save.
No, not at all. And again, the Knights, they had some good transitions down the pitch this game, but the passing isn't there. Every time they get on offense, Space Station make their lives completely difficult. The Knights have to get more creative. They have to start generating their own chances. Space Station are playing mistake-free defense.
They are for the most part. There was a few instances where they looked like they were a little bit shaky, but nothing egregious. Nothing egregious from Space Station. It's just offensively, Space Station is holding all the cards. You can see them playing much more aggressive, going for the passing plays, and working as a team. We saw moments of that from the Knights, but it just wasn't enough, and now things are getting dire. And AJ, again, down there at the bottom on the scoreboard, 156 points this game, and there was a period last game where he spent half the game and almost didn't really touch the ball at all. He had 8 points.
He doesn't look comfortable.
And so, yeah, it's just, this is what we're seeing from the Knights is AJ are they ever going to hit their stride? But Space Station, you have to give them credit. They are a very difficult team. The Knights have a lot in front of them playing against a team like Space Station, who might be the favorites in North America. Honestly, they took down NRG.
They certainly look like it. They are a complete team so far this season. That is a save. And AXB almost puts it in, but Gyro picks up a save as well. So Space Station come out the gates in game 3, already firing. 3 shots on net, and Gyro almost dunked Sipical, but then taken away by Arsenal again. Here's another shot bounced up, and Arsenal comes up with another save. The dude is a mastermind in front of the net today.
Arsenal, he just saved them a goal. This easily could have been a very early lead for the Knights, but Arsenal, what a stop. And now Reddles going for the center ball. Arsenal again pops it high. It'll be tough for AJ to get a shot. He goes for the bounce pass, but AXB able to clear that out.
That's the best look that the Knights have had at a pass in front of the box all series. And we'll see if they can keep this pressure up. Pacifical, a great approach. He had that catch, let the ball drop in front of him, and then put his nose right behind the ball. It was beautifully done off the ramp. And now Space Station start to move forward off of that. Arsenal, that's AXB as well. That was probably the most egregious mistake.
Oh, this is it.
It'll give Reynolds the goal. AJ was following close, but Reynolds will take credit, and it's 1-0 the Knights.
Reynolds says, hey, I did all the hard work. I'm going to take this goal for myself. Jumping right in front of AJ.
Like, I got it, bro. I got this. I mean, that's good for the Knights. This is their first lead.
And all season long, Reynolds has been playing well. Really, the one mistake was on defense near the end of game 1 where he missed that hit. But other than that, Reynolds still playing quality Rocket League. And now another goal for AJ after a bump. Reynolds rotated through, got the bump. Sipical couldn't turn, and the net was wide open for him.
Yeah, and AXB's touch was only for AJ. Really, if AXB had a chance of clearing that one out, he was hoping for a more straight arrow touch, if you will. And the Knights will absolutely collect a third, maybe? Oh, no, it bounces right off the post. There's the third for Reynolds, his second. 3-0, the Knights.
Kickoff's not going so well. AJ was cheating up so fast on the kickoff. The ball bounces. He was right on its tail. Doesn't get the goal, but the rebound comes out. Reynolds gets his second of the game. Space Station, see if they can figure things out on kickoff. No, it goes right to Reynolds. Another situation you don't want to be in, where you give up possession right to the opposing team. Gyro going for the air bump.
Oh, Reynolds was a little far up on the play. He did get back to make that touch on top of the demo on AXB. Arsenal, he slows this down. He's got Reynolds to beat up high. One more to beat down low off the backboard. Sipical wants the shot. Arsenal tried to play the bully. Shot from AXB, save from Reynolds. Popped up in front of the box, and Reynolds will clear this away. Sipical's on his way out. AXB.
You love that defensive series, Jorby. That flip reset pass off the backboard from Arsenal, you thought it might be enough to get past the Knights.
If he had only gotten that bump, but he ran out of boost, so he wasn't able to chase the defender down off the line.
It was a fun play to watch. However, the Knights, they're a team, when things get dire, they know how to play.
Well, Gyro having to come in, second man, Sipical. Attempted clear, he'll be challenged. AJ in front of Arsenal. Reynolds next man, he'll have the catch. Has the flick, Sipical on the rotation, has the save. Reynolds trying to keep it in play, and Sipical will win big time. Take midfield boost, does he have anything else? No. Gyro will play it out to the corner. Spacestation need a goal, and they need it quickly. Arsenal forced to 50, but you see Spacestation just waiting for that angle. AXB's next. He has the space down to Sipical. The shot will be high, and Gyro will play it away.
That stop from Sipical was good. He was going up against Reddles, who, if Reddles wins that 50-50 out into the middle, it's another scoring chance for the Knights.
Ooh. Knights are really taking advantage of Space Station right now on some of these plays where they're feigning challenges, or like Reddles earlier, he was in the corner and he acted like he was going to touch it, then didn't. Gyro just did so a couple of seconds ago. And the Knights, they have Space Station really guessing. It's the most pushed we've seen Space Station so far this series. And that 3-goal lead makes them feel desperate.
And we're also seeing desperation after all the demos and the aggression. The play almost coming out from Reddles was low on boost. Maybe had enough to get it if he played it perfectly. However, we're approaching the final minute, a 3-goal lead. That is comfortable for the Knights.
AXB, the catch up, but it will be Gyro's ball. Just well handled by the Knights. There were a couple of transitions for Space Station where they could have easily gotten back into this game, but solid defensive rotations and solid touches on defense. This one was a little troublesome, but AXB far back. He wanted the pass to Arsenal. Space Station essentially pulling the goalie on that play. Sipical still got back to get a save. Does not matter. AJ off the pass. Gyro will save it.
Just want to get into the next game.
Why not?
But in terms of boost, there's still boost struggles going on. AJ and Gyro spending over half the game with less than 25 boost, as opposed to Reddles, who's only had 20% of the game under 25. He has been finding ways to get the boost, keep the pressure on. But the Knights, they're making it work.
Well, this one off the backboard. And some of that, I think for Gyro, I've seen him just try to air dribble the ball consistently. He was using a lot of boost that game to just carry the ball down the field and try to make a good 50 or a good challenge. Either way, the Knights, you take it, a couple of good kickoffs at the beginning, and all you got to do is hold that 3-goal lead, which you rarely see blown in the RLCS. They do confirm the shutout.
Knights, they get the response. Reddles, again, he's leading the charge for the squad. Sipical, he gets beat in the corner by Reddles. Reddles has been such a savage in those corners as well, attacking the ball, going for those extra touches, extra plays, ready to go for the bumps. We saw him clear the path for AJ on his bump on Sipical. So we're seeing a little bit of the Knights of old in this series so far, Jordan.
We definitely are, and they haven't gone completely back to the demo game, and I think one thing that helped the Knights was that they weren't getting chipped as much as they were in the first 2 games of the set. Those kickoff goals really forced Space Station to approach the game a lot differently than they did in games 1 and 2. So if Space Station can just shore up the kickoff at the beginning of the game, I think
it'll be a different story.
I think so.
But you can't just give away goals, and on kickoff, finding ways to make sure you're not just setting up the other team for a quick cheat goal is so important. Having a player go and just being good enough at kickoffs to at least put the ball in play so you're not going to instantly be in scoring position, it's a very tough thing to do. And all the way up to the pros, you see that it's almost impossible to prevent completely. But if there's any extra focus that you could put on it, now's the time. If we see a good kickoff now from Sipical.
But Gyro will pick it up. Sipical booming it over to AXB. Arsenal's downfield, but Reddles will respond with his own. Sipical off the ceiling. Nothing. AXB a solid enough touch.
And you saw Reddles, he was actually going for the bump in air as well. We saw him complete the double demo last game, but it wasn't enough to score a goal on that chance. However, aggression, it did well for Knights last season, trying to bring it back.
Did well for Space Station as well. And Arsenal, league leader in demos in Season 8. That shot wide angle for AXB, but he collects easily. Space Station with a lead.
And this kind of reminds you of the Shock overtime goal. It's deep in the corner. This one a little further out, but another tough angle. AJ was in net. He had boost. He was waiting for something, but he was not expecting that high shot, and it beat him out completely.
Reddles cheating up on the kickoff. Gyro, he does get it by Sypical, but Sypical will now attempt to handle this. Reddles, he stole the boost, now he has the ball. Just nothing but the Knights with control. How do they take it? Gyro pass, packed up to AJ. AJ got another touch onto it, but it is cleared away. Reddles forced back to his own back wall. The Knights are starting to win more of these challenge situations. Ooh, that ball a little fast for AJ.
And now AJ on empty. Trying to get back. Won't have much to keep this out if a shot comes in anytime soon.
Oh, Reddles on that dodge on his way down, got it past the attacker. Now Gyro and AJ try to keep things going for the Knights. Arsenal on his own corner. The challenge by AJ sends it to the back wall. AXB can't win against Gyro. One to beat now for Arsenal. He makes it difficult for Reddles. Reddles wins the touch in front of the box, but the rest of the Knights, AJ waiting for that touch from AXB. Now a shot taken away by Sypical. Gyro couldn't find the touch. Chance for Sypical on the transition. Flicks on the dribble. Reddles has the save, but here comes Arsenal. Shot is good. Arsenal confirms 2 for Space Station.
And this all comes after AJ decided to go for this shot. He had Gyro in the middle. A pass there perhaps could have beaten Space Station, but after the weak flick from AJ, the counter attack was on. And Space Station extend their lead after a beautifully executed counterattack.
Arsenal is still that same aggressive player. Still likes to get up, look for redirects downfield, look for bumps, demos, all that fun stuff, but he has been just putting in the goals and finding, just creating chances for Space Station, as well as being great on the netminder, and Arsenal is just praising you. Give AXB a shot there, but he'll take that dribble on the challenge. Sypical will pick this up now. Nothing really working there for Sypical. AXB high up in front of the box. The Knights have to stop the bleeding, but they're struggling to clear this ball out. They're just finding these long clears, and they're forced to do this.
And Sypical, he was waiting there for so much time. AJ eventually came up to challenge, but Space Station content to let this time melt off the clock.
What a shot. AXB puts it into the top, has his first touch off the seal.
And he has almost no boost left. He's sitting at 20. He has to pre-flip to get the shot. Reddles was empty, so he can't make the save. The pre-flip shot from AXB, perfect placement.
Perfect read on the bounce, everything.
And he went for it. He must have known that Reddles was low boost. They must have been calling it out low boost.
And if Reddles hadn't already been going for it, that might have been the tell. Either way, the Knights, they got a 3-0 win, and Space Station respond with a 3-0 lead of their own in Game 4. The Knights just looking for any sort of room. It is looking much more like the first 2 games, or anything the Knights were doing just weren't working. And the Knights have found a little more room to work with in Game 4, but for the most part, it's just been touches like this where you beat one guy, and then your next man has to stretch.
They're just giving up possession, and we even saw the second goal, the counterattack goal from Space Station, was a result of just giving up the possession and lobbing in a shot towards net. When you need to look for that one extra pass or slow the ball down, try to get demos on the goal line, you have to do something. You can't just fling the ball over there and expect it to get by multiple Space Station defenders in net.
Reddles does have the save. It's an open net for AJ. He will convert. So Knights start the clock as low as the clock may be, but it's something.
Sypical, his third man, dove in right there, ill-advised, as now the 2v0 counterattack was on.
As you would say, risky.
It was an all-in play.
You're up 3-0 with less than a minute. I guess you could take one. You can take a couple.
But with how much better the Knights have been off kickoff, you don't want to risk it.
That's true, but they did send that one off, and the Knights are forced to dive for that save and somehow come up with another. It was Gyro. There's still a little bit of time. AJ against Arsenal. Arsenal ends up winning the ball. Reddles tries to take it away. Again, closed on the gap. AXB, he will have a goal. 4 with 15 seconds remaining. Spacestation Gaming dominant in game 4.
And a hat trick for AXB. AJ a step too slow. AXB's shooting has been on point. That time, his speed beating out AJ to get that hat trick. And I hope you have him on fantasy, because he has scored a lot of points.
After the last few weeks, I don't know how you don't pick up AXB. There's so much value with this player this season. AJ wants one more for the road. He won't get it. The Pittsburgh Knights handed another loss in Space Station, keeping their bid alive for top 2.
And this was dominating. This, to me, didn't even really look that close.
I don't feel like...
It did not even look that close. Space Station was in comfortable control.
I don't think there was a single, bead of sweat on Space Station at all. I wasn't sweating.
And Space Station, they have to be feeling wonderful about that win. They take down NRG. They take down the Knights. Who else in North America is left standing in their way? Right now, G2 is a team that can be competing up there, but now they're making a strong case for being that top 2 team. And the conversation's only going to get more interesting as these next weeks come together.
AXB, man. This guy is popping off this season. It is so awesome to watch. Before it was all right, AXB's fitting in sometimes.
Typical. He was the MVP last season. He had a crazy season, scoring all these goals, amazing shots. Arsenal was up there, getting demos, getting goals, being aggressive.
AXB on the sticks, man.
Now he's doing it.
It's so fun. He got the pre-flip shot. Man, that guy's feeling good. I feel good watching AXB play well. That's fun. And so, I want to see the Knights figure this out in the rest of their season. This team, I think, is better than what they've shown so far, but they have to get it figured out.
Lots of hot and cold.
Really the last loss they can afford. We got one more game coming up to finish off the day. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
At CDW, we get you want happy, productive employees.
That's why we've made our office pet-friendly. Maybe a little too pet-friendly.
Well, CDW can design a mobility solution with light, powerful devices from Lenovo to make your people more productive in or out of the office.
Anyone have any questions before we go?
That's great. I really need to get out of here. Snake people are freaking me out.
Hey, Cheryl, do you have a sec?
For workplace productivity, you need Lenovo and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
To escape. When you're walking on the moon, walking on the moon, chase your happy place. It will change your groove when you're dancing on the moon, dancing on the moon. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. That I've never been. When we dance again, all our trouble seems to fade away. This is how I feel
In the battle of yellow logos, Space Station Gaming comes out on top over Pittsburgh Knights, 3-1 victory. Welcome back to the RLCS. I'm your host, Leaf, alongside Gibbs and Wavepunk. And honestly, that wasn't as close as I thought it would be. I thought we'd have maybe a game 5. I mean, they still took, Pittsburgh Knights still took a game off of that, but Space Station Gaming's looking hot right now.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights didn't look that good. I felt like I cast a curse that boy Reynolds in that game 1 where it just kind of drives and misses that ball. Besides that, they were a little bit flat. The casters talked about it with AJ, just not being involved in a lot of plays early on. They did get game 3. A lot of it was like kickoff goals and just really quick goals. But overall, Space Station controlled this series easily.
I feel like right now, Knights looks like a team that's clicking well enough to like stay in the RLCS and be fine, but like, what was that? Like, these are professional Rocket League players. I'm not really sure what's going on right now. And honestly, Space Station, on the other hand, AXB is really coming into his own, and this whole roster is becoming so deadly on offense.
He is a closer. Last week, it was game 4 overtime when he got his first point on the board for a goal or an assist, and then just destroyed NRG for game 5. Here again, he only had 2 assists. Then it goes into game 4, huge hat trick from AXB to win the series. But we heard it from the casters, like AXB is the one being upfield, trying to disrupt plays. Arsenal was doing fantastic defense, so they're kind of swapping roles, and that's what makes this team so deadly.
And now for the Knights, though, you really have to start questioning whether, this was the right move or if we have AJ in the right spot on the field right now, because at this point, you really should be making waves and you really should be adjusted.
So the one benefit is right now, there doesn't look like there's a lot of teams in NA that are very strong near the bottom. So Pittsburgh Knights, for playoffs, they still look good for there. And at the end of the day, It's a long season that they're going to work on it with AJ, and by the end of the season, who knows what this Pittsburgh Knights will look like.
Yeah, they have a lot of time to come into their own.
For you, Wave, though, do you think Space Station Gaming is now potentially creeping into that #1 spot for North America?
I mean, they're not losing. Which is pretty good right now. They're getting the wins, and I think I really liked hearing the interview from Chrome earlier. Like, their mentality is really solid. They are approaching this as let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get bigger than our own britches here. Let's play the Rocket League. Let's play this game. Take every opponent at face value. Try to win. And an attitude like that, plus the constantly strengthening, rising offensive power that this team's got. Yeah, I'm scared of this team. Definitely sounds like a top 2 team to me.
Well, we have one final match to talk about, and it's going to be Cloud9 versus G2. Normally, this would be a match of the day game, right? Like a match of the last 3 weeks even, right? Yeah. And it's not. The one we just watched before took that title because Cloud9 has still yet to show us any kind of much of anything.
I'm so frustrated by Cloud9 because I think they aren't that terrible of a team. I would think they might be better than an EUnited or Rogue. The problem is they already lost to those 2 teams earlier with bad defensive mistakes. The 3 teams that they've played are 0-9 versus the rest of the RLCS. So they play literally the top 6 teams left. So it's going to be almost impossible to make playoffs. They have to step it up. When they played on Monday for the Astro Tournament, they did take down G2 2-0, but they've taken down NRG before 3 weeks ago. So they have to show up on the game day, the RLCS game day, and they haven't shown it.
It seems like when you go back and watch tape, it's like they're just making simple mistakes of Squishy flies through the air to attack a ball and just misses. Which is
it's funny because I don't even feel like Squishy is the worst off right now. He's kind of mediocre, but you see it. Gimmick got a lot of flack. Torments had a lot of issues on defense, and we used to talk about him being the defensive player in the world.
But on the other side, we got to talk about G2, the undefeated team, the only one left in North America for a top 2 spot. Sure, you're talking about Space Station NRG. You have to talk about G2. When I went looking for trends from Season 9 to Season 8, they're playing exactly the same. It's just the execution is so much better from G2. Cleaner. They're the top 3 players that play on the offensive half. They pin teams in. It's just they're not making those crucial mistakes where they whiff and then they're on defense and it's a free goal. But they're just holding them in.
We did talk about trap games earlier, though, with whole Soniqs versus Ghost situation, and that kind of panned out like I thought it was going to. And if there's ever a game that I feel like G2 is going to sleep on in this series right now, these people that they've dealt with before, you think the fact that they just got beat by them in the Astro Tournament will change that?
These are 2 teams that used to be part of the Big 3. I think G2 will always want to beat Cloud9. There's a big rivalry there from LANs and all that. I think G2 will always look for that Cloud9 matchup and want to take them down.
Join us online and let us know your thoughts for this final match of Week 4 North American League play on Twitter at RL Esports, #RLCS9. Will Cloud9 bounce back? We find out right now.
Can they? Will they? Well, it's definitely going to be an uphill battle. G2 look in top form this season. JNAPS, Chicago, and especially Rizzo. This team has been popping off this season, and Cloud9, they have not. They were able to beat Flight last week. Gimmick scored 8 goals during that series. Can he carry some of that magic over?
And those 8 goals actually propelled him to the lead in the North American Golden Striker race. But Rizzo, he started a movement. The Rizzo MVP movement.
And all of a sudden, Rizzo just was putting them in. And
Rizzo must have been listening.
Yeah, I think so.
But G2, they do look like one of those teams that's in the conversation. NRG, G2, Space Station. Right now, those are the teams at the top in North America. Cloud9 really hasn't even been in the conversation. Last week, when they were going up against Flight, we were ready to call it. We said, if Flight gets the win here, Cloud9 might be getting relegated.
Yeah, we were right there. But then Cloud9, I mean, they took it to Flight. And then obviously the next question is, okay, well, now we got to see how they do next week against their rivals. A team they've played so many times, and like Gibbs said, it used to be 2 of the top teams in North America. G2 have found their way back, and they put a shot on net. It's saved by Squishy. Oh, Gimmick almost getting bumped by Torment on that play, and really, you can't pin all of Cloud9's woes on one player. Here's 2 going up for this, but that right there is really where the crux of Cloud9's issues are. It's that two men really close to each other, trying to find the ball and double committing, and luckily they missed, and then a save comes out from Torment. So C9, lucky on the initial whiff. Rizzo tried to find the shot, taken away.
JNAPS easily could have gotten a shot on target there. He just narrowly missed, and then Chicago's shot was a good one. It just got stopped.
Rizzo.
Now, aggression, Rizzo with the dunk.
He just carried this up. No one up to challenge him. Gimmick flying down. Torment was the last man. He got bumped by Chicago on the play. It forced Gimmick to have to come back from a really awkward angle. He had to jump from straight under the ball, and Rizzo, he had the best position to dunk him no matter how Gimmick approached that.
And like you said, Chicago getting aggressive. G2, they get the first goal of the series, and what a way to do it.
So Cloud9, we'll start with Squishy. He'll go for a carry. Squishy content to always try to air dribble and force either a 50 or maybe a bad touch out of the opposition. But just Gimmick, not sure where he was on the play. Torment, he got caught on the back wall, and Chicago's gonna score. Kind of a little messy here for C9.
So Squishy and Gimmick actually ran into each other. Gimmick was waiting on the goal line. He probably thought Torment had the save. Torment was just too far away from him, or he thought Gimmick might have gotten it. Either way,
it was that initial miscommunication from Squishy and Gimmick.
Yeah, is that initial bump that slowed down Gimmick's rotation back to net.
Now Torment did at least give Squishy a chance at the ball. Gimmick, high ball for no one. JNAPS back over to Chicago. Chicago will move downfield quickly, and it will be defended by Gimmick. Gimmick on point on the ball, off the back wall. Next shot is going to be saved. Not powerful enough. Chicago handles it well. Squishy, another pass, looking for Gimmick. Gimmick does convert, and Cloud9 split the lead.
They almost scored right after JNAPS' misstep on defense. JNAPS didn't get the touch he wanted. He gave up control, and then Cloud9 took their advantage of that opportunity, eventually wearing him down. Gimmick putting the goal in.
And Rizzo even got a touch on that ball.
He did.
In the end.
He did.
And he approached a little closer on the line if he knew where it was going. I mean, that was close, very close to a save from Rizzo. But Cloud9, it was a good pass from Squishy, absolutely.
And we've seen some struggles early on from JNAPS, who was really starting to live up to the hype that he lived up to back in previous seasons, 4, 5, 6. But in this game, early on in game one, he has been experiencing some difficulties.
Well, Chicago and Rizzo have been playing pretty well. There's JNAPS. He picked up the bump to give Chicago a shot at the net. Rizzo's was just sent across the box. Cloud9 will defend it, move back down the field. Chicago on the catch. He does win that 50 and does get this ball to JNAPS, who will collect a third goal for G2. He does get himself on the board.
So Torment comes up. He's slow to the ball. Gimmick was trying to rotate back. Squishy was downfield. Torment was the last hope.
It's just the rotation from Cloud9 on defense. We saw it at the beginning of the game. It was the very first attempted shot where Torment almost ran into Gimmick, trying to position himself for the save, almost like Gimmick wasn't even there. Gimmick will win this touch, and Torment will not be able to come up with any touch. But then later on, Gimmick and Squishy bumping into each other that led to a goal. So these things continue to play. Cloud9 and Chicago is dancing around, playing merry-go-round around the ball. He's like, I dare you to touch this. And they did.
This is almost the exact same situation. Squishy loses the challenge this time. He doesn't have much boost. JNAPS comes barreling in, but Cloud9 has been caught out yet again. The counterattack on when all of Cloud9 was out of their half and trying to race back. And that lost challenge at the midfield spells disaster.
And so G2, it is a commanding 4-1 lead off of a smorgasbord of Cloud9 errors. And G2 are collecting everything to the bank. JNAPS, he will almost put it in himself. JNAPS, when you're given that much space, it's almost free play for the knapsack.
Squishy's on the backboard trying to determine what's going on. JNaps completely plays him, gets the flip reset, almost gets the quadruple tap off the backboard, but regardless, it was a pass out to Chicago. Chicago gets a hat trick, 3 goals on 8 shots. 15 total shots, now 16 total shots for G2 to just 3 from Cloud9. G2, it is one-sided to say the least.
And that was a good double tap from Squishy. You gave yourself a little bit of something at the end of this game. They're still down by 3. Rizzo beat on the jump by Squishy on that play. Nicely done by Squishy.
And that was a beautiful double tap gimmick. Getting the pass off the backboard as well. It was a hard pass. Squishy did very well to not only handle it, but set himself up for that double tap. Difficult play, but under a minute left, down by 3. Doesn't seem likely that Cloud9's going to be able to bring it back. However, that might help them in the mental game moving on to game 2.
It's just the communication on defense. They have to figure that out. There needs to be more trust, and there needs to be just more awareness in general from Cloud9 on defense. And JNaps, his shot taken away from by Squishy. There's Gimmick and Squishy on the turnaround. Can they get one more at the end of game 1? No, Torment forced to run around and
JNaps?
Make no mistake, G2 are the most high-powered offense in the North American RLCS. There's a 6th goal.
JNaps and Rizzo. You got Rizzo chasing you down. Torment, you feel so bad for him. Not only does he fail to make this stop, but he gets demoed after the flick and just has to experience the JNaps scored on his screen as he's waiting to respawn.
The kickoff here, merely a formality of game 1, and it was total obliteration.
And Rizzo, why you gotta do that? Why do you have to do that to Gimmick? There's 3 seconds left.
Extra salt.
3 seconds left. You're up by 4. You didn't need to do that.
Yeah, pedal on the floor, man. Pedal on the floor. You put as many in as you can. At least that's the mentality G2 have right now. Every time we have these guys on stream, James, we're putting 15 to 20 shots on net a game. These guys, they are ridiculous when it comes to
19
offense.
to 4. Outshot 19 to 4, and this wasn't even an overtime game. JNaps, that flip reset pass, whew,
that's a pretty one. I mean, he had space all day, like Cloud9.
Well, I mean, he completely throws Squishy off.
Yeah.
Because Squishy thinks he might be going for a double tap potentially. He thinks he might be going for a flip reset shot. He thinks he might be going for just a normal shot on net.
And for G2, huge game. I mean, I came into this expecting G2 to really be the better team against Cloud9, just off of what we've seen so far this season. I did not expect 6-2. Usually when these two teams play each other, it is close, and you don't know who's going to come away. There's usually a game 5 involved.
Every week, you're still waiting. Every week, I know for me, I'm thinking maybe is this the week that Cloud9 finally breaks out of their slump and finally breaks out of their shell. And right now, game 1, if anything, G2 shoved them right back down.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, they aren't playing as a team. And the passes only come when it's convenient to pass the ball. But Cloud9 aren't doing anything to generate solid offensive opportunities. It's either an air dribble down the field, you hope you win a challenge. Or it's just, okay, I'm going to slap this ball down the field and hope they mistouch it. And that's been how Cloud9 have approached Season 9. It just hasn't worked. For one of the longest standing rosters in Rocket League, this team has been together for over 1,000 days. And they have just been getting brutally beaten in the RLCS by virtually every team. And getting scored on 6 times. I don't even remember the last time Cloud9 got scored on 6 times in a game.
It's been a while. The last time I can remember, I believe, was the E-League final.
And that was a while ago. Oh, JNaps back to Chicago. And G2, the polar opposites of their counterparts. A well-oiled machine. Plenty of space for Chicago to get back to this. Rizzo on the front. And now JNaps. James, pretty much ever since you called his name out, he has gotten more involved in the offense.
It didn't take him long. It didn't take him long.
Just had to warm up a little bit. But punch downfield, Chicago. Hits that well off his own backboard. But now, ooh, a fortunate boost spawn for Chicago. It doesn't matter, his teammate has the boomer downfield.
It was a great jump by Rizzo to get out in front of that play and not only clear it, but clear it all the way downfield.
Oh, Gimmick losing that touch. JNaps couldn't get in front of Squishy fast enough. Now Torment, he gets over Rizzo, finds another touch out, but Chicago closes it down. Rizzo, a demo on the back end, and that's a win for JNaps on the challenge. Squishy, he's gone. Rizzo, space, pops it right over Gimmick. Right behind Cloud9 do finally continue touches and move down the pitch. G2
good pass.
Steal it back. Chicago just a little too fast for him.
Squishy gonna try to get this out. However, G2, they're on the prowl, and JNaps finishes the strike.
And it's a great approach from Rizzo as well. Rizzo, he runs out of boost at the last second. He pre-flips to get that pass out to JNaps. All he was trying to do was win that 50 against Squishy, and it ended up perfectly in front of JNaps' bumper.
The buildup is there for G2. You can see it. Last season, it always felt like it was anticlimactic with how much they had possession, how many shots they were taking, but this season, it has been a different story every single week, and Chicago puts in yet another one. Torment was last back. JNaps beats Squishy off the wall. It's a perfect drop to Chicago, and Torment probably thinks he's in position to be where he can cover the net. He was out quite far. He would have been able to cover quite a few angles, but Chicago.
Power of the dominance, baby.
And right off the bounce. Right off the bounce, he hit it. No hesitation.
You know, G2, they had possession for a second there on kickoff. They still have possession. JNaps will take it over. But out of boost, he'll steal one and head out. Cloud9 are just constantly forced back in these high touches out. Torment does win this touch, does give Gimmick a chance at the ball. Torment pops it over one, can't find a goal, saved by Chicago. JNaps up for it quickly as well. Cloud9 finding some space now, some headway in the orange half. Can they convert? Gimmick, a hard touch over to the other side. Torment trying, Squishy will try next. And now Gimmick high towards the back wall. He'll try to flip forward for it, nothing. I mean, there's no passing from C9 on this. They're just trying to force shots at the net. And G2, they don't feel any sweat for these saves. It's like, yes, this is a high ball out to the backboard. Yeah, this might make things a little uncomfortable, but G2 aren't really feeling the pressure.
They're dominating this game, just like we saw Spacestation dominate their last game. G2 not letting Squishy, not letting Torment, Gimmick, anyone get any sort of momentum going forward.
And again, Torment just takes a pot shot at the net, and he's got a couple of options. The Cloud9 are just not taking options.
This was a good play from Gimmick, a good touch, but he doesn't get the flick he's looking for, does get the bump.
And his teammate got bumped on the play. I believe it was Torment on the play. He was heading downfield for maybe a redirect. And it's a wide open net, and it's a Chicago goal, and it's G2 running the floor with C9.
And Squishy just let go of the sticks. You could tell Squishy wanted the pass from Gimmick. He was cheating up, and Gimmick puts that down right in front of Chicago. And you can tell the wind is out of the sails of Cloud9, and they are floating in the ocean. And you can see the desperation in their faces, Jorby. It's a tough thing to see.
It feels like a sinking ship for sure. Maybe you thought there would be some confidence after that game, after that series against Flight, where Gimmick had scored 8 goals. But Cloud9, they have 1 goal to their name in this series so far. Or 2, excuse me. They did pick up 1 near the end from that Squishy double tap.
And that look was good from Squishy over to Gimmick, but Chicago shuts it down right away.
Torment the carry downfield, and the catch will only be for G2. JNaps takes that ball out. Chicago will keep moving down the field. G2 want 1 more. They won't get it. G2 2-0, and it is looking like a likely sweep for the undefeated.
They look incredibly frightening, Jorby. I would be trembling in my boots if I'm watching this game knowing I have to play G2 next week. They look like the best team right now, in my opinion. These guys all over the field, in complete control, undefeated on the season. Rizzo, JNAP, Chicago, every single member getting involved. The team plays the communication. They're slowing the ball down when they have to, going for pass plays when they have to, making the defensive stops so quick to the ball. Look how fast JNAPs is up.
And it all came off that pre-flip challenge from Rizzo. Out on boost, he just timed it perfectly against Squishy to get that pass out. And Rizzo's been involved in almost every single goal for G2 this series. And Chicago on the back end on defense has been solid. I mean, they are a complete team.
They really are. And one of the criticisms that I had for G2 in these recent weeks was Chicago and his shooting. Even though he was still getting goals, there were shots that he wasn't connecting with. But in this game, his shooting's been great. Even that last play where it was a hit straight down from Gimmick, it's not easy to hit those full field shots like that, to get enough power and placement when you have almost no time to react. So Chicago, his shooting's on point. Rizzo getting aggressive. JNAP's, the mechanics on that double tap pass play right down to Chicago. G2 is looking as formidable as ever.
And Cloud9 looking as beatable as ever. What can they do in this game 3 to prevent themselves getting swept by their rivals?
It's tough to know, but one thing that's been happening over and over for them is they're committing all the way up and leaving that net open in the back on the counterattack. So if they're going to go for these passes, we see it here. You got to be confident that you can hit it. This time, Torment getting this pass. Rizzo, not the greatest touch. Chicago also dunked on by Torment. Squishy ready and waiting. So that is what was needed for Cloud9. A good start and early. We'll see if they can hold on.
And for Chicago, maybe would have been better suited to try to play that onto the back wall. But he wanted to cut in. Can be confident you could win the 50 considering how the last 2 games have gone. This one got away from them. Maybe a sign of life here for Cloud9. Can they turn it around? There's a pass to Torment, but it was too far to the side. Chicago easily breaks it up. Pass to JNAPs. JNAPs blocked for the top. Nothing. Squishy and Gimmick now. Gimmick on the catch. Chicago makes it tough. Squishy, nothing. Again, denied. Any shot at the net. Torment right on top of a car and puts the ball too far up.
Squishy with a big block. Gimmick gonna try to his hand. Torment with a block as well, looking good for Cloud9. Chicago saves it on the goal line.
Very well handled from Chicago to get that play out. The ball was slow enough, just had to get behind it, not panic or rush the touch, and he didn't. Chicago very patient, and he will collect the boost and leave as JNAPs takes a shot. Denied by Torment this time. Chicago, too high of a touch, and Gimmick lays it down for Torment. Torment, he's by 1, but he lost the boosts, and so he'll be slow to that ball. Now Chicago to JNAPs, wins that high off the backboard. Rizzo, his shot almost helped by C9, but then taken away again. Squishy with no boosts, just trying to get behind this ball. Cloud9 get away.
And a rock solid 50-50 as well from Squishy on no boost. He actually had tilted his camera down so he could see.
Oh, Chicago will put it in. I was holding my breath.
Yeah, I was too.
I saw JNAPs. I know you stopped because you saw JNAPs up. You're like, oh, and then Gimmick is expecting JNAPs to put that shot down as he's approaching that ball. So when it hits the backboard, he's out of position to deal with Rizzo at that point. There's no chance for him to make a save. Rizzo, or it was Chicago, excuse me, on that back, on the bouncer, making it difficult.
And JNAPs again in the air, getting that extra touch that throws off the Cloud9 defense. And we're back to even.
It has looked a little better for Cloud9 in Game 3. They've been winning some of these challenges, Gimmick in particular, and these passes, they're finding angles for now. But they got to keep it up. JNAPs on the pass from Rizzo, taken away from Gimmick. This time the positioning on defense also a little more solid. They're finding teammates in the corner to shovel that ball out and get it clear.
And I love that play from Chicago. He actually didn't have enough boost to get to that in time, but by jumping for it, he had the positioning. He was able to keep Cloud9 grounded. And that's the type of confidence you love to see from G2. And now an infield pass to Rizzo. Chicago can't get it by Gimmick. Torment with a win.
He will maybe have a play on this. No, it's taken away. JNAPS will pick it up. Thought maybe on that after that steal, someone else from Cloud9 was going to find Torment in space, but no one could. Squishy. Much closer. This one just above the crossbar, taken away by Gimmick. Squishy already downfield, but he's got 0 boost. Around the corner, tries to find the pass to Torment, but it kind of rolled around his car. No good here for C9. G2 take the ball back. Here's Chicago on the pass from JNAPS. Knocked out by Torment, back to Squishy. Cloud9, another quick transition. They can't go too far with it. Up high, Torment looking for Gimmick. No, JNAPS is there. Chicago in front, playing it back over. Cloud9 keep possession. Torment in the corner.
Oh, he sees Gimmick in the middle. Gimmick up in the air. The bounce shot, and that's denied by Rizzo. Squishy can't get that second hit. Gimmick with the E-brake.
Ooh, and then G2 handling business on defense. Squishy, another carry high off the back wall, and that slight touch isn't enough. Torment will keep it high on the backboard. Cloud9 starting to get physical on the G2 defensive line.
But Gimmick just took that mid boost right in front of Squishy, who's on low.
Killed the potential for extended pressure on offense. Squishy, great 50. Still chasing this. He's got Chicago to beat. Squishy will take the lead for Cloud9. 33 seconds remain. They're still alive.
A huge goal for Cloud9. That 50-50 was massive. He has no boost, but still had enough speed to make the play. Squishy doing huge things for Cloud9, keeping their hopes of winning this series alive.
Good dump pass to Torment, or to Gimmick from Torment. Cloud9 can pick up one more here at the end. Will be meaning a lot against G2, but here they come, back to the blue half. Gimmick, downfield looking for Torment. The lanes are open for Cloud9. Bouncer off the ramp. Torment's double tap too far to the side. Gimmick will steal one boost away. They want to keep G2 locked in orange. The pass to Gimmick is good, and Cloud9 with insurance all will but take game 4.
And Squishy, this pass, lovely, sets it right up for Gimmick. Gimmick, that speed that you expect from him, getting the key goal to put this out of reach of G2. And we're at least guaranteed game 4.
We will be going to game 4. And Cloud9, especially in the latter half of that game, it looked much, much different. You thought maybe there was potential for disaster after Gimmick took that boost from Squishy in midfield to put them back on defense. But again, the positioning on defense was good from Cloud9. They were able to find teammates on the corners, high on the sidewalls to transition downfield quickly. And that is what helped give them this win, but more so than that, this play right here.
Squishy was the difference maker in this game. That play was huge. He scored both goals up to this point, and look at how well timed his challenge was. You could see he even angled his car, got set up because he knew someone was going to come up and try to hit it past him. A perfect challenge, and that got them that key goal. So Squishy having a stellar game 3, and they're going to need more of that if they have any desire to take down this G2 squad.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like more classic Cloud9. You had Torment making sure that the net was clean, and then you had Gimmick and Squishy. Gimmick looked so much better that game. He was winning those 50s, and ever since he's been in the Octane, he hasn't looked as comfortable as he had in the Dominus, where he seemingly couldn't lose a 50-50. This time, we said it. It was better. Cloud9, do that again.
It's possible. It's the glimmer of hope. And if they get this win here, force the game 5, then they become the favorite to potentially get this big upset over G2.
Now G2, we'll see how they adjust heading into game 4. No, midfield on the kickoff. Will be Cloud9's. Torment will carry this pass out to Squishy. Cloud9 will start on offense. The long bouncer back over to Torment off the backboard. We're just going end-to-end on G2 territory. And now Torment turning around. He's got to look and saved by Chicago before the shot ever could really materialize. And now JNAP's on point, forces the ball up in front of the box, wins another 50. The shot is in for Chicago. G2 right back on track.
This is insane from JNAPS. He gets the challenge right here. He pops up and he says, I'm just going to keep going, and gets the dunk over Gimmick. It bounces off the ceiling, and Chicago gets another cleanup goal. JNAPS has been giving Chicago easy goals this series. But JNAPS, you love that. Zero hesitation. The ball's popped up and had the opportunity, and he took it.
He's handing gifts to his teammates this today. He had that flip reset, double tap.
Yeah, the passing's been there. The shooting, in my opinion, hasn't really been there as much for JNAPS. He's had a few looks that normally in previous weeks you'd think he'd hit, but the passing is there.
Oh, Chicago forced back a little bit. G2 wanting to move forward really quickly. JNAP's working with no boost. He'll bump Torment. Cloud9 get a look from the third. The shot taken away. But Rizzo and Chicago both commit. JNAP's rotating in his third man, has the save, and he wins another crucial touch. Squishy trying to stop it in midfield, and he'll do that in a little bit more, but Rizzo wins the 50, forcing Gimmick up. Gimmick tried to find the catch. Will get a at least attempted bump. But still, Cloud9, the ball given up back to them. Gimmick on the pass from Torment. Well, that's more of what we saw in the first two games, just hard touches off of an outlet pass in midfield and always sent right back to them. Now JNAP's up high off the backboard. It was Chicago up, but beaten, and Rizzo's forced up as he gets chipped. Finds the touch. This one above the defense, and JNAPS gets there just in time before the shot comes.
Yeah, Squishy, he was wanting to get that shot. You could tell he was in the right position, just not the way he was envisioned that play working out.
Another carry from Squishy. Chicago forced up and back. Rizzo, nothing, and that'll be a goal for C9. Gimmick will convert, and Cloud9 tie it up.
Rizzo, he went up the wall, tried to get a hit out to the middle. JNAPS baited in a little bit. Gimmick, he was in the perfect position to punish that hit. So Rizzo, not the greatest touch out to the midfield. It's always so risky to do that. And now off kickoff, Torment challenging Squishy with the follow-up. Chicago will poke it around. Gimmick was streaking in, almost a kickoff goal for Cloud9.
Cloud9 starting to really feel it. Here's Gimmick, slows it down against Rizzo, tried to flip over JNAPS, but he has the clear. Torment racing back, he'll win it cleanly, and he does get a touch against Chicago, but it looks like this will be JNAPS.
A chance for Rizzo. Rizzo up in the air, he'll miss. It's gonna bounce back, Chicago taking over. Bounces off the sidewall, Rizzo's leaving it now. Possession changing to Cloud9.
Oh, and Squishy had the read around the corner, but Chicago, potential transition here for JNAPS. A little too far ahead, but the miss will be a goal for JNAPS, and G2 take the lead back.
And huge hits back and forth. Chicago blasted that to the corner. Gimmick missed his touch. And as soon as that happened, JNAPS started salivating. He saw a net, he saw his chance, and he took it.
And Gimmick had to half flip and get back across the corner to try to just meet the ball, just to get there in time. Tough to do, and now G2 get another. A minute 32 remaining. Insurance feels deadly at this point.
JNAPS, another dunk. He has been winning challenge after challenge.
Playmaker.
That directly results in a goal. We've seen him do it multiple times. And that has to be tough to swallow for Cloud9. They played a good game. They kept it close. The mistake from Gimmick yields that go-ahead goal for G2, and then the kickoff goal. Is it too much for Cloud9 to come back from?
Yeah, and besides that mistake from Gimmick, it was really looking pretty decent from Cloud9. They were getting shots on net. They were creating pressure. There's a long clear downfield. Gimmick wanted the catch, but there's a G2 defender right on top of him. High ball again, but G2 are there. Shot on target, and it's just high. Looked like it might have had some gumption from that shot, but again, it's saved by Torment. trying to keep Cloud9 within striking distance just to force game number 5. G2 taking the ball away. Here's Chicago off the ceiling, and he's met by Squishy. Rizzo keeping the ball away. Good back pass to JNAPS.
But Gimmick was able to shut it down. Torment will aim for backboard. Chicago, a tough read, doesn't get the greatest hit. Rizzo on the wall trying to help out. Now JNAPS again going for the hit, missed his double.
Oh, great challenge from Rizzo. Tilted his car down just to force the car right back up into the attacking player. Now Chicago, he doesn't have the boost to follow. Cloud9, do they have a goal? Do they have hope? G2, undefeated so far this season. Cloud9 cannot hand them a loss. And G2 remain at the top of North America, all thanks to JNAPS, Rizzo, Chicago. This team, well-oiled machine, all three contributing equally to this team's success. But make no mistake, the playmaker this series was JNAPS.
JNAPS, he was all over the place on the challenges, and really some huge challenges from him. I thought it was a team effort, but JNAPS, the speed, the double tap pass that went off the backboard to Chicago cleaning up goals. Rizzo was making plays. I mean, you can really pick any one of them. JNAPS certainly had probably the most high profile plays to get those goals for his team, but really everyone playing a key part. Even in this game, a goal for every player. G2, they're the real deal. They're the real deal from the promotion tournament last season to now, sitting at the top of the charts. G2's got to be feeling good.
And had Cloud9 not had just, that amalgamation of errors at the beginning of the game where they let G2 score 6 on them in a single game, where they were running into each other, they were double committing, getting in each other's way. If they played more like the latter half of the series, it might have went 5.
But
this might have been a classic C9 G2
This is what
matchup.
we've seen. This is the classic C9 from this season. That's what we've seen in so many series where Cloud9 will have those moments where you're like, why don't they play like that all the time? They have the moments where they get the infield passes, they get the goals, they're playing speed with speed, but then other times they're overextending. Their defense is not as fluid. They're having the communication errors. We saw the error from Gimmick in the corner. We saw multiple times where all 3 members of Cloud9 were downfield, and it was just an open net on the quick counterattack for G2. And you have to credit G2. They are a fast team. They are playing confident. They are playing fast. Chicago is pre-jumping things and getting to the ball faster than you'd expect. They're a speedy team, but it's no excuse sometimes for Cloud9 on the mistakes that they're making, even unchallenged.
Can G2 go undefeated this season? Can it happen? They look like it. This offense looks incredible, and even in situations they got caught up a little bit, but that just came after really, when you dominate for so long, you just start to feel so comfortable and you don't feel like you can do any wrong. And that's what it felt like for G2 near the end of that series. I think this team really has what it takes to bounce back in such a huge way. What do you guys on the desk think about that series?
Absolutely right. G2 is, looking absolutely solid. I think that's going to continue. I mean, like that. It's just obviously we expected them to take that one against Cloud9, but they look good. They look solid. There was never any point where I'm like, nah, C9's going to take this. I'm like, nah, G2.
It's just that offense, that ruthless offense of just keeping the ball on the other side of the field. Cloud9, not many shots per game. They obviously had a few chances here or there, like in a couple games, but at the end of the day, like G2, there's so many chances for them, and then it'll turn into a wide open net eventually, and they'll put it home.
I mean, when G2's offense is this strong and Cloud9's midfield is that weak, it's just going to mean the ball's in the Cloud9 half the entire time. And I agreed with Jorby. Like, JNAPS looks like he's in free play, just like, what do I want to do with this ball? I'm going to figure out where to go. And I mean, it's been a while since we've seen like just a solid thrashing of one team onto another, but I feel like this is about the closest we've come.
And we see a lot of these plays by Cloud9 where just mispositional plays where they have to double back really quick because they realize, uh-oh, we're in trouble, but it's a little bit too late. Then they leave something wide open, and G2 is one of the best teams they will convert on that chance. Sure, a lot of players get a lot of time, but players like JNAPS, they do something special with the ball when they have the time, and then it's just easy goals like that for G2.
Yeah, I mean, and there's still impressive goals. Like even that shot from Chicago we just saw, difficult shot to make even onto an open net, but he makes it look so simple. They are so clean. They had double the goals of Cloud9 in this series. That one game Cloud9 had wasn't enough, as they never were even. Like, it was a 2-goal game at least in all of their losses.
Yeah, I'd say for G2, I mean, like it felt like they were a bit ahead of the time, or like ahead of Cloud9 on all the plays. They were always just that much closer to the ball. There's a few times where we saw Cloud9, it was just that someone just wasn't back. They were just slightly off, out of position. And G2 is just that much speedier. And if Cloud9 wants to compete with that, they have to get faster too.
That 33% shooting percentage from G2, just so
and on 39 shots, dude.
Yeah.
They're putting tons of shots and high shooting.
Anyways, to talk about their match, we have a player from G2. JNaps is on the line. Congrats on the win there against Cloud9.
How's she going, Leaf?
Oh, she's going good. How you doing, bud?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, we did
I'm
it.
good. How are you?
The Canadians coming out here. I'm doing all right. I've heard that you guys actually rock, paper, scissors to talk to me. Are you guys trying to avoid me?
No, that's not true.
Oh, okay, good. Someone's spreading rumors.
We do take turns, so everyone has to do an interview.
Okay, perfect. Well, we got JNaps on the line right now. Let's talk about that C9 rivalry. Is that rivalry still there? Like, what's going on with C9 right now? Do you still look at them as, that top-tier competitor in North America? Or is your mindset changed now based off their league play performance?
No, Cloud9's always been like a top competitor, especially for us since we've been playing against each other so long. Like, we know how each other plays so well, so no matter like how bad they're doing in league play, it's always going to be like an intense match against them. So
for them, I don't know, maybe you can do some outside coaching. What's going on with them right now that you feel after just playing them that is causing these problems for them?
I honestly couldn't pin it down to just one thing. I would say maybe just their chemistry in general is a little bit off compared to what it usually is. Like, they always know what they're gonna do, and they know where to be all the time, but it seems like something's just missing with them right now.
Well, something's not missing with you guys. You guys are looking phenomenal. Every other team is talking about you guys again in the top 1, 2, and 3 spot. Looking forward to next week. You guys have a couple an extra match because of that doubleheader on Monday. But EUnited versus GG, how are you feeling towards those two teams?
I think Ghost is the scariest out of those two, but obviously EUnited is a really good team. They made Worlds last season, and I think they could surprise a lot of people. But if I were to say one, it would probably be Ghost. I'd be more scared of.
And just one more, I got to let you go in a second, but I do want to know, NRG or SSG, you still have yet to play them. Who's looking scarier at this point?
If I were to go by scrims, I'd say SSG, but NRG is always much better on game day, so I really can't say.
It's tough. It's not going to be easy either way. Anyways, we got to let you go. Take her easy, buddy.
Thanks, bud.
You brought it out of me. I just it clicked. Something in my head I'm like, uh-oh, what's happening? My language is about to change.
I love the fact that we have a situation where you ask, is it NRG the most threatening team or somebody else? And they actually said somebody else.
Yeah.
Usually when you ask that question, you're like, other than NRG, who are you most scared of? Because the NRG is the cheap answer here. We actually have a situation where people are like, maybe SSG is the team.
But on game day, he's like, it's probably NRG still.
It comes down to that. But on game day, you also have to perform, and you may even get player of the day. So let's take a look at who got it today. Of course, we got to give it to him again. Shock, consistently performing.
Wait, did I make another mistake with this copy and paste? No, I didn't. Shock, again, 2 big overtime goals, and every single one of their wins making big plays when it matters most. Sure, I think this team actually got outplayed by Ghost most of the time, but it comes down to the big plays, and Shock once again delivers.
He's been pretty incredible, and he becomes the 3rd player ever to receive 2 player of the days within a single season. K-Dop did it twice in seasons 5 and 7, but Justin did it in season 8. So
and the season's not even over.
Yeah. It is not over. Shock might get it 3 times and become the only player to have got it 3 times. We'll see.
And we're about halfway through, but clearly the MVP race right now, Shock is #1 by a pretty wide margin.
Yeah.
But it's just the overtime clutchness from him. It's just these plays or a big save here or there. Early on, week 1 and week 2 is big saves more and now it's more on the offensive side. But What a performance from him once again.
Yeah.
What a performance from that team.
What a series.
Yeah, the real question, though, is the consistency. Can they keep it up? You know, I always have those questions with any player that's performing really well. You know, you come in, is it a honeymoon phase with your teammates?
It's been a month, Leaf.
It's been a month. And I'm not like...
And they're going to game 5. That's the other thing. Like, they're winning these in game 5s, which is the situation where I'd always say, like, rookies are going to struggle. You get them game 5, you can probably get them to quake in their boots and they'll fall off. But no, they're winning these games in overtime, nonetheless. I'm a Soniqs fan right now.
Final thoughts now for... Oh, sorry, never mind. We got to take a look back at our standings before. Just in case anybody missed some of the matches, go back and watch the VODs, because you'd be silly if you missed any of the gameplay today. But, you know, it was pretty on point, I think, for the predictions. You even saw it in the pre-show. All our predictions were pretty unanimous for things. But, of course, we got some really good matches, especially our match of the day.
It was wild. That Ghost Soniqs match, again, go back and watch that, because, again, Ghost, a lot of control, clutch plays from the Soniqs
That woke
roster.
us up.
Yeah. And then some other big plays, Spacestation and EUnited, who gets a clean sweep over Rogue, or almost a full clean sweep. But now we look at the leaderboard. G2 still undefeated, 4-0 right now. But it's going to be a race for that top 6. I think right now a lot of people think Ghost will get there, but it's competitive all the way through.
Yeah, but that EUnited Pittsburgh Knights sitting right there at 2-2. That is that really dense middle area where all these teams are still really even, and they're going to start separating from each other as these weeks go on. It's going to be pretty crazy.
That's what you're saying. The middle of the pack is like super exciting. There's so many good matches, but at that bottom end, it's starting to look
scary.
It's very scary. I mean, Flight's in the worst position, but Rogue's not too far behind to have some real troubles for that. Remember, that bottom spot is an auto relegation spot.
Yeah,
The rivals.
And then if you finish like 8th or 9th, you still have to go to the promotion tournament, so you're still not safe. And right now, it's going to be tough because, again, everyone is so close, but it's more top-heavy. Yeah. So, like at this point, there are teams that basically need to win out to make playoffs.
Yeah, it does kind of suck to see a team that is at 0-5 right now. That do they have a chance, right? But the thing is that does mean that they're giving a win to everyone's above them, which makes the standings so much closer. So it's going to make things pretty crazy at the end. Yeah, appreciate it.
One way to look at it. Anyways, that's the end for North America. Any thoughts back for week 4?
You know, I got to say, this G2 Esports squad, pretty good.
They're pretty good.
They're looking solid. Yeah.
They're pretty good at this video game, but Soniqs also pretty good at this
I know.
video game. I would have expected G2 to be good, but Soniqs was definitely been a surprise.
We are halfway through the season, but there's still a lot to play.
A lot more Rocket League, and let's go take a look at our schedules for next week as we look at North America week number 5. A lot of incredible matches. As we just mentioned, that middle of the pack is looking extremely, extremely exciting. You know, honestly, almost all of these could be like our matches of the days right now, but match number 3 is the one I'm looking for, Soniqs versus the Pittsburgh Knights. We also have more Rocket League tomorrow with Europe. We'll take a look at the schedule there. Some teams are still fighting right now to get their first wins, like Monaco. Renault Vitality is not going to be an easy one to go up against, but maybe they can surprise us. They have TSM later on as well. I also need to mention to you guys, next week, Monday, March 9th, we have a double header. That's right, you and North America are both playing on that day. Lots of Rocket League next week, and Monday is going to be a double painted drop. So make sure you get on RLEsports.gg, head over to the rewards page, and get your accounts licked up, because you do not want to miss those drops. Anyways, we'll see you guys tomorrow for EU. I'm signing off.
Can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles.
Too far back on the backboard, down on the box, right down to Illusion. A beautiful second goal for Ghost.
Missed the setup off the backboard. Look at that. He loses the challenge, but keeps going forward. He has confidence in his teammates. And a beautiful touchdown to set up Illusion. That was an amazing 3-man passing play.
This is something that we've seen from Rogue a couple times where they bend a little bit on defense, but they do control the midfield quite well.
No.
That is the most turbo goal you'll ever see. He gets the flip reset, but then he comes through and just bops the 2 defenders out of the way.
How does he do this? What even is that?
Over to Crow. Popped up by Justin. He's got 56 boosts here. Looks for the back wall. Second touch from Justin. Goes in for the 5th goal for NRG. And that's going to be a highlight play for Justin.
Turn this one back in. Excellent play to neutralize the demo, but can they get a goal out of it still? Off the backboard, Atomics airborne. There is one, and here's the final shot from Illusion. It's just going to be too high. Sathu doesn't make contact. Woo! What? And Illusion scores. That's a tie game.
Oh, I love it. Atomic just gets in their face. Illusion, he knows he's not going to reach it, but boy, does he know another one's coming. That's the put-away guy you need.
AXB hunting in the 3rd. He's just winning that touch clean. The Knights slower to the ball.
Now shot coming in.
Oh,
it's a far post! And that was a zinger right past the defense.
And G2
are collecting everything to the bank. JNaps, he will almost put it in himself. JNaps, when you're given that much space, it's almost free play for the knapsack.
Squishy's on the backboard trying to determine what's going on. JNaps completely plays him, gets the flip reset, almost gets the quadruple tap off the backboard, but regardless.
I think I need therapy. My feet gets the best of me. I can't seem to understand how you do this to me. You've been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Saw you in that red dress. I can't seem to understand how you got all that finesse. Still been running in circles inside my head. Wasn't looking for love, but baby, I found you instead. Therapy.